Chapter 5:18 Demonic Towers Opening. Chapter 5:18 Demonic Towers Opening. Li Lingshan's presence was feared by both the Asmodean and human powerhouses. Although both sides had 2 martial saints and a few ninth heaven martial emperors, Li Lingshan's strength was not to be underestimated. It was better to have a friend than an enemy. Even if they weren't friends, they didn't want to be a threat at this time. Both sides were hoping that Li Lingtian would stand on their side. That way, their chances of winning would be much higher. Marshal Saint Yunhao and Marshal Saint Ming Luo used secret voice sending as they looked at Li Lingtian from time to time before looking into the distance as if they were waiting for their companions. "Haha, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." A loud laughter rang out and reached Li Lingtian and the others' ears from afar. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the 7 demon venerables were shocked when they heard the laughter. The expressions on their faces kept changing, and no one knew what they were thinking. Li Lingtian noticed the change in their expressions and wondered who it was that could make the infernal and human martial saints so fearful. "Sky Demon Monarch, long time no see." Marshal Saint Ming Luo reacted the fastest. She greeted him loudly and her expression was calm. Just like an old friend whom he had not seen for a long time, Li Lingshan's smile was thick. Li Lingtian looked at Marshal Saint Ming Luo and was astonished. What kind of person was this 1000-demon king? Even someone like Marshal Saint Ming Luo had to fawn over him. "Sky Demon King, I didn't expect you to come. You seem to be very free." The 7 demon venerables' expressions were also very calm. Their tone was neither fawning nor resisting. They greeted him indifferently. Swoosh! A loud sound was heard as a hole was torn open in the demonic might's pressure. A burly man appeared before Li Lingtian and the others. It was then that Li Lingtian finally saw the figure that both the Asmodeans and the humans were afraid of. It was a 3-meter-tall burly man who was filled with explosive power. He looked to be in his 40s and held a huge hammer in his hand. The hammer emitted a shocking demonic power pressure. "Saint Artifact, high-quality Saint Artifact," Li Lingtian exclaimed in his heart. This superior saint weapon was nothing much to begin with. He had a few supreme saint weapons and even divine weapons. However, the saint artifact in front of him was indeed a true saint artifact of the demon race. It was a treasure forged by the demon race, just like the dragon race's roaring dragon battle halberd. With the explosive power, his body, and the iron hammer, the burly man was like a god of war. His cultivation had also reached the peak first sky of the martial saint realm. "Ming Luo, 7 demon venerables, the 2 of you didn't fight this time." The first thing the Heaven Demon King said was that he was curious about the 2 experts not fighting. In his eyes, the 7 demon venerables and martial Saint Ming Luo of the human race should be fighting each other the moment they met. It had been like this in the past, but it was in such a perfect place. It would be strange if they didn't fight. His gaze swept across the crowd and shifted from the demon martial saint to the human martial saint before finally landing on Li Lingtian. He was shocked when he saw Li Lingshan's silver mask and elegant figure. Even he couldn't tell if the masked youth was human or demon. Furthermore, the youth occupied a special seat, which immediately piqued his curiosity. Could it be that in the heavenly demon king's heart, both of us are injured? The 7 demon venerables said loudly. Although their tone was calm, they were somewhat dissatisfied. The arrival of the Heaven Demon King had indeed exceeded their expectations. Humans and demons were more or less on the same side. They were also opponents of the demons. Now that the Heavenly Demon Monarch had appeared, even if he couldn't help the humans, he wouldn't become a comrade of the demons. Interesting. This time it's really interesting. The Heavenly Demon King ignored the 7 demon venerables and stared at Li Lingtian before looking at the internals and humans. He then burst into laughter. However, Li Lingtian did not move at all. He stood there like a statue. "This time, I'm here to play too. How can I miss out on such a good thing?" The atmosphere in the sky was strange. The weather that was originally in June instantly turned gloomy. The cold aura made the martial emperor powerhouses tremble involuntarily. The 7 demon venerables and 9 demon venerables of the demon race, martial Saint Ming Luo of the human race, and heavenly demon monarch of the demon race were all shocked. Their expressions changed continuously. He looked into the distance with a puzzled look. He saw a gray aura rolling over from afar. As the aura arrived, a dark cloud appeared. In the blink of an eye, the dark cloud turned into 2 figures. Initially, Li Lingtian was only shocked and fearful of the few martial saint powerhouses. However, when he saw the newcomers, his heart could not help but tremble. Yin Yang Ghost Emperor! The few martial saints exclaimed. Everyone's voice was more or less filled with fear. It was obvious that they were afraid of these 2 figures. Li Lingtian was equally afraid because the 2 figures were one person. They looked like 2 people, but they were actually one person. The Yin Yang Ghost Emperors looked exactly the same. Their eyes and auras were exactly the same. They were completely replicas. That's right. There are still people who can recognize me. Should I feel honored? The Yin Yang Ghost Thearch's voice rang out, but it was impossible to tell which person it came from. Even Li Lingshan's powerful divine consciousness could not tell which of the Yin Yang Ghost Thearch's 2 figures was the real one. After disappearing for a few hundred years, you're still alive. Heaven Demon Monarch looked at Yin Yang Ghost Monarch coldly. He could tell that there was hatred between the 2 of them. However, in the current situation, no one wanted to make a move at this place because it was not wise for anyone to make a move. As long as they were injured, they would be killed by the other martial saint. The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor controls the mysterious and powerful Nether Chi. Li Lingshan's mind spun quickly as he searched for all the information on the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor. Although the information was not complete, he had gained some basic understanding of the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor. The Nether Chi, Immortal Chi, True Devil Chi, and True Dragon Chi were known as the most powerful auras in the world. They were the most mysterious existences of every race. If a real war broke out, the Demon Clan and Monster Clan wouldn't be able to gain any advantage with the same cultivation base and strength. After all, the cultivation method of the Dark Clan's experts was too strange. Even your heavenly demon king isn't dead. If I die like this, wouldn't it be a big joke? The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor chuckled. His voice was cold and he didn't seem to be laughing at all. The 2 figures crossed each other, and the aura of the entire space suddenly became suppressed. The temperature between heaven and earth plummeted, and everyone felt as if they had entered a world of glaciers. The peak of the first sky of the martial saint realm actually had such an aura. Moreover, the auras of the 2 figures were exactly the same, and their movements were the same. More than a dozen 9th-level martial emperor realm powerhouses cast their protective shields in this cold air and circulated their cultivation techniques to prevent themselves from being injured by the cold air. There were only a few martial saint powerhouses who had a calm expression on their faces. There was no movement from their bodies. They were not affected by the aura. The same was true for Li Lingtian, who was wearing a silver mask. Everyone turned to look at Li Lingtian. He was like a statue, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. Even in the face of the cold air, it did not move at all. It completely ignored the cold air. At that moment, the humans stood on one side, the internals on the other, the heavenly monster king and the Yin Yang Ghost Monarch on one side, and Li Lingtian in the center. Those who were unaware of the situation would think that all the powerhouses were trying to kill Li Lingtian. Moreover, Li Lingtian, who was in the middle, had the lowest cultivation base in this place but was also the most mysterious one. "Are you done?" Li Lingtian said coldly. The change in his expression behind the mask was not visible. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They did not expect this first-level martial emperor young man to be so arrogant. The lowest cultivation base of the people standing here was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. There were also a few super martial saint powerhouses. He was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm, yet he dared to speak like this. Humph! The yin-yang ghost monarch and the heavenly demon king snorted at the same time. The pressure of a martial saint surged and their expressions were cold as they glared at Li Lingtian. No matter how domineering a first heaven martial emperor was, he was still a first heaven martial emperor. Even if he increased his realm and became a first heaven martial saint, there was still a huge gap between him and them. In such a realm gap, no one could escape the rules of the realm. Even a first heaven martial emperor dared to be so arrogant. Did he not know how powerful a martial saint was? In an instant, the two super martial saints unleashed their terrifying pressure. The faces of the 12 ninth heaven martial emperors from the devil race and the 9 ninth heaven martial emperors from the human race turned pale. The power of a martial saint was indeed terrifying. These two abnormal experts were much stronger than the 7 demon venerables and martial saint Ming Luo. Especially the yin-yang ghost emperor, whose body emitted an ethereal pressure that filled the entire space. Wisps of cold air corroded the bodies of all the experts. No one noticed the change in Li Lingtian's expression. However, Li Lingtian had unleashed a strange aura. The appearance of this aura caused the cold yin qi and demonic power to swirl continuously. Boom! In the sky at this moment an explosion sounded. Shocking demonic qi swooped down from the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, enveloping the entire world. Heaven Demon King and Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch were shocked as they restrained their auras. Everyone looked at the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. This demonic might was as terrifying as his body. It pressed down fiercely as if it wanted to crush everything in the world into pieces. However, at this moment, an arc of light appeared in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. As the arc of light appeared, a pitch-black door slowly opened. The Heaven Ascension Demon Tower opened, and demonic pressure appeared in front of the door, like an invisible barrier blocking the door. Chapter 519 Identity Exposed. Chapter 519 Identity Exposed. Boom! With a loud explosion, the earth-shattering demonic might finally descended and ruthlessly pressed onto the ground. The ground trembled. The faces of the dozen ninth heaven martial emperor powerhouses turned pale as they spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Lingtian's expression was equally ugly. There was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but he was much better off than the other martial emperor powerhouses. In front of the devil might, although he could resist, he had to use the true devil chi or even the supreme treasures of the devil race. He did not want to use it in front of these few powerhouses. After all, any one of the 6 martial saint powerhouses present could crush him to death. If he used a powerful treasure and was targeted by a few experts, he would be courting death. Silence. There was not a single sound below the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. They all looked at the pitch-black door in front of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower in a daze, not knowing what was inside. The 9 demon venerables, 7 demon venerables, and the 12 ninth heaven martial emperor demons walked toward the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Martial Saint Ming Luo glanced at Martial Saint Yun Hao. The two of them exchanged a look and followed along with the 9 martial emperors. They were here to stop the devil race from getting the treasure, so they naturally wouldn't let the devil race take the lead. Heavenly Demon King pondered for a moment before following Martial Saint Ming Luo. After all, they were cooperating with the humans this time, and their common enemy was the demons. Naturally, they did not want the treasures of the demons to fall into the hands of the demons. Otherwise, the entire divine martial continent's humans and demons would be trampled by the demons. Pfft. The 12 ninth firmament martial emperor realm demons cast a mysterious array formation and prepared to pass through the demonic might with their light shield. However, they were mercilessly crushed by the demonic might. The expressions of the 12 demons were extremely ugly. Ming Luo, aren't you going to make a move? Martial Saint Ming Luo. Nine Demon Venerable shouted as he looked at Marshal Saint Ming Luo with extreme displeasure. Their people had broken through this demonic might, while the human experts were watching from the side. They were naturally unhappy. Haha, Your Excellency Nine Demon Venerable, you must be stupid. It doesn't matter if we go in or not. It's better if we don't go in. If you want to go in, think of a way yourself. Don't tell me that we humans are going to help you demons activate the array formation so that you can obtain treasures to deal with us humans? Are you stupid, or do you think we are fools? Marshal Saint Ming Luo laughed loudly. The other party's martial emperor was injured. If they were to fight the devil race now, the devil race might not necessarily win. Moreover, the human powerhouses were only trying to stop the demons from obtaining the treasures. They had no intention of fighting over the treasures. If demons couldn't even enter the gate of this heaven-reaching demon tower, it would be in line with the wishes of humans. Of course, they wouldn't help to open the formation of the heaven-reaching demon tower. If the fiend race really had the ability to activate this array formation, they would also have to pay a price. At that time, it would be easier to deal with them. Good, very good. Yin Yang Ghost Monarch, Heaven Demon King, don't you want the treasures inside? If possible, we can discuss how to divide the treasures we obtain. How about it? The Nine Demon Venerable was stunned by Marshal Saint Ming Luo's words and was furious. However, the other party was right. The other party was here to stop the devil race from obtaining the treasure. If he asked them to activate the array, wouldn't it be boring if he did it himself? However, he didn't do anything at this moment. Instead, he shifted his focus to the Heaven Demon Monarch and the Yin Yang Ghost Monarch. Originally, these two people were the most dangerous, but there was no other way now. If he could exhaust them a little, it would be a good thing. Nine Demon Venerable, do it yourself. The demon race and the monster race are irreconcilable enemies. Even if it's for the sake of treasures, I want help you activate the array. Heavenly Demon Monarch was straightforward and rejected him directly. He stood beside the humans. It was obvious that the two races had joined forces. Since you're all sitting and waiting, do you think him a fool? The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor said sinisterly. Although he didn't dare to say that he could defeat everyone here, no one here could threaten him. He was an old monster that had been around for hundreds of years. He naturally wouldn't do anything that was thankless. Very good, I can't count on you guys. The Seven Demon Venerables spoke. He had long understood that it was impossible for the demons to call these people to activate the array formation to resist the demonic might. After saying that, his body flashed and flew forward. At the same time, Nine Demon Venerable also flew forward. The two of them arrived in front of the demonic might with extremely serious expressions. Everyone smiled when they saw the two demon venerables personally activate the array. They naturally understood that the demons had a way to open the array formation. If they wanted their help, it would only consume their cultivation. However, just as the powerhouses thought that the two demon venerables were about to activate the demonic might formation, the seven demon venerables turned around and glared at Li Lingtian coldly. In this place, they did not dare to provoke anyone. At the very least, he could not provoke him before he obtained the treasure. However, he would not put this first-level martial emperor young man in his eyes. No matter how powerful he was still a first heaven martial emperor. It was impossible for him to cause any trouble in front of a martial saint. Sir, could it be that you also want to watch the show and let the queen take advantage of it? The seven demon venerables said indifferently. His tone was calm, but there was a domineering feeling. Instantly, everyone looked curiously at the silver-masked young powerhouse, Li Lingtian. He was a first firmament martial emperor who had appeared in this place. They couldn't tell which camp the masked youth belonged to. Heaven Demon Monarch and Yin Yang Ghost Monarch didn't know at all. Even the seven demon venerables and Marshal Saint Ming Luo could only be informed by their own people. Did I say I wanted to watch the show? You're the ones who are messing around. Li Lingshan's voice came from behind the mask, but his expression could not be seen. However, after Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward the pitch-black door step by step. He walked past the demon race martial emperors on both sides, and his figure was naturally elegant. He did not care that he had offended the 7 demon venerables at all. His answer stunned all the experts present. Could it be that this young man had some way to activate the array? They had not expected this young man to agree so easily. It had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The 7 demon venerables were stunned, and did not even have the chance to get angry. It was a disgrace to be called a fool by a first-level martial emperor. However, now that Li Lingtian had made his move, there was no way he could stand up to Li Lingtian if he were to get angry. He could only bear with it. His heart was filled with agony, as if he had been punched by his opponent and could not retaliate. Li Lingtian had been observing the demonic might all this while. The demonic might was blocking the pitch-black door. In other words, the door was a decoy and the real key was the demonic might. As long as he broke through the demonic might, he would be able to enter. As for what was inside the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, he no longer cared. What he cared about was that the summoning was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, after the black door opened, the pull of the summoning almost made him fly away without caring about anything. Fortunately, the appearance of the demonic might slightly isolated the pull. However, although it had decreased a little, the attraction was still very strong. He had to go in. He was only 10 meters away from the demonic might of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. However, at this distance, the terrifying demonic might was already tearing him apart. If he took another step forward, he did not dare to imagine what the outcome would be. The ignorant are truly fearless. I want to see what kind of ability he has. First-level martial emperor realm. The heavenly monster king, the Yin-Yang ghost emperor, and the others looked at Li Lingtian with disdain as he stood before the demonic might. If he acted tough, he would be struck by lightning. A first heaven martial monarch realm expert was really courting death. However, if someone came forward to die, they would not stop them. The experts who came here were all enemies. It was better if one died. But then, everyone was stunned. They subconsciously rubbed their eyes, unable to believe that everything in front of them was real. It was as if it was an illusion. Li Lingtian pointed with one hand and a pitch-black halo appeared. The halo carried a mysterious aura, but no one could tell what it was. After the halo appeared, Li Lingtian walked toward the devil's might step by step. The halo hovered above Li Lingshan's head. The demonic might in front of him had completely evaded it and vanished automatically. It appeared that Li Lingtian was advancing step by step, but in the blink of an eye, his figure had already disappeared into the pitch-black door. In other words, Li Lingtian had entered the demonic tower. Everyone present was stunned by the scene. He did not expect this young man to have such a mysterious ability. He completely ignored the devil might and directly walked in. This was too heaven-defying. How strange. Who is this person? He's wearing a mask. He shouldn't look like someone who saw him. Looks like someone here knows him. The few martial saints started to discuss. Although they did not talk to anyone else, they expressed their opinions and surprise to themselves. Could it be him? 9 demon venerable and martial Saint Yun Hao's hearts shook as they thought of a person. The actions of the two people quickly overlapped in their hearts. The two powerful existences finally became one person. 9th brother, do you know him? The 7 demon venerables looked at the 9 demon venerables and asked. This young man could easily enter the demonic might and ignore it. He was definitely not simple. Li Lingtian. It's that bastard Li Lingtian. 9 demon venerable was certain that the silver-masked young man was Li Lingtian. Otherwise, there would not be such a coincidence in this world that he was ambushed twice by a first firmament martial emperor. He was a dignified martial saint powerhouse, but he had been ambushed twice by a first-level martial emperor in just over a month. It was already a miracle to have such a heaven-defying figure. If another one were to appear, he would be speechless. Other than Li Lingtian, he could not think of anyone else who was this silver-masked youth. The thought of Li Lingtian infuriated him. The blueprint was destroyed and he was injured. Chapter 520. Entering the Heavenly Demon Tower. Chapter 520. Entering the Heavenly Demon Tower. It really is him. Your Excellency 9 Demon Venerable, you guys are really interesting. I didn't expect to meet an opponent in this place. Marshal Saint Yunhao burst into laughter after he finished speaking. If this person was really Li Lingtian, the human tribe would have one more powerhouse. No matter what was going on with the demonic chi that Li Lingtian had just unleashed, it was fine as long as Li Lingtian was a human. It was also very normal for human experts to cultivate demonic technique. The strong were respected. Who cared what cultivation technique they cultivated? As long as they could kill their opponents, they were powerful cultivation technique. Moreover, Li Lingtian's reputation was so great that even the average warrior sage powerhouse could not compare to him. Marshal Saint Yunhao was delighted to see 9 Demon Venerable's expression. He had been defeated by a first heaven martial emperor twice, and it was the same person. Yunhao, are we going to fight now? At this moment, 9 Demon Venerable was burning whoever he met. As he spoke, he glared at Marshal Saint Yunhao. Alright, we can have a big battle now so that we don't have to go in and fight for any treasures. We're not interested in competing with you for any treasures. It seems that this devil might restriction will close in at most 2 hours. This is even better. Let's do it. Marshal Saint Ming Luo smiled. He had naturally heard of Li Lingtian. No matter how powerful the experts of the demon race were, they would not dare to make a move at this time. He would not give up on something that could benefit him. If he could not fight, it would be good to anger the other party. At the same time, when they spoke, they intentionally or unintentionally looked at the changes in the demonic aura. Although the demonic aura was weakening, they understood that as long as the demonic aura disappeared, this pitch-black door would close. As soon as he finished speaking, the shocking genuine vitality in his body circulated. A powerful aura was displayed and the space shook. This was the power of the peak first sky of the Martial Saint realm. Marshal Saint Yunhao also unleashed his aura. The other 9 martial sovereigns also formed the demon-slaying sky formation. They were all old foxes. It would be a waste not to do such a thing. In any case, the other party did not dare to make a move. Haha, this is fun. Sky Demon King laughed loudly. This was the first time the demon race had encountered such a thing. The demon race was extremely powerful. Furthermore, they had an even greater advantage in their territory. Unfortunately, the entire fiend race was no longer human. They were completely passive and could not step down. Humph! 9 Demon Venerable calmed down. He knew that he was too impulsive. After a cold snort, he turned his head away and completely ignored Marshal Saint Ming Luo. Marshal Saint Ming Luo didn't have any intention of making a move, but this time, she had the upper hand. Do it. 9 Demon Venerable looked at the 12 9th-level Martial Emperor demons and shouted. After he finished speaking, he circulated the demonic chi in his body and prepared to activate the array to resist the demonic might. If they waited any longer and the demonic might disappeared, they would never be able to enter the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower again. However, he was not worried that Li Lingtian would take the lead. Li Lingtian was a human. Even if he cultivated demonic chi to conceal his identity, he was still an ant when he encountered a truly powerful demon. Li Lingtian's ability aside, it would not be easy to find a treasure even if he wanted to. Even if he found it, he would not be able to get it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 10 shocking demonic chi appeared in the air. The 9 demon venerables formed the array core. The 7 demon venerables waved their hands, and a pitch-black compass appeared in their hands. The compass continuously emitted demonic chi. However, this demonic chi, together with the demonic chi of more than 10 experts, immediately formed a shocking demonic might. Even if this demonic might was not as powerful as the previous demonic might, there was not much difference between the two. As time passed by, the demonic might on the compass continued to strengthen. However, the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor Demon Clan's complexion did not look so good. The devil chi was being sucked away continuously, and the 12 martial emperors from the devil clan were on the verge of death. Kacha! The demonic might on the compass shook. Following the activation of the 7 demon venerables spells, the demonic might met the demonic might of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Immediately, there was a soft sound, and a tiny hole appeared in the demonic might on the opposite side. Rustle, rustle. Cece. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables moved forward step by step. They naturally did not want to be taken by others. 10 meters away from the demonic aura, the two of them looked at each other and nodded. Their bodies strangely disappeared, and at the same time, the hole in the demonic aura could be quickly closed. However, the moment the wound closed, all the experts present disappeared. Although it only took him 3 seconds to completely enter the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, it was more than enough time for a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm and above. After Li Lingtian entered the demonic tower, his face was filled with astonishment. Although the demonic chi was dense inside, it was completely a paradise. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Green grass and greenery were everywhere, and mountains rose one after another. The demonic chi was fixed and could not be scattered. Moreover, the air inside was extremely fresh. If it were not for the existence of demonic chi, no one would be able to treat this place as a heavenly demon tower. He didn't have the mood to appreciate all of this, because when he entered the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, the attraction was even stronger. Li Lingtian flew quickly based on his instincts. After flying around and sizing up the place, he gained a certain understanding of the demonic tower. It was a completely independent space, and not a tower at all. He didn't know how big it was, but since the feeling was very strong, he would follow it. Even if the path was different, the direction wouldn't be wrong. For the entire day, Li Lingtian flew in the direction he sensed. He finally encountered a powerful demonic beast. However, even a powerful demonic beast would tremble in front of his true demonic chi. By the time the demonic beasts had finished trembling, Li Lingtian had already flown away or killed them. Demons and magical beasts were like ants in front of the Saint Demon Chi and the Heavenly Devil Staff. Finally, Li Lingtian found a cave that was suitable for resting. After entering the cave, he quickly cast a restriction to block the cave. He could rest in there so that he could feel more at ease. Moreover, he didn't want to rush to the front this time, because even if he was at the front, the devil race and a few super martial saints behind him would arrive in a short time. If he obtained the treasure, he would definitely be the target of death. Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief after he was done. Although they were not tired after flying for a day, they were worried about the martial saint experts behind them and the demonic beasts here. The powerful demonic beasts were sometimes not much weaker than martial saint. Li Lingtian encountered a Tier 8 magical beast that day. However, this magical beast was a fire-type one. Fire-type magical beasts were useless against Li Lingtian. He had the flaming sacred body and the sacred devil flame. Naturally, he would not be afraid of fire-type magical beasts. Now, he understood a benefit, and that was the power of the 5 elements. When he encountered demonic beasts and demonic beasts with attributes, he would have a heaven-defying advantage. Even if he couldn't restrain the 5-element martial souls and demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. He had the will of the 5 elements, so he could fight against any kind of attribute martial soul. Moreover, the other party had to be restrained by his other martial souls. For example, if the opponent was of the water element, Li Lingtian would use the same water element. However, if he found an opportunity, the fire element would definitely take care of the water element. Big Brother Ling Tian. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated. Xianyuan Yingying and the others came out and stood beside Li Lingtian in an adorable manner. Let's take a rest first. This place is the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. There are a few Martial Saint powerhouses and 9th-level Martial Emperor powerhouses who have also entered. Therefore, let's take a rest first and see what happens. Li Lingtian briefly explained the situation before he meditated and rested at the side. As for other matters, he naturally did not care about them. Shun Mei and Tang Ziming would handle them. Xianyuan Yingying, Shun Mei Tang Ziming, and Little White watched Li Lingtian leave. They could see that Li Lingtian was a little tired, so they did not disturb him at all and spoke softly. The cave was soon tidied up. The cave that Li Lingtian chose was a safe and spacious place. It didn't matter if he was alone. He just needed to find a cave to rest as long as it was safe. However, he had a few peerless beauties beside him. All of them were delicate. Naturally, he couldn't be casual. Husband, go to bed and rest for a while before you cultivate. After waiting for half an hour, Shun Mei calculated the time. By now, Li Lingtian should have completed one major circulation. Otherwise, he would not have disturbed her so easily. As expected, Li Lingtian opened his eyes as she spoke. With a faint smile in his eyes, he stood up and hugged Shun Mei. Brother, are there any difficulties this time? Even though Little White knew that Li Lingtian needed to rest, she was already close to Li Lingtian. Naturally, she did not mind. She casually followed Tang Ziming and Shun Mei into the room, followed by Xianyuan Yingying. Originally, the cave was large enough to accommodate 7 to 8 rooms. However, they had all run to the room that Shun Mei and Tang Ziming had prepared because Li Lingtian was there. Besides, it wasn't night time and they didn't need to sleep. There was nothing wrong with being together. Yes, it's really difficult this time. I can only run for my life if it's just the 9 demon venerable alone. Moreover, there are a few martial saints who are much stronger than the 9 demon venerable. Any one of them can easily crush me. However, as long as I'm willing, it won't be easy for them to deal with me. I'm just going to see what kind of treasure there is and what the thing that is attracting me is, Li Lingtian said with a smile. At first, his expression was bitter, but later on, his expression became relaxed and he even smiled. Martial Saint powerhouses were heaven-defying existences. He could not deal with them. However, in this place, as long as they did not obtain any treasures, the other party would not easily make a move. He naturally did not know that the 9 demon venerable had already recognized him. If the 9 demon venerable were to meet him, he would really want to tear him apart. Chapter 521, Situation 1. Chapter 521, Situation 1. There are a few martial saints here. Brother Ling Tian, you have to be careful. Tang Ziming and the others heard Li Lingtian's words. If it was a martial saint powerhouse, Li Lingtian could still escape and even fight a battle. However, no matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, he would not be able to escape if he were to encounter 2 martial saint powerhouses. Of course, I hope we don't meet them. At the very least, we can't meet 2 martial saints at the same time. Li Lingtian's expression was relaxed. Even if he were to encounter a martial saint powerhouse, as long as he did not act recklessly, the other party would not attack him easily. After all, they did not want to fight in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower in case they were accidentally killed. Although the few martial saints were powerful, they knew that Li Lingtian was not to be trifled with. However, there was one exception. That would be the 9 demon venerable. The 9 demon venerable was infuriated by Li Lingtian's plot. He wished he could tear Li Lingtian apart the moment he saw him. "Oh right, brother, you said that there's something inside that's summoning you. What does it feel like?" Xiaobai looked at Li Lingtian seriously. She and Li Lingtian were connected by heart and soul and had formed a friendly contract. There were basically no secrets between the two of them. However, this time, she could not sense the same summoning as Li Lingtian. She was extremely curious. "I've experienced this feeling before. It was on Hidden Dragon Island that I met Saint Lord Juyang's soul. No matter how far away it is, I can sense it as long as I reach that place. It's a feeling of being connected by flesh and blood, or a feeling that can only be felt by loved ones. It's the same this time." Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone. If he did not have such a summoning, he would not have entered the demonic tower in front of a few martial saint powerhouses. He wanted to know what he knew about the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. He didn't want to have any regrets. Reincarnation was like losing one's memory. It was a memory that one did not want to lose. Without memories, even if the person you loved was in front of you, you wouldn't remember them. This would hurt many people and make many beautiful memories disappear. To humans, losing one's memory was a form of pain. After reincarnation, even a mighty figure could not retain all his memories. At most, he could only know a trace of his memories, and it was the incomplete kind. If these things were in his previous life, or even this life, he would not believe them at all. However, he had experienced these magical and unrealistic things. Reincarnation, rebirth, transmigration, everything. Naturally, he also believed that the summoning in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was very important to him. It was important for him to go to any expert. However, Li Lingtian naturally did not explain the matter of reincarnation. He only said that the Saint Lord of Nine Yang's soul had strengthened his soul, which was how he became stronger. Otherwise, Tang Zimeng and the others would be unfamiliar with him. More importantly, they would be worried about their parents. Only then would they accept it. Big Brother Lingtian is the same person as the Nine Yang Saint Lord, and he's also the reincarnation of the Nine Yang Saint Lord. That kind of summoning is naturally very normal. But this time, it definitely won't be a reincarnation. It should be a very important person in the past. Xianyuan Yingying was extremely curious about Li Lingtian's situation. With her intelligence, she quickly analyzed the situation and made sense. The few of them nodded. Although it was dangerous, it was worth it to take the risk once. Following that, the group rested in peace while Li Lingtian meditated at the entrance of the cave and paid attention to any movements outside. He was able to enter first because of his powerful Saint Devil Chi and a powerful technique of the demon race. No one in the demon race knew about this secret technique. It could ignore all the restrictions and formations of the demons, as well as all the pressure of the demons. This was one of the most powerful functions of the Holy Ring. However, Li Lingtian could only control a little bit of it at the moment. However, he understood that the demons would definitely have a way to open the demonic power restriction in front of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Initially, the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables had intended to activate the restriction. However, they were making things difficult for Li Lingtian when they discovered his presence. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to enter so easily. If he came here, the demons and experts behind him would definitely rush over. It would be great if the place he was going to was not the same place as them. In that case, there would be no conflict. However, he was disappointed. He had been meditating at the entrance of the cave for less than 2 hours when he heard a faint sound of air being torn apart. Swoosh, swoosh. Several air-piercing sounds could be heard 3,000 miles away. Although they were 3,000 miles away, Li Lingtian's divine consciousness was as powerful as a martial saint powerhouse. Even a first firmament martial saint powerhouse could not compare to him in terms of divine consciousness. With a powerful divine sense, one could sense an existence 3,000 miles away. He couldn't tell what kind of aura it was. He didn't know if it was from the demon clan, human clan, monster clan, or the dark clan. However, in general, the other people's destination was the same as his. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen a direction in the vast demon tower. Shoo! Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as the expression on his face changed. He began to calculate in his heart. The other party only had a group of experts coming. They were either humans or demons. The other experts didn't come over, probably because they didn't know the direction. Only the demons would have a better understanding of what was going on inside and know where the target was. Husband, what did you find? Shun Mayer noticed the change in Li Lingshan's expression and knew that he had discovered something. Furthermore, the discovery would affect him greatly. I just discovered a group of experts flying over 3,000 miles away. This time, there are 10 humans, 12 demons, 1 monster, and 1 dark clan. The ones I found should be the experts of the demon race. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where the real target is. Li Lingtian nodded and explained everything that had happened outside. He did not need to analyze the situation to figure out the other party's identity. Then Big Brother Lingtian, which side do you think has the greatest chance of winning this time? Tang Ziming pondered for a moment and asked. If one person couldn't think of something, perhaps more people would think of it and analyze some things. That way, it would be easier to deal with. They were all intelligent people. Even though their cultivation base was not as high as Li Lingshan's, their intelligence was not far behind Li Lingshan's. It's hard to say. The 9 demon venerables of the devil race are at the first sky of the martial saint realm, while the 7 demon venerables are at the peak of the first sky. The 2 martial saints of the human race are the same as the demons. They're just missing 3 9th-level martial emperors. However, it looks like the heavenly demon monarch is on the human race's side. There's also the yin-yang ghost emperor. Everyone is afraid of him. He's standing alone. It seems like he wants to fight for the treasure. However, such a matter cannot be as simple as it seems. The realm of a martial saint not only depends on cultivation and strength, but also requires planning. On the surface, the heavenly demon king is on the side of the humans. However, if there are any tricks up his sleeves, nothing is certain. Take me for example. They don't know if I'm a demon or a human. However, the demons will most likely treat me as a demon. If the humans treat me as a demon, they will naturally be enemies. No one can find the changes inside. Unless it's someone with a conspiracy, no one knows who the real enemy is. Often, there will be traitors. Li Lingtian analyzed the situation once again. Even with his intelligence, he could not determine who was stronger. After all, there was not much difference between the few forces. In front of a martial saint powerhouse, a martial emperor was not a threat at all. He had directly ignored a martial emperor. In his previous life, there were many people who appeared to be comrades, but they were spies and spies. When the time came, they would turn around and attack, changing the situation. He didn't dare to come to a conclusion now. He could only wait and see. He wouldn't get involved. Brother is right. The strength of these forces are almost the same. Even if the yin-yang ghost emperor is powerful, it is impossible to win. Moreover, there are other people eyeing them covetously. If a real battle breaks out, the human's partner, the heavenly demon monarch, might side with the yin-yang ghost monarch or even the demons. Little White nodded. Having been with Li Lingtian for a long time, it naturally had some experience. Its words were clear and logical. Husband, do you have any influence among the forces? Shun Mayer thought of something as she looked at Li Lingtian. What did the other factions think of Li Lingtian? Did they see him as a martial emperor or a potential opponent? It should be said that as long as I don't fight for the treasure, they won't provoke me easily. After all, 9 Demon Venerable was knocked back by me with 1 palm strike. I'm worried about Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch and Heaven Demon King. Although they noticed that something was wrong, they don't know my strength. When the time comes, I really have to take action to intimidate them. It's best if my identity isn't exposed. Otherwise, the 9 demon venerables will definitely attack me without caring about anything. At that time, there will be a problem. Li Lingtian spoke slowly as he recounted everything that happened in front of the demonic tower in detail. In front of the sky-reaching Devil Tower, he wanted to attract the attention of the few super martial saints so that they wouldn't dare to attack. This way, he would be less threatening. Otherwise, with his temperament and scheming, he would not easily expose his strength. If that's the case, then we'll be slightly better off. Big Brother Ling Tian can decide for himself. Even if he encounters a treasure, he can give it up. As long as we know of their existence, we will find a super treasure. Once they leave the heaven-connecting Devil Tower, we will think of a way to deal with them. One person can't deal with them. If we work together, it will naturally be much easier. Xianyuan Yingying was relieved. If the matter could not be resolved in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, it could be easily resolved outside with the strength of the Xianyuan clan. They could secretly send a few protectors. Chapter 522. The Second Level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. Chapter 522. The second level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. It's unknown if there are any treasures in the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower this time. I don't care what treasure it is. I just want to know a little bit about it. Although I don't object to the treasures of the demon race, I won't risk my life to fight for them. I'm really not interested. Li Lingshan's face cracked into a smile. He was not interested in the infernal tribe's treasures at all. He already had the supreme treasure of the demon race in his hands, so he naturally wouldn't want any other treasures. Moreover, he didn't like the treasures of the demon race either. Otherwise, he would have cultivated the Holy Demon Ring and the Holy Demon Quintessence long ago. Besides, he had not only the Demon Clan's treasures, but also the Dark Clan's supreme treasures. He currently had 3 rings in his hand. One was the Divine Dragon Ring, one was the Holy Demon Ring, and the last was the Underworld Ring. These 3 space treasures were the supreme treasures of the Dragon Clan, Devil Clan, and Dark Clan. Naturally, no one knew about it until now. Otherwise, all the experts of the Divine Martial Continent would have come to hunt him down. Yes, husband is right to think like this. We don't lack any treasures. My husband also has saint artifacts and divine artifacts, so we naturally don't need the devil race's treasures. Shun Mayer smiled sweetly as she felt much more comforted. Li Lingshan's wealth was incomparable to anyone else's. Naturally, he did not need to search for the infernal tribe's treasures. That would be insatiable greed. We'll go out after they pass. Even if we don't fight for any treasures, we can still find some medicinal herbs along the way. It's said that the medicinal herbs in Yuzhou are very precious. They can be used to refine some pills that are suitable for humans to improve their cultivation. Xianyuan Yingying pouted. She had been cultivating in the Divine Dragon Ring every day and was getting a little frustrated. However, she did not dare to suggest going out to play. After all, the martial saints and martial emperors here were too powerful. If she were to come out, she might encounter a super powerhouse and become a burden to Li Lingtian. That's not bad. Let's wait for a while. When it's a little safer here, we'll go. Li Lingtian nodded. Even though it was dangerous to stay in the demonic tower, it was safer to call out his guards to keep watch within 1,000 miles. Even if there were other super experts, he would still have time to call Shun Mei and the others into the Divine Dragon Ring. He also understood Xianyuan Yingying's words. Some of the medicinal herbs in the forbidden area of the devil race could not be found outside because these medicinal herbs could only be cultivated by devil qi. Although demonic qi was a resource for the fiend race's cultivation, the medicinal herbs that grew in demonic qi were very precious. No matter what kind of medicinal herbs, as long as they were refined by an alchemist, they could become high-quality medicinal pills. Even if the medicinal herbs were poisonous, not only would the refined medicinal pills not be poisonous, but they would also become extremely powerful medicinal effects that could increase a martial artist's cultivation. Then let's cultivate first. After Little White and Xianyuan Yingying were done talking, they quickly left. After all, this was where Li Lingtian, Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng were resting. The three of them were naturally in love. They were girls who had never experienced anything before. Even though they were used to being with Li Lingtian, they were still embarrassed. As she watched Little White and Xianyuan Yingying leave, a faint smile appeared on Shun Mei's face. She looked at Li Lingtian with her seductive eyes as she snuggled into his embrace. Tang Zimeng was the same. The three of them were used to it and did not feel embarrassed at all. It was natural for them to be shy. Looking at the two peerless beauties in his arms, Li Lingtian could not hold it in any longer. His hands began to move around the two ladies. After a night of making love, Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei were brought to the clouds countless times. Finally, they fell asleep in satisfaction. Naturally, Li Lingtian's physique was not a problem. For the two beauties, although they were tired after a few rounds, they recovered quickly. 3 days had passed. Within these 3 days, Li Lingtian had discovered 3 groups of powerhouses passing by the cave entrance. Counting them, the 4 batches before and after happened to be those super experts outside the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. In other words, their goal might be the same as his. Since the powerhouses in front had left, Li Lingtian was almost done resting. He led Shun Mei and the others out of the cave. At the same time, he called out Xianyuan Qing's group of 23 guards. All the guards spread out and monitored the area within a radius of 5,000 miles. This range had already exceeded the range of a first or second firmament martial saint's divine consciousness. As long as the guards did not cause any trouble, they would send a message to any powerhouses they encountered. In this way, no one would be able to launch a sneak attack on Li Lingtian. The 30 guards were monitoring the area within 5,000 miles. Xianyuan Qing and the other 2 9th-level martial emperors formed a triangular formation within 100 miles of Li Lingtian and the others. In this way, Li Lingtian and the others could move forward. With such a large formation, if the aura encountered an expert, it would be completely useless. This was because those who entered were all 9th firmament martial monarch realm existences and a few martial saint powerhouses. Moreover, the 9th firmament martial emperor realm would not be separated. They would be with the martial saint. Wherever the 9th firmament martial emperor realm appeared, the martial saint realm would also appear. With the arrival of a martial saint, 30 guards were useless. The formation was only a defense for Li Lingtian. At the very least, it could alert Li Lingtian and the others to the presence of powerhouses. As long as Li Lingtian was able to obtain a hint of information, he would be able to react accordingly. Moreover, Xianyuan Qjng and the other 2 were all at the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. Even if they could not resist a martial saint powerhouse, they could at least restrain a martial saint for a few seconds. A few seconds would not be of much use to an ordinary martial artist, but to a powerhouse, a few seconds would be enough to kill their opponent countless times. Li Lingtian led Xianyuan Yingying and the rest as they flew at a moderate pace. They collected all the good herbs they came across. In the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, it had not been opened for countless years. The medicinal herbs inside were also extremely precious. There were even medicinal herbs that were 100,000 years old. He was extremely happy with these medicinal herbs. To a powerful and heaven-defying saint alchemist, medicinal herbs were their favorite things. Big Brother Lingtian, what medicinal ingredient do you think this is? Husband, do you think this is a 50,000-year-old purple jade grass? Big Brother, there's black dragon fruit here. Big Brother Lingtian, can this devil fruit be eaten? The heaven-reaching demonic tower was extremely vast. Li Lingtian could hear laughter and laughter from time to time. He did not treat this place as a dangerous place but a paradise. Li Lingtian had also collected the precious herbs, but he kept them in the holy ring. In order to prevent any changes from happening in the herb garden of the divine dragon ring, it was obviously unwise to put herbs with rich spiritual qi and herbs with rich demonic qi together. 4 days passed in a flash. Li Lingtian had been following the direction of the attraction force for 4 days. On this day, Li Lingtian and the others arrived before a huge array altar. All the guards had surrounded the array altar. "Young master, this array altar has already been activated. I believe they have already entered the 2nd level." A martial emperor guard came before Li Lingtian and bowed respectfully. "Yes, let me take a look." Li Lingtian walked toward the array altar step by step until he was in front of it. After sizing it up, the array altar was only 10 meters in radius. The array runes and array formations on it had already been activated, and there was a faint aura on it. Clearly, someone had entered not long ago. "Watch carefully. I'll give it a try." With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian cast a spell. Immediately, the array runes flashed and the array altar was activated once again. The array altar was emitting waves of demonic qi. However, the demonic QJ was not corrosive at all. Instead, it had a supportive effect. Li Lingtian was relieved to see such a situation. "Come in." Li Lingtian shouted at Xianyuan Yingying and the rest. He activated the divine dragon ring and summoned Xianyuan Yingying and the rest into it. Following that, he called all the guards in. After everything was done, he entered the center of the array altar in a flash. The array altar swayed and Li Lingtian entered the space-time tunnel. In less than 3 seconds, Li Lingtian reappeared in an empty world. However, the demonic qi here was much denser than the one he had seen before. Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, 2nd level. After Li Lingtian appeared, he saw a huge array altar in front of him. At the edge of the array altar was a huge stone tablet with 6 glaring blood-red words written on it. The first thing they did when they appeared was to look around or to see if there was any danger around them. Fortunately, they did not encounter any experts after coming out. Those experts should have already driven them away. There was no use in leaving this place behind. Swoosh! With a flash, he quickly left the array altar and flew away. Li Lingtian only took a detour after he was 100 miles away from the array altar. He then flew toward the direction of the summoning induction. After confirming that there was no danger, Li Lingtian called out the 30 guards once again. Xianyuan Qing and the other 2 appeared before Li Lingtian. Without Li Lingshan's order, all the guards dispersed and formed an encirclement. Tang Ziming and the others also came out after they surrounded the area within 5,000 miles. "Let's hurry along while searching for medicinal herbs." This is the 2nd floor of the heaven-reaching Devil Tower. The devil qi inside is much denser than the 1st floor, and the medicinal herbs should be much better. However, you have to be careful. If your Xianyuan is exhausted, you have to return to the divine dragon ring to avoid being corroded by the devil qi. Li Lingtian said to Shun Mei and the other 2 girls. They could not afford to be careless in this place. If they were not careful, they would be safe again. All right. The few of them nodded. They all knew that this place was not a good place. Following that, the group of people began to search for medicinal herbs on a large scale, just like they did on the 1st level. Li Lingtian sensed the direction of the summons so that he would not lose his way. He slowed down his search for the herbs so that he would not run into the warrior sage powerhouse in front of him. Moreover, destroying the array altar was very taxing. He could not be bothered to participate in such matters. Chapter 523, Magic Bead 1. Chapter 523, Magic Bead 1. The 3rd level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. The 4th level of the Heavenly Devil Tower. This is already the 95th level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. Li Lingtian looked at the huge stone tablet and said calmly, After some time, Li Lingtian led all the guards forward and finally arrived at the 95th floor of the demonic tower. The higher up the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, the smaller the area. When he was down there, the heaven-reaching demon tower seemed endless. However, when he was up there, he could fly all over the heaven-reaching demon tower in less than 2 hours. However, the higher he went, the denser the demonic chi became. The sky-reaching demonic tower was surrounded by mysterious black rock. Even Li Lingshan's most powerful holy demon aura could not shake the black rock. He also knew that the black rock was the wall of the Devil Tower. If he, a martial emperor, could destroy the heaven-reaching Devil Tower, it would no longer be a forbidden area of the Devil race. Young master, if we follow them now, we will definitely have to face the other experts. Xianyuan Qing stood beside Li Lingtian and bowed respectfully. The other guards could not survive in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower for a long time. They could only last for 10 minutes at most before their true essence was exhausted. Only Xianyuan Qing and the other 2 Ninth Heaven Martial Emperors could last longer. Shun Mei and the others had entered the Divine Dragon Ring long ago. Otherwise, they would not have been able to survive in the face of this devilish chi with their martial royal realm cultivation base. It's fine. They just entered. It's impossible for them to meet each other. Besides, I don't want to consume my true essence or get injured without seeing any treasures. Li Lingtian analyzed the situation seriously. He was now on the 95th floor, and he had no idea how many floors there were in the demonic tower. Some of the powerhouses who entered were all at the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. There were even a few martial saint powerhouses. The strength on his side was the lowest and could almost be ignored. However, he understood that these experts would not easily make a move unless they encountered a treasure. This subordinate understands. Xianyuan Qing nodded. Li Lingshan's analysis was not bad. He was aware of it, but he did not have Li Lingshan's courage. Following that, Li Lingshan's group of 4 flew at high speed and headed toward the general area. However, not long after they flew, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the entire ground trembled. Boom! The ground shook continuously as Li Lingshan's face revealed a look of shock. Such a commotion was definitely a battle between martial saints. To be able to fight in this place, they should have encountered some super treasure. Realizing this, he quickly hid his aura. Those who dared to fight in this place should be martial saints. There were only 6 martial saints here. Could it be a war between the demons and humans? You guys enter the Divine Dragon Ring first. Li Lingtian instructed Xianyuan Qing beside him that it was safer for him to move alone. At the very least, he would not be easily discovered by the other party. Without any hesitation, Xianyuan Qing and the other 2 nodded in agreement. They were well aware of Li Lingshan's capabilities, and it would be a bad thing if the 3 of them were to remain outside. The Divine Dragon Ring was opened. Xianyuan Qing and the other 2 disappeared and entered the Divine Dragon Ring. After he was done, Li Lingshan's body moved slowly. It was as if his entire body had merged into the air, and he did not move at all. If you want to obtain this magic bead, then it will depend on your abilities. 9 Demon Venerable looked at a light barrier not far away. There were 3 fist-sized pitch-black pearls that were enveloped by the light barrier. Although he could not tell what grade they were, he could recognize that they were mysterious and powerful demonic pearls. Obtaining a magic bead could increase one's cultivation by a large margin. However, the opponent in front of him was incomparably powerful. It was not that easy to obtain at all. You're right. It won't be easy to get the magic bead. I don't need the magic bead, but I can destroy it. Martial Saint Ming Luo's face revealed a fearful expression. The other party's 2 demon venerables were together, but he was the only one here. There was not even a single martial emperor powerhouse. On the other side there was the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. However, they were here to prevent the demon race from obtaining the treasures. Naturally, they could not let the demon race obtain these 3 demon pearls. Otherwise, the demon race would have 3 heaven-defying super experts. After he finished speaking, he circulated the true origin in his body to the extreme. The true origin unleashed by a peak first sky martial saint directly tore the space apart. The true essence in his hand formed a ball of light. Anyone could see that as long as this ball of light was used, it would definitely destroy the world. You dare! The expressions on the 7 demon venerables' faces kept changing. They had 3 ninth firmament martial emperors and 2 martial saints. It was a good opportunity to kill the human race's martial saint powerhouses. However, the demon pearl was beside them. They could not take it away now. It was because it would not be easy to break through the light barrier. Killing Martial Saint Ming Luo now was absolutely easy, but it was not so easy to preserve the demonic bead. Why wouldn't I dare? Haha. Martial Saint Ming Luo's face was filled with madness. It was impossible to wait for Martial Saint Yun Hao to arrive. Every time they passed by the array altar, they would be teleported randomly. It was impossible for them to be together. They could only rely on luck to be together. However, Martial Saint Yun Hao and the other martial sovereigns didn't meet each other this time. He didn't know when they would arrive. If this continued, if the other party made a move, he would definitely die. Instead of that, it would be better to destroy this demonic bead. Swoosh! The ball of light in his hand became even more powerful. With a wave of his hand, the ball of light bombarded the light barrier in the distance. You're courting death. The 7 demon venerables cursed angrily. They unleashed all the demonic chi in their bodies, and sent a ball of demonic chi towards the ball of light. They had to use demonic chi to block the ball of light, or else the demonic bead would be destroyed. At the same time, 9 demon venerables' fist shadow that was filled with demonic chi attacked Martial Saint Ming Luo fiercely. The other 3 9th-level Martial Emperor Realm demons also attacked Martial Saint Ming Luo. Boom! Pft! With a shocking explosion, the ball of light and the demonic chi collided. The demonic chi disappeared, and the ball of light fiercely bombarded the light barrier. However, at this time, the ball of light was already at the end of its attack. The light shield trembled but did not shatter. However, Martial Saint Ming Luo's body was hit by 4 destructive attacks. She was thrown out and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had an unwilling expression on his face. He did not expect the 9 demon venerables to attack him instead of blocking his ball of light. The 9 demon venerables were first heaven martial saints, and he was also a first heaven martial saint. Although he was at the peak of the great perfection, he could not withstand an attack from the 9 demon venerables. Die! The 9 demon venerable and the 7 demon venerable heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the light shield was intact. However, the 9 demon venerable was also shocked when he saw that Martial Saint Ming Luo had survived his attack. His full-strength punch carried demonic chi, but the other party did not use any defense and was not killed. How could he not be shocked? He threw another punch at Martial Saint Ming Luo. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Martial Saint Ming Luo. Even if he couldn't kill Martial Saint Ming Luo, the human race wouldn't be able to affect the devil race. Martial Saint Ming Luo was shocked. She couldn't even raise her true essence. It was impossible for her to resist. When 9 demon venerable and the others saw Martial Saint Ming Luo's appearance, they revealed a strange smile. After killing Martial Saint Ming Luo, they would have one less competitor. Just as the destructive fist shadow was about to hit Martial Saint Ming Luo, a strange force came and collided with the fist shadow. Bang! There was no explosion as expected, only a strange muffled sound. The destructive and domineering fist shadow actually quickly disintegrated in front of that aura. Yin Yang Ghost Emperor, are you going to go against the demons? The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor, who had been silent all this while, had appeared in front of Martial Saint Ming Luo and blocked the 9 demon venerable's attack with one move. When 9 demon venerable saw this, His face immediately turned furious. Marshal Saint Ming Luo was also puzzled because he didn't have any interactions with the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor. The human race and the dark race didn't have any relationship. He was puzzled because the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor saved him. I can do whatever I want? If you kill him now, it'll be next. The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor had an evil smile on his face as he looked at the 9 demon venerable with a sinister gaze. From afar, Li Lingtian witnessed the scene and was extremely curious. However, his gaze fell on the light shield. Under the light shield was a strange array altar that looked like an altar. The array altar was 2 meters in diameter. In the center was a 10-meter wide light shield. The light shield was light black, but it was extremely sturdy. Moreover, it carried a mysterious aura. Li Lingtian was shocked by the aura. It was similar to the holy demon's qi. Although it was not as pure as the holy demon's qi, it was not much different. 3 pitch-black pearls were suspended in the light barrier, and waves of powerful demonic qi were emitted from them. Moreover, the aura of the light barrier was also coming from the demonic pearls. Magic bead. Could it be a magic bead? Li Lingtian was shocked. The Saint Demon's true record recorded that the demon pearl was the most mysterious pearl among the demon pearls. No one knew the exact power of this pearl, but it had one benefit, which was that it could directly increase the cultivation of the demon tribe. Li Lingtian was moved when he saw the magic orb. It would be a good thing if he could get his hands on it. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to the few experts in front of him. As long as you don't get involved in our matters, I definitely won't have any bad intentions towards you. At that time, I will remember your favor. How about it? The 7 demon venerables looked at the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor with extremely ugly expressions. This was the time to kill Marshal Saint Ming Luo, but now that the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor had stepped out, it was indeed not a good thing. The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor was so powerful that even he didn't have the slightest confidence in winning. If the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor kept going against the devil race, it wouldn't be so easy to get the demonic orb. Chapter 524 Divine Heaven. The 9 Yin heavenly demonic finger was completely invisible and soundless, completely ignoring the existence of space. However, an expert like the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor could sense the threat and dodge by force. By the time Yin Yang Ghost Emperor sensed it, it was already too late, because the 9 Yin heavenly demon finger had already arrived in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Sir Ming Luo, you were too careless. Li Lingtian completely ignored the 3 Marshal Saint powerhouses as he walked toward Marshal Saint Ming Luo step by step with the divine heaven-splitting shield in hand. He looked coldly at the Yin Yang Ghost Monarch in the distance. A tiny bloody hole had appeared on the Yin Yang Ghost Monarch's chest, and blood kept flowing out of the bloody hole. There was also a mysterious Yin devil qi around the hole, causing the wound to never heal. So it's Sir Lingtian. I've embarrassed myself in front of Sir Lingtian. Marshal Saint Ming Luo's expression was one of extreme pain. However, when she saw Li Lingtian, she smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. Do you trust me, Ming Luo? Li Lingtian approached Marshal Saint Ming Luo with a faint smile on his face. He looked at the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor in the distance and was extremely shocked. The 9 Yin heavenly demon finger was indeed powerful and abnormal. Not to mention the attack power, just this effect was enough to shock him. It could even penetrate the body of a martial saint expert. Moreover, this 9 Yin heavenly demon finger was still corroding the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor's vital essence and blood essence. Of course, I have no reason not to believe you. It's a pity that I don't have the strength to fight back anymore. Marshal Saint Ming Luo still had a bitter smile on his face. His expression was twisted as he endured the erosion of the Yin Yang Qi. His current situation was exactly the same as the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor. That's fine. Li Lingtian handed the divine heaven-splitting shield to Marshal Saint Ming Luo before he looked at the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables with a wry smile. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables revealed a gaze that seemed as if they wanted to eat someone alive. What could be more infuriating than having his plans ruined? In 9 demon venerables' heart, he wanted to kill Li Lingtian as soon as possible. Swoosh! Upon realizing this, Li Lingtian quickly grabbed with one hand and his body flashed before disappearing mysteriously. Marshal Saint Ming Luo also disappeared from the ground, leaving behind a weak aura in the air. The aura disappeared and diluted with the air. Damn it! The 9 demon venerable was enraged. He was about to kill Li Lingtian, but he did not expect Li Lingtian to leave just like that. He did not even have the time to react. Old Jiu, don't chase after him. He will come back. When the 7 demon venerables saw that 9 demon venerable was about to chase after them, they immediately stopped him. Even though Li Lingtian had ruined their plans, they had to get down to business before they were lured away by Li Lingtian. That's right. If he doesn't come back, there's no need to recruit allies. 9 demon venerable thought for a moment and understood what the 7 demon venerables meant. As long as he returned, he would be able to kill Li Lingtian. After all, it was uncertain whether Marshal Saint Ming Luo would survive or not. Furthermore, the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch was injured by him. At that time, the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor would naturally stand on their side and not cooperate temporarily. Pfft. Don't worry. That old ghost Ming Luo won't have a chance to live. Even a martial god would suffer a great loss if he was injured by my Yin-Yang Qi. He's only a first sky martial saint. He doesn't have the ability to come into contact with Yin-Yang Qi unless he's an almighty expert of my clan. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch had been meditating on the ground to resist the 9 Yin demonic Qi. By the time he finished his cultivation, Li Lingtian had already left. Li Lingtian's departure made him feel relieved. Now that he stood up, his expression was still extremely ugly. The wound on his chest was still there, and there was no way to recover at all. Blood kept flowing out. However, there was a confident look in his eyes. In front of his Yin-Yang Qi, the injured martial artists would definitely be in danger. Sir, your injuries? 9 demon venerable looked at Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's wound, his face filled with shock. This was because the wound on the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's chest contained a mysterious and terrifying Yin Devil Qi. The Yin Devil Qi was mysterious and terrifying, and few Asmodeans knew about it. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to control such a mysterious Asmodean almighty. The situation of the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor shocked the 7 demon venerables as well. Such a thing was completely beyond his imagination. She was extremely curious about Li Lingtian's identity. A human powerhouse had cultivated the Devil Tribe's cultivation method, and it was the most mysterious Devil Qi of the Devil Tribe. Chapter 525. 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger. Chapter 525. 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger. I wonder what kind of attack this is. It's actually invisible and soundless. This is the first time I've encountered such an attack. If it wasn't for my many years of sensing, I would have been finished. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's heart trembled when he thought of that finger force. A young man at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm had actually used such a domineering finger force that ignored the physique and reaction of a martial saint powerhouse. Could it be the legendary 9 Yin Heavenly Devil Finger? The 7 demon venerables pondered for a moment, and their expressions changed drastically. They immediately thought of the legendary 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger in the demon canon. Only such an overbearing finger force could injure a first heaven martial emperor. Moreover, this aura was Yin Demon Qi. 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger. The 9 demon venerable exclaimed. When he heard the words of the 7 demon venerables, he instantly felt a chill. This 9-een heavenly demon finger was an existence that was like a forbidden technique of the demon race. This 9-een heavenly demon finger was not lost, but it was a technique that no one had ever seen before. It was a powerful technique that only appeared in legends. It was definitely one of the most powerful techniques among the demons. Thinking of this, he felt afraid. If he were to suffer this attack, even if he was a demon and cultivated demonic techniques, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Is it really that terrifying? Not good. Pfft. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch was also confused when he saw the two demon venerables' expressions change. Although he was injured and the Yin demon QJ was constantly corroding his true yuan and blood essence, it was not as terrifying as the two demon venerables said. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a bad feeling and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed drastically, and the Yin devil chi in his body started to stir. As long as there was true yuan, the Yin devil chi would attack. Even with his first sky of the martial saint realm cultivation base, he couldn't get rid of the Yin demon chi that had entered his body. Sir, you should heal your injuries first. Let's take out this magic bead first. The 7 demon venerables were elated when they saw the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was originally the biggest threat this time, but they did not expect it to turn out like this. Moreover, Martial Saint Ming Luo seemed to be immortal. 2 of the most powerful threats were gone. It seemed like the heavens wanted the devil race to become stronger. After saying that, his body flashed and arrived in front of the light barrier. He carefully examined the magic bead inside the light barrier. Humph! The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor saw the 7 demon venerables gloating and snorted coldly. He then sat down to rest and used his true yuan to suppress the Yin demon chi. Their temporary cooperation had not only failed to obtain the divine heaven-splitting shield, but it had also sent him into it. Li Lingtian flew quickly with Martial Saint Ming Luo and finally arrived at a hidden valley. He placed Martial Saint Ming Luo in the valley and continued to cast a powerful defense array. In the end, he cast a few hidden illusionary formations outside the defensive formation. After doing everything, he felt a little more at ease. Then, 30 guards appeared in front of him, including Xianyuan Qing and the other 2. Martial Saint Ming Luo was shocked to see so many martial emperors around Li Lingtian. Thank you for saving me, Sir Lingtian. Martial Saint Ming Luo came to her senses and thanked Li Lingtian. Even though she had been tricked and saved, she was ambushed. However, he was not worried at the moment. After all, Li Lingtian was a human being. Naturally, he knew about Li Lingshan's situation. He would not be as despicable as the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. You don't have to be so polite, Ming Luo. We're both humans, so I naturally want stand by and watch. Li Lingtian waved his hand. Naturally, he would not save Martial Saint Ming Luo so casually. However, in this place, he would not be able to stand on his own if he did not have an ally. Sir Lingtian's identity has been exposed. I'm afraid he'll be in danger. My body has been corroded by the Yin-Yang Qi. It's impossible to remove the Yin-Yang Qi. Martial Saint Ming Luo naturally understood that Li Lingtian had saved him to gain an ally. This ally could be an honorable one, unlike the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's sinister and despicable ways. However, he understood his own injuries now. It was impossible for him to recover from the attack of the Yin-Yang Qi when he was unprepared. This is not difficult for me. It's just that you have to endure some hardships. Otherwise, I can't do anything about it. Li Lingshan's face was filled with confidence as he waved his hands. Immediately, the heaven and earth reincarnation technique circulated, and the will of the 5 elements appeared. The 5 elements of heaven and earth were balanced, forming an independent world. I see. Martial Saint Ming Luo was taken aback by Li Lingshan's confidence. However, when she saw Li Lingshan's cultivation technique and the 5 elements Tao intent, she immediately understood. The yin-yang qi was nothing. In front of the 5 elements' perfection, the entire heaven and earth reincarnation was within it. However, he did not dare to be careless. Seeing Li Lingxian's serious expression, he quickly focused his energy to protect himself in case he lost control of his mind. The yin-yang qi was one of the auras that a warrior was most afraid of. Even he, who was at the peak of the first sky of the martial saint realm, could not do anything about the erosion of the yin-yang qi. Now that Li Lingtian had a solution for him, it was naturally something that could only be found by luck. Ah! Miserable screams sounded and Martial Saint Ming Luo was on the verge of collapse. If he did not trust Li Lingxian's character, he would have thought that Li Lingtian was torturing him. Li Lingtian formed an independent world after unleashing the 5 elements Dao intent. He then unleashed his ice and fire martial souls, and the 2 ultimate martial souls entered Martial Saint Ming Luo's body. The extreme attributes continuously formed ice and fire qi, quickly entangling with the yin and yang qi. Although the yin-yang qi was powerful, it couldn't be compared to the ice and fire martial spirit. Furthermore, the yin-yang energy was only a small attack unleashed by the yin-yang ghost emperor. Without its master, it was no match for Li Lingxian's frost flame energy. The 4 ultimate destructive auras stirred in Martial Saint Ming Luo's dantian and meridians, almost making him give up. The pain was similar to Li Lingxian's body tempering in the 3,000 worlds dragon energy. After a full 10 minutes, Martial Saint Ming Luo was on the verge of breaking down. At that moment, Li Lingtian made a grabbing motion with one hand and retrieved the ice and fire energy. The 5 elements of heaven and earth also vanished. Martial Saint Ming Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. Although her expression was unsightly, she looked a little better. "Thank you for your help, Sir Lingtian." Martial Saint Ming Luo was extremely weak, but she still thanked him. He would definitely remember the kindness of saving her life. However, Li Lingtian did not say a word. He merely waved his hand and turned to leave. He walked into the valley before he sat cross-legged to cultivate. After all, casting such an almighty skill would consume energy very quickly. Li Lingtian spent the next few days cultivating in the valley to restore his mental state to its peak. This was also to wait for Martial Saint Ming Luo to recover. Only when Martial Saint Ming Luo recovered would the 2 of them be able to resist the Asmodean's attack. Putting aside the Heaven Demon Monarch, just the demons and the 7 demon venerables were not so easy to deal with. If Martial Saint Yun Hao hadn't died, the 3 of them would have been able to deal with the 3 martial saints of the Dark Clan and Demon Clan. If it was in the beginning, he would not have planned to fight with these martial saints for the treasures. However, when he followed this guide, he discovered a problem. The place he was going to was where a few powerful martial saints went. At that time, there would definitely be a fight. Instead of being alone, it was better to pull 2 allies. Moreover, this place was already at the 95th level, and the attraction was getting stronger and stronger. This intense feeling was just like the last time he met Nine Yang Saint Lord. In other words, the place he wanted to go to was on these 2 levels. 4 days later, Li Lingtian stood up and went before Martial Saint Ming Luo. Sir Lingtian's medicinal pills are indeed powerful. Martial Saint Ming Luo opened her eyes and stood up with an excited expression. A peerless great cyclic pellet had not only healed his injuries, but his cultivation had also recovered. What was more terrifying was that Martial Saint Ming Luo's cultivation had made a huge breakthrough. She was only 1 step away from the 2nd heaven. If he had enough time, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the 2nd heaven Martial Saint realm. It was a peerless great rejuvenation pill given to him by Li Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have recovered so quickly. It turned out that after Li Lingtian dealt with Martial Saint Ming Luo's yin-yang qi, he gave her a supreme grade great rejuvenation pill. With such a heaven-defying great recovery pill, it was natural for his cultivation to completely recover and increase. This is all Ming Luo's good fortune. I don't dare to use such a great recovery pill easily, hee. Is there any problem with you now, Ming Luo? Let's go, lest you run into them alone. Li Lingtian smiled and did not take it to heart. However, he found it funny in his heart. He had helped Marshal Saint Ming Luo refine the yin-yang qi, and his cultivation had also improved. He had actually reached the peak of the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. More importantly, this yin-yang qi had been refined by the ice and fire martial souls. Now, the ice and fire martial souls were even more powerful. Whether it was ice or fire, they were all enhanced. The third heaven of the ice, fire, and 9 heavens had actually reached perfection. If he had the strange fire and ice, he would be able to reach the 4th heaven. All right, let's go. Marshal Saint Ming Luo didn't say anything. She was worried about Marshal Saint Yun Hao. Although he knew that Li Lingtian wanted to obtain the infernal tribe's treasure, he did not resist at all. After all, Li Lingtian was a human and there was no harm in a human cultivating the infernal arts. In the divine martial continent, the strong were respected. No matter what kind of cultivation technique one used, they would be able to kill their opponent. However, they didn't want to leave such treasures and cultivation techniques to the devil race. After all, the devil race and the human race were natural enemies. If the devil race obtained such treasures and cultivation techniques, it would be the same as exterminating the existence of the human race. If the human race obtained such treasures and cultivation techniques, it would only strengthen themselves. Li Lingtian released his divine mindfulness and activated the divine dragon ring to store the 30 guards inside. Even Xian Yuanqing was called in. After all, a 9th-level martial emperor was useless in this place. If they were to really fight, he and Marshal Saint Ming Luo would join forces. Under their attacks, the other martial emperor powerhouses would be like ants. Although Marshal Saint Ming Luo was curious, she didn't ask anything. After all, these were the secrets of martial artists. The divine martial continent's greatest taboo was to inquire about other people's secret. P.S. Rushing the rankings for recommendations and monthly vote. Chapter 526. Heaven Ascension Devil Towers 96th Floor. Chapter 526. Heaven Ascension Devil Towers 96th Floor. They still went in. Li Lingtian and his companion arrived at the spot where the magic bead had appeared last time. They quickly left when they saw that the magic bead had disappeared. After flying for half an hour, they finally found the passage to the next level. Li Lingtian smiled faintly as he watched the array formation on the array altar being activated. He could clearly remember the powerhouses who had entered the array through their auras. The auras of Marshal Saint Yun Hao, Heavenly Monster King, the 7 Demon Venerables, 9 Demon Venerables, and Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch had all appeared here. In other words, the few of them were fine and did not die. In fact, after one's cultivation reached the martial supreme realm, it was extremely difficult for a powerhouse of the same realm to truly kill the other party. Unless a few experts of the same level joined forces to launch a sneak attack, they could escape even if they could not defeat them. It was even more so after reaching the martial saint realm. However, if there was a difference in cultivation, there was nothing he could do. After obtaining the magic bead, they entered the 96th step. Looks like this is the end, Marshal Saint Ming Luo said calmly. He knew more about the demonic tower than Li Lingtian. Even though Li Lingtian had the holy demon ring, he did not understand the demonic tower. How much does Your Excellency Ming Luo know about the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower? Li Lingtian was curious when he saw Marshal Saint Ming Luo's expression. There are a total of 99 levels in the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, but no one has ever entered the 98th level. Those who can enter the 95th level are already super experts. Those who can enter the 96th level must be martial saint. As for the 97th step, I wonder what kind of powerful cultivation is required or what conditions are needed to open it. According to ancient rumors, this Heaven Ascension Demon Tower is one of the passages to the upper world. It's just that no one has really tried it. Even if one has reached the 9th level of the martial god realm, no one has been able to enter the 99th level. We were able to reach the 95th step this time because of luck. They entered the 96th step, which should be the highest place they came to this time. Marshal Saint Ming Luo said slowly. She wasn't in a hurry to enter. He began to tell everyone he knew about the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. No one knew how powerful this Heaven Ascension Devil Tower was. Outside, you would never be able to fly to the top. You had no idea how high the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was. Li Lingtian was aware of this. Otherwise, every floor of the demonic tower would be a world of its own. 99 levels were 99 worlds. It was unknown what kind of powerful expert was needed to create such a spatial building. I've been thinking about it. That magic bead should be the key to opening the 96th step. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before he looked at Marshal Saint Ming Luo. He also knew a little about the mysterious and powerful magic bead. If he could snatch the magic bead, the Demon King Beast might be able to come back to life. Although the Demon King Beast was a demonic beast of the demon race, it had been with him for a long time and had more or less developed some feelings. He had fallen last time. If there was a chance, he would definitely save the Demon King Beast. Sir Ling Tian is right. That should be it. The previous few times, Sir Ling Tian was always at the back and has never activated an array altar before. Naturally, he doesn't know how difficult it is to activate an array altar. Marshal Saint Ming Luo said with a smile. He knew that Li Lingtian was lagging behind on purpose, as he did not want to waste his energy. The devil race didn't want to fight alone, but for the treasures in the Devil Tower, they had to do it themselves. However, he didn't expect the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor to join forces with the devil race. Let's go in and see what it looks like inside. Li Lingtian's senses were getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the powerhouse inside should have left. If they were late, the people in front of them would definitely do something. Moreover, Marshal Saint Yun Hao was alone in there. If he was killed by a few martial saints, they would lose a powerful helper. Immediately, Li Lingtian's body flashed and he appeared above the array altar. The array altar had already been opened before, so there was naturally no need to open it again. He could just enter directly. Swoosh! A gentle breeze blew past his ears as Li Lingtian passed through the array altar and entered a higher level. When he opened his eyes, his face was filled with shock. The array altar, the stone tablet, they were all there. Heaven Ascension Devil Tower's 96th level. The 96th level was true, but this place was completely different from the previous one. This place was like a palace. Moreover, it was a maze. There was endless demonic chi inside. The demonic chi was extremely dense and very dark. I didn't expect this place to be a palace. It won't be so easy to find them. Marshal Saint Ming Luo appeared beside Li Lingtian at the same time. After sizing up the surroundings, she spoke indifferently. The passages in the palace were crisscrossed, and it was unknown how big they were. Moreover, the walls of this passage were pitch black and hard black rock. It was impossible to break through them by force. Let's see if we're lucky. Li Lingtian did not say anything else as he quickly left the array altar in a flash. Whoosh! Hush! As soon as he left the array altar, Li Lingtian's face was filled with shock. This was because the moment he left the array altar disappeared. Even Marshal Saint Ming Luo had disappeared. Everything seemed like an illusion. There were only 3 passages in front of him. The rest of the passages had disappeared, let alone the palace. However, he soon understood that the array altar here would teleport him away after leaving. No one had expected this array altar to have such a function. After waiting for a full 2 minutes, Li Lingtian did not see Marshal Saint Ming Luo again. If he waited, it would be impossible for Marshal Saint Ming Luo to appear. However, he wasn't worried or disappointed. He had saved Marshal Saint Ming Luo, so there were benefits to not being with him now. If he didn't meet any experts, he would have a chance to meet them on the next level. If Marshal Saint Ming Luo encountered a strong opponent, he could injure or kill the opponent with his cultivation at the peak of the first heaven Marshal Saint Realm. It would definitely be beneficial for him. After calming himself down, Li Lingtian summoned Xianyuan Qing and the other two. With 30 guards, it was safer this way. Although the demonic qi was dense in the palace on the 96th floor, it did not have much corrosive power. This was something that Li Lingtian could not understand. To other warriors, it would be difficult to choose between the three paths. However, Li Lingtian did not find it difficult at all. He easily chose the middle path based on the feeling of the summoning. There were 15 martial emperor guards at the front, 15 guards at the back, and Xianyuan Qing and the other two in the middle. This way, Li Lingtian would have a chance to guard against any unknown danger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Cc. The group flew quickly, but from time to time, destructive attacks appeared. These attacks were all demonic qi attacks, but as time passed, these attacks became much weaker. Since it was so weak that it could not even break through a martial emperor powerhouse's defense, Li Lingtian naturally did not care. There was no end to the passageway. The group flew for an hour, but they still could not see the end. All the guards were worried, but they were puzzled by Li Lingtian's expression. The smile on Li Lingtian's face was getting wider and wider. No one knew what Li Lingtian was thinking. Take the second path. Finally, they came across another 6 passageways. Without any hesitation, Li Lingtian ordered the guards to enter the second passageway. After entering the second passage, they flew for half an hour. Boom! A shocking pressure blasted over. The sudden pressure immediately suppressed the 15 martial emperor guards in front of them to the ground, and they could not move at all. At the same time, the 15 guards spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Lingtian could feel the destructive pressure rushing toward him. It turned out that the demonic qi pressure had encountered an outsider and emitted a shocking pressure. Heavenly Devil Region. Li Lingtian roared as he unleashed all the demonic qi in his body. Instantly, a shocking pressure rushed out and bombarded the demonic qi pressure in front of him. Humans had the pressure of humans, dragons had the pressure of dragons, and demons had the pressure of demons. It was the same for the devil race. He cultivated a devil skill, and what he cultivated was the devil race's canon. Naturally, he was incomparable. In the Saint Demon True Record, there was also a spell that specialized in cultivating demonic might. That was the Heavenly Demon Domain, a terrifying existence that was equivalent to the domain that experts spoke of. However, his cultivation was too weak, and he had only cultivated the Saint Demon Quintessence for a short time. He was unable to control the Heavenly Demon region at all. Boom! The shocking demonic might finally collided with the Heavenly Demon region, resulting in a shocking explosion. Li Lingtian's body swayed as he stumbled back more than 10 steps before he stopped. However, the demonic might was blocked and vanished in an instant as if it had never appeared. With the disappearance of the devil might, the guard also recovered. Although he had suffered some injuries, these injuries were nothing. However, there was no need to fly anymore because there was a huge palace in front of them. The palace was as big as a square, and in the middle was an array altar. However, there was a pitch-black devil blade floating above the array altar. The devil blade was only 3 feet long, and the blade was narrow and slender. A trace of evil light flickered with dazzling light. The demonic blade emitted a shocking demonic might that enveloped the entire array altar. The array altar that was 100 meters in radius also emitted dense demonic qi. The demonic qi carried a supreme majesty, and the demonic qi and demonic might reflected each other. Divine Magic Dragon Blade. No, it's not the divine magic dragon blade. It's just a part of the divine magic dragon blade. It lacks the dragon blade heart of the divine magic dragon blade. Li Lingtian walked up step by step with a shocked expression on his face. He hadn't cultivated the Saint Demon's quintessence before, so he didn't know anything about the demon race. Naturally, he didn't know the origins of some of the demon race's treasures. Although the fiend race was powerful, they completely relied on their physiques as weapons. The fiend race's physique was a powerful treasure. However, the devil race also had countless powerful treasures. It was recorded in the Saint Devil True record that the devil race had 9 divine artifacts and a mysterious and domineering supreme treasure. Chapter 527 Divine Magic Dragon Blade 1 Chapter 527 Divine Magic Dragon Blade 1 The Saint Magic Dragon Blade in front of him was one of the 9 great divine artifacts. In this world, regardless of whether it was the demon clan or the human clan, or the dark clan or the monster clan, the treasures they used were all of the same level. The Saint Magic Dragon Blade on the array altar in the palace was one of the 9 great divine weapons of the demon race. Moreover, it was the most powerful existence. However, he immediately realized that there was something wrong with this divine magic dragon blade. This was because the Saint Demon Dragon Blade had to contain extremely pure Saint Demon Chi. However, although this Saint Demon Dragon Blade had Saint Demon Chi on it, it was not pure and there was not much Saint Demon Chi. It was as if something was missing. Others might not be able to tell, but Li Lingtian could. However, even if this Saint Magic Dragon Blade lacked the Dragon Blade heart, it was still powerful and heaven-defying. Such an existence might not even be comparable to an ordinary peerless divine artifact. Now, if he wanted to enter the next level, he had to get rid of the magic dragon blade. At the very least, he had to move the magic dragon blade away or avoid the pressure on the magic dragon blade. He didn't know if anyone had come here before, but he knew that no one had taken the divine magic dragon blade away. Otherwise, it would be impossible to see it. However, he was curious. There were magic beads on the lower level, so how were they formed? How could it be taken away by 9 Demon Venerable and the others? It seemed that no one had taken away the Demon Pearl or the Saint Demon Dragon Blade in the past. Now, he had to take this Saint Magic Dragon Blade away. Otherwise, it would benefit the demon experts. You guys block them for me. Guard this place well. Don't let anyone break this array formation. Li Lingtian's figure flashed as he exited the palace. He came to the front of the passageway and quickly cast the array formation. After half an hour, he finally used more than 10 heaven-defying array formations. He added a few illusion arrays at the front and treated the illusion arrays as cliff. This way, he could also stall for some time. He did this because he did not want to be disturbed. Breaking this array altar would require a large amount of energy. He did not want to be barged in by an expert halfway. If that happened, not only would he not be able to break the array, but he would also die here. This subordinate will obey. The 30 guards flashed and formed a killing formation. Moreover, they were circulating their true essence. As long as someone attacked the array formation, they would use their true essence to strengthen the array formation. If the formation was broken, he would use the most powerful destructive attack. Li Lingtian turned around and came to the front of the array altar. He stared at the magic Saint Dragon Blade. The Saint Magic Dragon Blade emitted a shocking amount of demonic chi. This demonic chi assimilated the other demonic chi around it. Endless demonic might emanated from the Saint Magic Dragon Blade and enveloped the array altar. Heavenly Demon Region. Saint Demon Quintessence. After looking at it for a while, he had a feeling that he had to take this Saint Magic Dragon Blade away. He had no other way, but he could use his own demonic chi to control it. Since the Saint Magic Dragon Blade had the Saint Demon Chi, then he just happened to have the Saint Demon Chi. Although there was only a trace of holy demon chi, it was enough. However, he was very careful because the holy demon chi was in the holy demon ring. He needed to absorb the holy demon chi in the holy demon ring into his body so that he could use the holy demon chi. When the heavenly demon domain was unleashed, the shocking demonic might blocked the demonic might of the Saint Magic Dragon Blade. This way, the demonic might of the Saint Magic Dragon Blade could not corrode him. Li Lingtian felt a little relieved after the heavenly demon region was done casting its spell. He looked at the divine magic dragon blade with a serious expression and his body floated up. He extended his hand and a stream of demonic chi grabbed at the divine magic dragon blade. Instantly, the entire palace began to tremble. The Saint Magic Dragon Blade continued to struggle, and a shocking demonic might surged out. Pft! Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood under the overwhelming demonic might. However, he had no intention of letting go. His figure retreated explosively as he was blasted away by the demonic might. However, his figure flashed once again and he quickly returned to his original place. The holy demon chi in the holy demon ring circulated, and the demonic chi in his entire body circulated. He quickly grabbed the holy demon dragon blade. Eye of the Divine Soul. He used the Eye of the Divine Soul and a powerful Divine Soul pressed down on the Saint Magic Dragon Blade. Instantly, the Divine Soul wrapped around the Saint Magic Dragon Blade and quickly swam around it. After a short while, the aura on the Saint Demon Dragon Blade had basically disappeared, but the shocking demonic might and Saint Demon Chi had become even stronger. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the light on the divine magic dragon blade flashed. As the light flashed, a tiny crack appeared in space. A crescent-shaped arc of light appeared in space. Wherever it passed, the air was shattered. Shoo! Li Lingtian held the magic Saint Dragon Blade in one hand and studied it carefully. His entire being entered a state of emptiness. His divine sense was constantly communicating with the Saint Magic Dragon Blade, completely unaware of the shocking commotion in the passage of the hall. Rumble! Rumble! This is the place. Someone should have come in first. In the passageway, the array formation blocked the path of 9 Demon Venerable and the others, and their faces revealed shock. They did not expect that someone would actually arrive before them. Moreover, they had set up an illusion array in this place. Behind the illusion array was a terrifying and powerful defense array. The only person who could easily enter before you is Li Lingtian. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch's expression was extremely ugly. He had been tricked by Li Lingtian a few days ago and had already obtained the divine sky-splitting shield. Moreover, he could even kill Martial Saint Ming Luo. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to destroy it and even severely injure him. Even now, the 9 Yin demonic chi on his body was still eroding his body. Fortunately, he was at the first sky of the Martial Saint realm. With the help of the Yin-Yang chi, he could temporarily suppress the 9 Yin demonic chi. Little bastard! 9 Demon Venerable cursed softly, his face twisted. He hated Li Lingtian the most. The first time he suffered in his life was when he was injured by the Holy Wind Martial Saint. However, he accepted the fact that the Holy Wind Martial Saint was a Martial Saint powerhouse. Furthermore, the other party was severely injured and his cultivation base had dropped. However, the second time he was injured, it was in the hands of a first-level martial emperor. How could he accept such a thing? He lost face, his subordinates died, and his reputation was greatly damaged. Forget about the second time. Li Lingtian's strength was too terrifying and he was careless. However, he was fooled by Li Lingtian for the third time and lost all his face. This first-level martial emperor is too terrifying. I'll have to finish him off first. The 7 Demon Venerables said coldly. As they spoke, they attacked the array formation. The illusion array disappeared, but the array formation inside was revealed. Shocking attacks bombarded the array formation one after another. The 9 demon venerables and the yin-yang ghost emperor beside him also attacked continuously. In the distance, Marshal Saint Ming Luo, Marshal Saint Yun Hao, and Heaven Demon King were idle and did not plan to help 9 demon venerable and the others. Not to mention helping him, he had already done his best by not taking the opportunity to kill the yin-yang ghost emperor. After all, the yin-yang ghost emperor had plotted against him. I didn't expect Sir Ling Tian to really enter. Marshal Saint Ming Luo had a faint smile on her face. The 9 martial sovereigns of the human race had fallen, and so had the 12 martial sovereigns of the demon race. There were only 6 martial saint powerhouses left, but Li Lingtian was missing. Others might not believe in Li Lingshan's abilities, but he could. To be able to save him from 2 demon venerables and a ghost emperor, and even expel the yin-yang qi, such a powerful person was definitely not something that a martial emperor could limit. Brother Mingluo, are you so sure that Li Lingtian went in? Marshal Saint Yunhao asked softly. The moment they met, they felt that they were here. Marshal Saint Yunhao did not know about Li Lingtian and Marshal Saint Ming Luo. Of course. That guy secretly joined forces with them and even came to help me. In the end, he attacked me. He could even use such a trick. If it wasn't for Sir Ling Tian, I would have already died. The yin-yang qi in my body has been dealt with, but he's still injured. If it wasn't for Sir Ling Tian, his injuries would never have healed. Marshal Saint Ming Luo looked at the yin-yang ghost monarch with a vicious expression. He hated the yin-yang ghost emperor to the bone and wanted to tear him apart. You're saying that the injuries on yin-yang ghost emperor's body were caused by Sir Ling Tian? Marshal Saint Yunhao was shocked. A first Sky Martial Emperor could actually save Marshal Saint Ming Luo from 3 martial saints and even injure yin-yang ghost emperor. What kind of concept was that? No matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to injure the yin-yang ghost emperor. Not bad. Marshal Saint Ming Luo nodded and did not say anything else. She watched as 9 demon venerable and the other 2 broke the formation. No one knew what she was thinking. She wanted to go in, but she was worried that she would ruin Li Lingshan's plans. Seeing Marshal Saint Ming Luo's expression, Marshal Saint Yun Hao knew that Li Lingtian was powerful. Otherwise, how could he be admired by a first firmament martial saint powerhouse? Although Heaven Demon Monarch was surprised, he didn't say anything. He remained calm. He had already made up his mind that he would not provoke the martial emperor young man so easily as long as he did not encounter any fights for treasures. Even the yin-yang ghost emperor did not gain any advantage. Even if he was powerful, he could not be stronger than the yin-yang ghost emperor. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded one after another as the array formation trembled continuously. However, as the array formation trembled, streams of shocking true essence appeared inside, and the true essence continuously augmented the array formation. The 9 demon venerate was appalled by the situation. Li Lingtian was alone. Even if he were to enter, he would not be able to withstand the array formation. Moreover, there was obviously more than one person inside. Although the array strengthened by these true essence was powerful, as martial saints, they naturally could see that there was more than one expert in the array. Gotcha! Rumble! 10 minutes later, a cracking sound was heard, followed by an explosion. The array was destroyed, but at this moment, 3 destructive attacks rushed over. The 3 attacks were like the radiance of the sun, illuminating the passage. The destructive light that tore through space ignored the distance between them and attacked 9 demon venerable and the other 2. The 7 demon venerables, 9 demon venerables, and yin-yang ghost emperor were all stunned when they saw the 3 attack. However, as martial saints, their reactions were naturally extremely fast. A shocking defense was displayed, and at the same time, a series of attacks were smashed out, using attacks to block the opponent's destructive light. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the tunnel seemed to be destroyed. The entire tunnel was almost overturned. Chapter 528 Magic. However, just as they were about to attack, Marshal Saint Yun Hao and Ming Luo stood in front of them. Heaven Demon King took a look and pondered for a moment. He came to Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two and blocked 9 Demon Venerable and company. Move aside. The 7 Demon Venerables were furious. His arm had just been chopped off, and the other party had actually broken through at this time. Wasn't this the greatest irony for him? Then why don't we try? Do you have any shame? You just lost an arm in a sneak attack, and now you want to take advantage of someone's weakness? Do you want to die? Marshal Saint Ming Luo's face turned cold. Since Li Lingtian had saved him the last time, their relationship was relatively good. Now that Li Lingtian was in the midst of his breakthrough, he would not allow the 7 Demon Venerables and the rest to deal with Li Lingtian. Besides, a powerhouse like Li Lingtian was gifted. It was a good thing to befriend him now. He could fight against a martial saint at the first heaven of Martial Emperor Realm. After breaking through, he would be even stronger. Now, he needed to at least get an ally. By then, he would have more capital to fight against the devil race. Do it. The 7 Demon Venerables could not care less about anything else. If they waited for Li Lingtian to achieve a breakthrough, they would be left with only 2.5 out of the 4 powerhouses. They would not be able to compete with Li Lingtian at all. Rumble! Rumble! Instantly, the 6 martial saints started fighting. On Marshal Saint Ming Luo's side, the 3 martial saints were unharmed. On the other side, the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was half dead while the 7 Demon Venerables had just lost an arm. A great battle broke out, but Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 could only resist because 9 Demon Venerable and the other 2 were fighting with their lives on the line. On the other hand, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were defending themselves so that the 3 of them would not disrupt Li Lingtian's breakthrough. As such, the 3 of them had many misgivings. For a moment, the 6 martial saints could not determine the victor. Although the 30 Martial Monarch Realm Guards were injured by the attacks of the 3 Martial Monarch Realm Experts and their true essence was exhausted, they did not die. When they saw the 6 Martial Saints fighting, they struggled to stand by Li Lingtian's side and shielded him behind them. Xianyuan Qing and the other 2 were the same. Although the 3 of them were not injured, their expressions were extremely ugly when faced with the pressure of a martial saint. Li Lingtian was aware of the battle around him, but he could not do anything about it. The demonic qi in his entire body had already reached the limit, which was the limit of the first heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm. If he did not break through, he could only self-destruct. The same was true for his demonic qi and true essence. His demonic qi and true essence were at the same level. His true essence cultivation was at the peak of the first heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm. After cultivating the demonic skill, the Saint Demon Quintessence, he was also at the first heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm. He had just obtained the Saint Demon Dragon Blade and forcefully used the Saint Demon Qi to raise his cultivation to the extreme. His realm, which had not wavered for a long time, had actually obtained an opportunity when he used the divine magic dragon blade. If he gave up on this opportunity, it would not be so easy to find another opportunity. Now, he could only go all out and strive to break through before the 3 martial saints were defeated. However, at that moment, the 9 Demon Venerable unleashed an unknown attack that forced Martial Saint Yunhao back. The pitch-black demon blade in his hand slashed at Li Lingtian from afar. Li Lingtian was fully focused on breaking through without any defense. Even an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse could easily crush him, let alone a martial saint. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were stunned by this attack. If the attack had landed on Li Lingtian, he would have vanished into thin air. Roar! At this moment, Xianyuan Hao, who was beside Xianyuan Qing, flashed. His eyes revealed a determined expression as he charged at the saber beam in the air. The ninth heaven martial emperor unleashed all the true origin in his body and struck the saber ray with his shocking physique. Everyone was stunned. This was courting death, but at this moment, no one had the chance to use treasures or attacks to block the demon blade's attack. Seeing Xianyuan Hao's movements, everyone understood. Xianyuan Hao wanted to use his own life to withstand this destructive attack and exchange it for Li Lingshan's safety. Seventh brother. Xianyuan Hao's body managed to block the black demon sword's blade radiance when he was 5 meters away from Li Lingtian. However, his entire body was quickly corroded by the demonic qi and his vitality was rapidly fading away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but a smile appeared on his face. Xianyuan Qing cried out in pain when he saw his brother die just like that. Although Xianyuan Hao was not his blood brother, the two of them had cultivated together for a long time and had a very good relationship. They were even closer than blood brothers. Protect him well, little master. Blood continued to flow out from the corner of Xianyuan Hao's mouth. Before his life force was cut off, he said these words and his life force completely disappeared. His entire person turned into a hypocrite in the demonic qi and completely disappeared from the world. Chapter 529, 2 Breakthrough 1. Chapter 529, 2 Breakthrough 1 Boom! Tisk! When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked. At that moment, the black demon blade in the 7 demon venerables' hands drew a blade radiance and slashed down at Li Lingtian. The 3 martial emperor's guards forcefully moved to block the saber flare before it could land on Li Lingshan's body. However, the 3 martial emperor powerhouses who did not have any true energy were killed by the saber radiance at the same time. The remaining force of the saber beam slashed straight at Li Lingtian. It was too late for Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others to react. Heavenly Demon Region. At that moment, Li Lingshan's eyes opened. With a flash of light, the demonic qi around his body surged. The Heavenly Demon Region unleashed its attack, and a shocking demonic might blocked his entire body. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, forming a palm shape. His palm turned into a blade and he slashed down. Bang! A dull sound rang out as the pure true Devil Qi, along with a trace of Saint Devil Qi, collided with the black saber beam. Li Lingshan's body trembled as his aura surged. Deng deng deng! The 7 demon venerables were extremely shocked. They took 3 steps back before forcefully stopping. A saint artifact-like treasure, yet the other party had actually forced him back with a casual palm strike. What kind of concept was this? True Devil Qi. The 9 demon venerable could tell that Li Lingtian was using the supreme true demon qi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 also moved in front of Li Lingtian. The trio's carelessness in the beginning allowed Li Lingtian to survive almost 10,000 times. If it were not for the few guards, Li Lingtian would have perished as well. Naturally, they dared not be careless now. At the same time, they were shocked by Li Lingshan's abilities. There were even a few guards who were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect Li Lingtian. This was not something that could be achieved by strength alone. It required the guards below to sincerely submit to him. Boom, boom, boom. In the palace, a shocking demonic aura pressure erupted. With Li Lingtian at the center, the surroundings were filled with a shocking amount of demonic qi. Demonic qi vortexes formed one after another and rapidly surged toward Li Lingtian before finally entering his body. Everyone present was a martial emperor or martial saint powerhouse. Naturally, they understood that Li Lingtian had truly achieved a breakthrough. Second-level martial emperor realm. Li Lingshan's expression was calm, but the aura around him was extremely violent. He looked coldly at the 7 demon venerables. Killing his own guards was naturally courting death. What he hated the most was being disturbed when he was cultivating. Experts like the 7 demon venerables were completely despicable. The shocking aura kept changing and surging into his body. Die. When the 7 demon venerables saw Li Lingxian's expression, they were infuriated. Having one of his arms crippled by Li Lingtian was not worth it. Now that his opponent had just achieved a breakthrough, it was the perfect time to wipe it out. An earth-shattering demonic chi burst forth. In a flash, it charged toward Li Lingtian. At the same time, the 7 demon venerables and the yin-yang ghost monarch attacked Li Lingtian as well. They were determined to kill Li Lingtian before he was even born. Tyrant Demon Dragon Kill. Li Lingxian's expression was icy cold as he unleashed the demonic energy from his body. Instantly, the entire palace began to tremble. He had just broken through to the 2nd heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. If he tried to hide the attacks of 3 Martial Saint realm experts, he would be courting death. The tyrannical demonic dragon kill was known as the strongest heavenly divine power of the internals. When it was unleashed, the demonic chi around Li Lingtian turned into a terrifying demonic dragon. The demonic dragon-like demonic chi stirred the space of the palace. Rumble! Rumble! Instantly, the palace was filled with demonic chi. Endless demonic dragon force stirred in the palace. The 3 martial saints were shocked to death when they saw Li Lingxian's attack, but it was too late for them to retreat. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 looked at the demonic chi in the palace and were shocked. They couldn't even withstand the demonic chi, let alone help. Li Lingxian's tyrannical demonic dragon kill was imbued with the holy demon's chi, which was a destructive move. Bang! 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 With a dull thud, the 3 martial arts saints separated and Li Lingtian landed on the ground. There were traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. However, the 7 demon venerables and the yin-yang ghost emperor were covered in destructive injuries. Their clothes were also torn and they looked like beggars. What a terrifying tyrant demon dragon kill! I didn't expect such a heaven-grade divine ability to exist in this world. The Heaven Demon King and Martial Saint Ming Luo were extremely shocked. They were both heaven-rank mystical powers, but a 2nd Firmament Martial Emperor had actually forced 3 Martial Saint powerhouses to retreat. For a moment, no one knew who would win. All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Li Lingxian's expression was calm as he looked at his guards. 4 of them were missing. It was obvious that they had used their bodies to block the 7 demon venerables' attack. He felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. It was the first time he felt so uncomfortable. His own guard was actually willing to use his life in exchange for his safety. Killing intent surged as the demonic chi in his body circulated rapidly. He grabbed with one hand and the Saint Magic Dragon Blade appeared in his hand. Instantly, his entire body seemed to have fused with the Saint Magic Dragon Blade, and his aura soared. The Saint Magic Dragon Blade emitted a terrifying and destructive demonic aura. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the Grand Light and Saint Magic aura on the Saint Magic Dragon Blade. Wait a minute. We are here to find treasures, not to risk our lives. Even if you have the Saint Magic Dragon Blade, we still have a chance to kill you. Why don't we wait until we leave the heaven-connecting Devil Tower? The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor shouted. If they were to fight, they would be able to kill this martial emperor youth with just one hand. However, this youth had a mystical skill and the divine magic dragon blade. They did not dare to waste their energy like this. Moreover, Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were eyeing him covetously. He did not want to suffer a loss here. We'll settle our scores when we get out. 9 Demon Venerable muttered to himself for a moment and said loudly. His face was filled with anger. The 3 of them were dignified martial saint powerhouses, but martial monarch realm experts were just ants in front of him. He didn't expect that he would call for a truce first. What was going on? You'd better never leave this place. Li Lingtian glared at the three martial saints before he retracted his divine magic dragon blade with one hand. He quickly withdrew his demonic chi, but his aura did not stop at all. Instead, it became even more violent. Damn it! Third Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. When Demon Venerable 9 saw Li Lingtian's aura, he finally understood and cursed. The other martial saints also exclaimed. What was going on? It turned out that Li Lingtian was just putting on a stance. His shocking aura was not produced by his cultivation but had already reached the peak of second-level Martial Emperor Realm. He was already trying to break through to the third heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm, so he could only stabilize his realm. Crash! In the palace, the few martial saints were stunned. With a crashing sound, all the demonic chi and aura in the palace were absorbed by Li Lingtian like a tide. The palace was completely silent. There was no longer any aura in the entire palace. Third Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. This is too easy. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he looked at 9 Demon Venerable and the others provocatively. He had just obtained the Saint Demon Dragon Blade, used the Heavenly Demon Domain, and mobilized the Saint Demon Chi. He had broken through to the first-level Martial Emperor Realm and reached the second level. However, there was a powerful demonic chi surging in his body. If he did not refine it, he would go berserk. Originally, his realm had yet to stabilize. However, when he saw that 9 Demon Venerable and the other 2 were about to kill him, he immediately executed the Tyrant Demonic Dragon Kill and the violent demonic chi in his body. He fought with no regard for his life. What he did not expect was that his unstable Second Heaven Martial Monarch realm would have an opportunity to break through to the Third Heaven. As a Martial Emperor powerhouse, he had a wide range of knowledge. Naturally, he knew that this opportunity was not fake. It was real. With such a good opportunity, how could he give it up? Therefore, he used a shocking demonic chi and the Saint Magic Dragon Blade, putting on a desperate look. As expected, the 3 martial saints were stunned and stopped. As long as he was given the time to breathe, he could break through. He had made the right bet. 9 Demon Venerable and the other 2 did not dare to risk their lives after seeing his cultivation and strength, as well as the Heavenly Demon Region and the Saint Demon Dragon Blade. With that, Li Lingtian was relieved. He circulated his shocking demonic chi and charged straight at the Third Firmament Martial Emperor Realm. Success, Third Level Martial Emperor Realm. Pft. The 7 Demon Venerables, the 9 Demon Venerables, and the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor could not hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. A powerful martial saint who had lived for hundreds of years was actually schemed against by a person who he thought was like an ant. Anger attacked their hearts, causing their minds to tremble. An invisible battle had injured them. The other party was clearly a martial monarch realm expert and a small ant, but the 3 of them were being played everywhere. The other party needed something to break through, but they still had to show weakness. What was going on? Ha 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 ha. Martial Saint Ming Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was shocked as well. He knew how powerful Li Lingtian was, but he never expected him to be this powerful. A scheming, shrewd, talented, and courageous expert. In terms of scheming, every step he took would have countless consequences. Everything was under his control. In terms of talent, no one could compare to him. He had broken through to the Second Firmament Martial Monarch realm in a row. A Martial Monarch realm expert could fight a Martial Saint realm expert and even intimidate a Martial Saint realm expert. He could even deal with the attacks of 3 Martial Saint realm experts alone. In terms of courage, he dared to ignore everything and break through when facing the opponents of a few Martial Saint realm experts. Your Excellency 9 Demon Venerable, do you regret it? I can give you another chance to choose. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face. Similarly, he was surrounded by a shocking aura. With a wave of his hand, A strange and mysterious gesture appeared as he glared coldly at the Nine-Demon Venerable. The Nine-Demon Venerable had seen this gesture before. Although Li Lingtian had dispelled his attack with a casual palm strike at an extremely fast speed, he was able to see Li Lingshan's gesture clearly. Chapter 530 Heavenly Demon Region 1 Chapter 530 Heavenly Demon Region 1 Junior, you're ruthless. I won't keep my words. You'd better be careful, in case you can't leave the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Nine-Demon Venerable's anger at this moment was indescribable, but he could only endure it. The other party had broken through twice in a row. There would definitely not be a third breakthrough. Moreover, the other party's attack was strange. As a martial saint, he did not dare to take the risk. You should be curious. There's no harm in telling you. This is the heavenly demon god destroying palm of your demon race. This is the nine-een heavenly demon finger that defeated you. As for this, it's the divine magic dragon blade. Li Lingtian chuckled as the three-petaled lotus flower on his glabella flickered. He slowly waved the heavenly devil god-destroying palm and said the name of the skill. Then, he looked at the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor and performed the nine-een heavenly devil finger. Finally, he looked at the severed arm of the seven demon venerables, and the smile on his face became even wider. The Saint Demon Dragon Blade appeared in his hand again, and he gently gestured. Detestable, too detestable. Very good, very good. Using the treasures of the demon race to deal with my demon race. 9 demon venerables, Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor, and 7 demon venerables were enraged when they heard Li Lingtian mention the technique and treasure that defeated them. This was a blatant insult. However, he did not dare to act rashly now. The 2 strongest people on his side were already injured, while the other 3 martial saints were unharmed. Moreover, there was a pervert like Li Lingtian who would not gain anything by fighting. It was all thanks to the 3 of you just now. If it weren't for the 3 of you, I wouldn't have had the chance to break through to the 3rd heaven, haha. This is your contribution. I will remember it. In order to reward you, I will not argue with you now. Ha 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 ha. Li Lingtian burst out laughing arrogantly. He completely ignored the few martial saint experts and made them dumbfounded. They were speechless and depressed. It was simply indescribable. To meet such a person, it was really not something that could be described as unlucky. Are you a human or a demon? The best part about the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch was whether Li Lingtian was a human or a demon. This was because Li Lingshan's reputation was so great that even an ordinary martial saint could not compare to him. Furthermore, all the techniques that Li Lingtian used were from the human race. However, he had used the authentic devil's cultivation technique in the demonic tower. He could tell that Li Lingshan's cultivation technique was purer and more powerful than the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables. He wasn't the only one curious. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables were even more curious. The 9 demon venerables knew that Li Lingtian was a heaven-defying demon of the human tribe because he had unleashed the 9 heavenly stars and the 5 elements will. However, Li Lingshan's demonic skill was too terrifying here. It was even more terrifying than anything he knew. They were indeed curious, but Martial Saint Ming Luo and Martial Saint Yun Hao knew that Li Lingtian was a true human. They were just shocked by Li Lingshan's talent to be able to perform the demonic technique to such an extent. Naturally, they were more aware of Li Lingshan's background than the Asmodeans. Li Lingtian had been to the Heavenly Devil Canyon and must have obtained some demonic techniques there. It was just that Li Lingtian rarely cultivated it. In this Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, using demonic techniques was also to hide his identity and adapt to the environment here. I'm speechless. Forget it. Talking to an idiot will definitely anger me to death. I am a powerful human. Do you think that I am a demon just because I cultivate a demonic technique? As long as I am powerful, it doesn't matter what cultivation technique it is. It is enough as long as I am a human. Li Lingtian put on a speechless expression and shook his head. He looked at the yin-yang ghost monarch as if he was looking at an idiot. This gaze made the few martial saint experts speechless. The yin-yang ghost monarch was even more furious, but he did not dare to do so now. As he had suffered from Li Lingtian before, his injuries had not only not improved, but had even worsened. I see. The yin-yang ghost emperor held back his anger and revealed an expression of understanding. It was admirable that he could still make such an expression under such circumstances. How long have you been cultivating? The nine-demon venerable was still curious. Li Lingtian looked to be in his 20s, yet the human race was already so powerful. He had cultivated the human race's cultivation method to the perfection state, and now he had the demon race's cultivation method. How long had this person been cultivating the demon cultivation method? Do you still want to enter the next level? I'm a genius, let me calculate. Yes, it should have been 2 months since I started cultivating the demonic technique. I've been cultivating the demonic technique since I entered the demon suppressing secret. As for this skill, I've only used it a second time. Li Lingtian put on a helpless expression as he extended his right hand and began to calculate the number of days he would have to cultivate the cultivation technique. The few martial saints were stunned by this. After hearing Li Lingtian's words, they were shocked. They had become so powerful in just 2 months. It seemed that this MO skill was also cultivated at the last minute. This comparison was infuriating. You said that when I chased you to the demon-suppressing secrets, you cultivated a demonic technique? No wonder I didn't notice you. It turns out that you cultivate a demonic technique. Nine-demon venerable's face was filled with rage. He thought about how he had killed countless warriors in the demon suppression secrets but did not discover Li Lingtian. It turned out that he had been looking for Li Lingtian all along. Li Lingtian had cultivated a demonic technique and changed his aura, causing nine-demon venerable to be negligent. Li Lingtian did not say a word as he went straight to the array altar and scanned it with his divine consciousness. He completely ignored nine-demon venerable and allowed the few martial saints to be shocked. The few sly martial saints immediately realized that Li Lingtian had escaped and entered the demon suppression secret. He then cast a demonic technique to alter his aura and evade the nine-demon venerable's divine consciousness. Open. Li Lingtian used the divine dragon ring to store the other guards. Although these guards had lost their true essence, they were no longer needed. He could only let them cultivate in the divine dragon ring. He now understood the loyalty of these guards. As his guards, they naturally had to risk their lives. He didn't want to say anything because life and death were their lives. Those who had died had already died, but those who had not died were still his guards. After doing everything, he used his consciousness and released a trace of Saint Demon Chi. This trace of Saint Demon Chi was indeed extracted from the Saint Demon Dragon Blade. He did not dare to use the Holy Demon Chi in the Holy Demon Ring easily. It would not be good if something went wrong. Now that he had reached the third heaven of the martial emperor realm, his demonic chi was even more powerful. It was easy for him to cast his demonic skill. With a wave of his hand, the array formation on the array altar was activated. His body flashed and he disappeared from the array altar. However, after he disappeared, the array altar returned to normal. The array on the array altar was exactly the same as before. Since Li Lingtian had ignored the array and entered it, it meant that the array had not been broken. It was impossible for others to enter like him because they did not have holy demon aura. Heaven Ascension Devil Towers 97th level. After Li Lingtian entered level 97, he scanned his surroundings. This place was similar to the previous level. However, there was no passage inside. There was only a palace with a radius of 1,000 meters. It was an empty palace. The palace was 1,000 meters tall, and it was pitch black. There was only a ball of golden light in the center. The golden light seemed to be restricted by something and could only shine in a certain range. Walking down from the array altar, the entire palace was under pressure. Even if Li Lingtian was at the third heaven martial emperor realm, coupled with his heaven-defying physique and defense, he would not be able to withstand the pressure. Heavenly Devil Region. With a light shout, the Heavenly Demon Region was unleashed. The appearance of the Heavenly Demon Region immediately blocked the powerful pressure, and it was no longer as uncomfortable as it was at the beginning. After leaving the array altar, the Heavenly Demon Region appeared and began to size up the surroundings. He was also extremely curious. Could it be that 97 was only this small? However, he immediately recalled that the first level was boundless, but the higher he went, the smaller it became. This looked like the real Heavenly Demon Tower. The pure demonic chi and the terrifying pressure made Li Lingtian walk inside step by step as he surveyed his surroundings. After a full 10 minutes, there was nothing in the entire palace except for demonic chi and pressure. He did not even see the entrance to the next floor. Li Lingtian then shifted his gaze to the center of the palace's sky. The ball of golden light was particularly eye-catching in the pitch-black demonic chi. The demonic aura was pitch black, and the space was gray, giving off an endless sense of oppression. However, the golden light was so dazzling, like a star shining in the dark night sky. Swoosh! At that moment, a soft sound was heard in the palace, but Li Lingtian was not shocked. He looked at the array altar and saw that the 7 demon venerables had already entered, followed by the 9 demon venerables, Marshal Saint Ming Luo, and the others. They were stunned when they saw Li Lingtian in the palace. Pfft! The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch was the first to step down from the array altar. However, he did not expect a shocking pressure to strike him and injure him directly. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was not a devil, and he was severely injured. He did not expect such a terrifying pressure to be present even though Li Lingtian was so relaxed inside. Caught off guard, he was struck by the shocking demonic chi pressure. It was as if he had been struck by a 10,000-pound hammer. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables were also shocked when they saw the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's situation. They quickly exerted their pressure and walked down carefully. The shocking pressure suppressed the 2 demon venerables. His face revealed a terrified expression. He was a martial saint, yet he was actually having such a hard time under this pressure. However, Li Lingtian, a martial supreme, was able to walk around freely in the face of the pressure. Naturally, he did not know that Li Lingtian's heavenly demon domain was the most powerful existence in resisting the pressure. It was stronger than the dragon energy, heaven and earth reincarnation technique, and the devouring light. The heavenly demon region specialized in increasing the pressure of experts. It was also incomparably powerful in resisting pressure. The dragon energy also resisted the pressure. However, Li Lingtian had not cultivated the true dragon body barrier to its peak. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique naturally resisted the pressure because he could integrate any attribute martial soul. The 5 elements Tao intent was also integrated with the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. Chapter 531. 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. Chapter 531. 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. The devouring light could not only devour the martial soul of an expert, but also the soul consciousness of an expert. This was the most powerful skill in cultivating the divine sense, complementing the eyes of the divine soul. Similarly, the devouring light could resist the pressure and even devour the other party's pressure. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that he possessed the devouring body. After the Sky Dragon Empire was injured, he obtained the Yin blood, the mystical spirit blood, and the heavenly phoenix blood to cultivate his devouring body. The few martial saints left the array altar and endured the pressure. Sir Ling Tian, did you discover anything? Martial Saint Ming Luo came to Li Lingshan's side and asked. The place was spacious and there was nothing suspicious about it. The only thing that puzzled Li Lingtian was the golden light in the sky. There was nothing in the palace but the golden light was more eye-catching. We haven't found anything yet, but now that everyone is here, we can look around carefully. Li Lingtian looked at 9 demon venerable and the rest with a smile on his face. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables had really been played by him a few times here. However, he knew in his heart that he also possessed powerful weapons and skills, as well as methods that were impossible to guard against. No matter when, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy would win 100 battles. However, no one knew that this was also where other experts suffered. Actually, even without him saying anything, a few martial saint powerhouses had already started to search around, but they did not obtain any news. The 6 martial arts saints came to a spot not far from Li Lingtian and stared at the golden light in the sky. The golden light shone like the stars in the night sky. You guys can do whatever you want. I'll take a rest first. Li Lingtian watched for a while before he left the center and came to a corner. He sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. The powerful and heaven-defying pressure in the palace had left the few martial saint powerhouses speechless when Li Lingtian started cultivating in this place. However, when he saw the heavenly demon domain around Li Lingtian, he felt no pressure at all as the heavenly demon domain was resisting the powerful pressure. Moreover, the demonic qi in this place was dense and pure. It was definitely not found anywhere else. This was undoubtedly the best environment for Li Lingtian to cultivate his demonic skill. Saint Demon Quintessence. After Li Lingtian sat down cross-legged, he let out a low gasp and unleashed all the demonic qi in his body. Then, he circulated the Saint Demon Quintessence and began to cultivate. The few martial saints were right. This place was rich in demonic qi. They would not be able to find such a good thing anywhere else. Naturally, he would not let it go so easily. Even if he could not find any treasures in this place, it would be a good thing to cultivate. Besides, other than Li Lingtian, only the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables could cultivate in this place. However, the density of the demonic qi in this place was so high that even the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables did not dare to cultivate it easily. After all, they were not as powerful as Li Lingshan's Saint Demon Quintessence. Li Lingtian already had a plan in mind. Although this place did not seem suspicious at all, the attraction was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, that feeling seemed to be beside him. He couldn't see it. In other words, the pull of that summoning should be on the next level. They could see that the golden light in the center should be the key to entering the next level, but they did not know how to deal with it. Instead of idling there, it was better to cultivate first and at least raise his cultivation and demonic qi to the best state. As time passed, the 6 martial saints became anxious. Li Lingtian was the only one who was cultivating slowly. As time passed, the palace began to change. Cc. With a sizzling sound, the pure demonic qi in the palace was quickly absorbed by Li Lingtian. The demon qi in the palace that was 1,000 meters in radius seemed to have been sucked away by Li Lingtian. This was not cultivation at all, but the draining of demon qi. All the martial saints were shocked when they realized this. At the same time, they discovered a problem. The demonic qi was getting lesser and lesser, but the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. The faces of the 6 martial saints turned pale as they struggled to withstand the pressure. The space was also crushed by the pressure. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables were furious. Li Lingtian, are you done yet? 9 demon venerable shouted when he saw that Li Lingtian was still cultivating. If it was any other time, he would not have cared about this at all. However, Li Lingxian's cultivation had allowed him to continuously extract the demonic qi, and the pressure was getting stronger. If this continued, they would all be killed by this pressure. Get lost. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and activated the Saint Demon quintessence to its maximum. The devouring light was activated as well. In an instant, the demonic qi in the entire palace was sucked away by Li Lingtian like a tidal wave. Boom! In the palace, there was a dull thud as Li Lingtian extracted all the demonic qi. He crushed the 6 martial saint powerhouses with a devastating force. Among the 6 martial saints, the Heavenly Monster King had the strongest physique, followed by the 7 demon venerables. However, the 7 demon venerables were injured and their physiques were not even as strong as martial Saint Yunhao. Instantly, the sound of blood spurting out rang out. The faces of the 6 martial saints turned pale. Li Lingtian stood up and stopped his cultivation. The demonic qi in his body was extremely pure. More importantly, his cultivation had reached the 3rd heaven martial emperor realm peak perfection. This demonic qi had really reduced the amount of time he needed to cultivate. If he cultivated normally, even if he used the recover pill, he would need at least half a year to reach the peak of the 3rd heaven from the 3rd heaven. But now, in less than half an hour, he had already reached the peak of perfection. Moreover, his demonic cultivation had also become much stronger. A confident smile appeared on his face. Demonic cultivation was powerful in itself. Whether it was pressure or physique, it was not something that humans could compare to. Li Lingtian had cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. Coupled with the true dragon's body barrier and the earth-type Dao Will of the 5 elements Dao Will, his defense was heaven-defying. Even the demons and internals could not compare to his physique and defense. He had gathered the shocking physique of the human race, demon race, and dragon race. Naturally, no race could compare to him. Feeling the shocking pressure, Li Lingxian's heavenly demon domain kept resisting the pressure. Another thing that shocked him was that the pressure here did not pose much of a threat to him. What's wrong? Are you not convinced? Li Lingtian walked up step by step as he stared coldly at the 9 demon venerable. In this place, he was not suppressed by the pressure and had a heaven-defying advantage. On the other hand, the 9 demon venerables, the 7 demon venerables, and the others were all suppressed by the pressure. They could only use 60 to 70% of their cultivation. If he were to make a move now, Li Lingtian would be like a fish in water, while the 9 demon venerable and the rest would be like fish in the desert. A shocking pressure was unleashed from his entire body. Coupled with the pressure of the palace, his entire person seemed to have fused with the palace. The transposition art was also circulating, transferring the powerful pressure onto the bodies of the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables. Li Lingtian, do you want to make a move now? 9 demon venerable was shocked. He naturally understood his situation. One of them was like a fish in water, while the other was like a dragon floating on the beach. If Li Lingtian really made a move, even his martial saint powerhouse would not have much confidence. You better behave yourself. If you anger me, I'll let you have a taste of being tortured to death. Li Lingxian's eyes were cold. He knew that even if he had the right timing, the right place, and the right people, he was no match for the 9 demon venerable. The current situation seemed to be advantageous to him, but there was really no advantage for him. This was because he had to think of a way to open this place and enter the lower level. Otherwise, he would not be able to find where the summoning was. Heavenly Devil Region. Sick. After saying that, his body had already strangely arrived under the golden ball of light. Amidst the terrifying pressure, none of the 6 martial arts saints saw how Li Lingtian managed to teleport over. It was as if he was teleporting. However, such a terrifying pressure did not allow him to teleport at all, yet Li Lingtian managed to get past it so easily. This time, everyone was shocked by Li Lingshan's strength. Although he was only a martial monarch realm expert, no one saw him as a martial monarch realm expert. Instead, he treated him as a super abnormal martial saint. The heavenly devil region unleashed its full power. It unleashed a strand of Saint Devil Chi with one hand and pointed it at the golden light 1,000 meters above. You dare what? The few martial saint powerhouses were shocked to death by Li Lingshan's actions. He didn't even see what this golden light was. If he acted rashly, he didn't know what kind of destruction would happen. Although there were powerful and heaven-defying martial saints outside, in this place, martial saints were like ants. However, it was too late to stop Li Lingtian. Crash! In the air, the holy demon Qi and the golden light collided. Immediately, a sound like flowing water sounded. The golden light expanded, and it was as dazzling as the golden sun. It emitted a shocking golden light that enveloped the entire hall. The dazzling golden light shone in everyone's eyes. But the golden light was not threatening at all. It was as warm as the morning sun. However, at this moment, a muffled sound rang out like a bell. They all looked toward the center of the light and saw a golden item. It attracted Li Lingshan's attention. Li Lingshan's heart trembled when he saw the golden item. In the sky there was a mirror floating. It was a golden mirror, and all the light was emitted from the mirror. Li Lingshan's heart trembled for some reason. He felt a sense of familiarity with the mirror, but he could not pinpoint when he had seen it before. 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. Li Lingtian and the 7 demon venerables exclaimed in unison. Then, the two of them looked at each other. It was unknown whether they were shocked or excited. Li Lingtian could not help but shout as if he was familiar with the mirror. However, he still didn't know that this mirror was the 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. Chapter 532. Fighting for the Treasure. Chapter 532. Fighting for the treasure. The golden mirror kept spinning, and every time it spun, it carried a shocking pressure. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 air-piercing sounds were heard as Li Lingtian and the 7 demon venerables flashed at the same time and flew toward the 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. Needless to say, both of them wanted to fight for this treasure. One had to know that this treasure was one of the 9 great divine artifacts of the fiend race. Boom! Boom! The two of them attacked each other. An explosion sounded in the palace, and the two of them were forced back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Li Lingshan's mouth, and his face was deathly pale. Even if a martial saint powerhouse was injured, he was not someone he could compare to. When they really fought, the difference was like the difference between clouds and earth. Ming Luo Yunhao restrained them. Li Lingshan's figure retreated rapidly. He only stopped when he was 100 meters away. His eyes were fixed on the mirror in the golden light with a calm expression on his face. He felt a familiar feeling in his heart, as if he had seen the treasure he was most familiar with. No matter how powerful or trashy such a treasure was, he would never let the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables obtain it. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and shouted at Martial Saint Ming Luo and Martial Saint Yun Hao. "Alright, be careful, Sir Lingtian." Martial Saint Ming Luo did not hesitate at all. Even if Li Lingtian had used his demonic technique, he was still a human. It would be better for the treasure to land in Li Lingshan's hands than in the hands of the demons. With a flash of his body, he withstood the shocking pressure and launched a terrifying attack at the 7 demon venerables. Martial Saint Yunhao also attacked 9 demon venerable. In an instant, the 4 martial saints were fighting. Swoosh! Li Lingtian did not say anything. In a flash, he flew toward the 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. On 9 demon venerable's side, there was still the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. On his side, there was a Heaven Demon King. He didn't dare believe that the Heaven Demon King would help him after seeing how sinister the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch was. He didn't want to provoke the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch now. If the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch came up, he would just attack directly. He could not be bothered to waste time. The Heavenly Monster King was stunned when he saw Li Lingshan's expression. He did not know what to do next. While he was hesitating, the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch made his move. The two figures separated and attacked Li Lingtian separately. Sea of Heavenly Yin. A banner appeared in the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch's hand. He waved the banner at Li Lingtian and a wave of Yin Qi exploded. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Li Lingtian. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch unleashed his strongest attack in this move. He knew that Li Lingtian was not an easy opponent. Although he had never fought him before, he was still traumatized by Li Lingshan's 9 Yin Heavenly Demonic Finger. Heavenly Demon God Destroying Palm. When Li Lingtian saw the Yin Qi in front of him, his face was filled with horror. Once an expert made a move, he would know if there was one. This Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was definitely more terrifying than the 7 demon venerables. Moreover, the other party had used such a domineering attack right from the start. He was completely trying to kill him. The demonic qi in his entire body circulated, and he flipped his hand over and slapped out a palm print. Rumble! The space trembled, and the entire palace seemed to be about to collapse. Huh! Li Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect that the overbearing heavenly demon god destroying palm would be defeated by the opponent's Yin Qi. While he was shocked, he circulated the demonic qi in his body to the limit. He extended his hand and unleashed a strand of Saint Demon Qi. Qi, the Saint Devil Qi, was the most mysterious and powerful existence of the devil race. Even the great demonic god might not know about this Saint Devil Qi. This was because everyone in the demon race understood that true demon Qi was the most powerful, and it was also true demon Qi that could only be cultivated by members of the demon royal family. The two terrifying auras collided with each other, producing a faint sound. Boom! Then, with an explosion, the terrifying Saint Demon Qi mercilessly pressed down on the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was pushed down and finally fell to the ground. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In terms of cultivation base, Li Lingtian could not catch up to the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch could crush Li Lingtian to death with a single finger. However, in terms of aura and attributes, the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was no match for Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had cultivated the Saint Demon's quintessence, which was something that even the Demon Emperor could not compare to. As for Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor, no matter how powerful he was just an ant in the Dark Clan. He had seen the powerful experts of the Dark Clan, but now it seemed that Ming Xiu was nothing. Tyrant Demonic Dragon Kill. At this moment, Li Lingtian would give him a chance to retaliate. He had gained the upper hand. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Otherwise, when the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor made a comeback, he, a third Heaven Martial Emperor, would be killed. Instantly, the demonic qi in his body exploded. He waved his hands and the palace trembled. Endless demonic dragon qi raged and bombarded the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor on the ground. Yin-Yang Fusion. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was extremely shocked when he saw the destructive demonic qi attack. His eyes revealed a look of fear. Without caring about the injuries on their bodies, the two figures merged together and instantly formed the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The earth-shattering Yin Qi neutralized the demonic QJ in the air. The aura of the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's entire body soared, and it had already reached the peak of the first sky of the Martial Saint realm. Bang! The space trembled as the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's cultivation base soared, almost bursting the space. He was at the second sky of the Martial Saint realm, and his cultivation had instantly risen to the second sky of the Martial Saint realm. As his cultivation base increased, a streak of Yin Qi welcomed Li Lingshan's attack. Every tier of the Martial Saint realm was equivalent to a major realm. The difference between the first heaven of the martial saint realm and the second heaven was like the difference between the ninth heaven of the martial emperor realm and the first heaven of the martial saint realm. Rumble. Pft. Li Lingshan's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor to possess such a heaven-defying technique. The combined power of Yin and Yang had elevated his cultivation to the second heaven in an instant. Although it was only temporary, what kind of expert could resist such a sudden change? No wonder Martial Saint Ming Luo and the others were so afraid when they saw the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The dominating demonic dragon kill's attack was immediately dispersed by the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's attack. The destructive Yin Qi then pressed down on Li Lingtian. The Yin Qi seemed weak and powerless, but when it struck Li Lingshan's protective shield, Li Lingtian felt as if his chest had been struck by a 10,000-pound hammer. His body was also thrown out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pft. Li Lingshan's face was ghastly pale as his body fell to the ground. These guys were all hiding their strength. At this moment, they completely ignored the pressure in the palace. I'll kill you first. Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor looked at the Nine Paths reincarnation mirror floating in the air and revealed a greedy expression. The other four martial saints were locked in battle. Although they had seen the situation here, they could not separate. As long as anyone relaxed, they would suffer the other party's destructive attack. In the palace, only Heaven Demon Monarch was idle. Alright, I want to see how powerful the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor is. Li Lingshan's eyes were cold as his body flashed, and he was suspended in the air. The demonic qi in his body disappeared in exchange for a shocking amount of true essence power. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation art and raised his hand. Suddenly, the space trembled strangely. A glacier and flames instantly appeared in his hands. The glacier was now the icy flame, and the raging flame was the Nine Suns' sacred flame. The space was filled with extreme coldness and extreme devouring power. The two extreme attributes intertwined in the air. Ice and fire martial spirit. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor cried out in shock. He had never heard of Li Lingtian, but he was shocked when he saw the ice and fire martial souls. The experts of the Dark Clan all cultivated Yin Qi. However, only 1 in a trillion could possess the Yin and Yang attribute. His Yin-Yang Qi was almost the same as the ice and fire martial spirit. They were both the combination of two extreme attributes. He knew that the ice and fire martial spirits were even more powerful than the Yin-Yang Qi. Ice, fire and 9 heavens, third heaven, extermination. Li Lingtian did not say a word. In an instant, he unleashed the ice, fire and 9 heavens. Moreover, it was his most powerful move. When he helped Martial Saint Ming Luo the last time, he had obtained the Yin-Yang Qi, which made his ice, fire and 9 heavens even more powerful. Now it was completely instantaneous. In the palace, the aura of death and the aura of destruction appeared. As Li Lingtian put his hands together, the two auras changed into the aura of extermination. A world-destroying aura appeared in the entire palace, making people feel uncomfortable. The moment Li Lingtian put his hands together, a 4-colored beam of light shot toward the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch. In an instant, the beam of light arrived before the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch despite the speed of space. Yin-Yang Light. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor knew how powerful the 9 heavens of ice and fire were, so he didn't dare to be careless. Immediately, he unleashed the most overbearing Yin-Yang Qi, the Yin-Yang Light. To reach their cultivation, not only did they need to rely on cultivation, but they also needed to test their experience and various heaven-defying methods. The light of Yin and Yang, the light pillar of ice/fire/9 heavens, 2 destructive auras appeared. The 4 martial saint powerhouses who were engaged in a fierce battle in the palace stopped in a strange manner as well. They stared at Li Lingtian and the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch in horror. Kacha! Boom! With a shocking explosion, the space in the palace seemed to be torn apart, and it instantly stopped. At the moment of the explosion, a destructive halo appeared and then scattered in all directions. Inside the palace, the halo swept across the entire place. Li Lingxian's body was blasted away and his protective shield was shattered. Puffed! Immediately, the 6 martial saints and even the heavenly demon king who was watching the battle did not expect the halo to be so powerful. They spat out blood after being hit by the halo. Hush! Everyone exhaled a breath of cold air. Li Lingtian stood on the ground. Although he was hit by the halo was produced by the ice, fire, and 9 heavens and posed little threat to him. However, the power of the yin-yang light was still there, and it destroyed his protective shield. Fortunately, he had the limitless feather coat and the true dragon's protection, so he was not injured. For a moment, the palace fell silent. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 533. Killing the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. Chapter 533. Killing the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. Sword Howl, Heaven and Earth. Li Lingtian was shocked. The ice, fire, and 9th heaven was also defeated. One could only imagine the gap between a martial supreme and a martial saint. Not only was he shocked, the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was even more shocked. He was merely at the martial emperor realm. After he reached the second sky of the martial saint realm, he could not defeat him even with the light of yin and yang. He knew that he had to suffer. The yin-yang light was one of his trump cards. Now that his trump card was no longer effective, he was deeply afraid of Li Lingtian. Although Li Lingtian was injured, he did not lose the upper hand. His body flashed and he floated in the air, staring coldly at the yin-yang ghost monarch. Between his eyebrows, a stream of light flashed. When the stream of light appeared in his hand, it had already transformed into a long sword. Whoosh! Immediately, a destructive pressure exploded in the air. The power of the super supreme saint weapon was undoubtedly revealed. The Tianyu sword had been with Li Lingtian for a long time. Coupled with the power of the heaven-destroying sword formation and the strength of Li Lingxian's heavenly sword body, the Tianyu sword's power was fully unleashed. Sword intent. Sword force. Li Lingxian's entire body was emitting a destructive and fierce sword will. The sword will was eroding the mind of a martial saint powerhouse. The few martial saints could see the sword will on Li Lingxian's body. However, they were shocked when they saw the sword ray that Li Lingtian casually unleashed. He did not expect Li Lingtian to cultivate sword force. The strength of sword force had already surpassed the scope of a martial saint powerhouse. Invincible defense. 11 Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was also shocked. The sword light was locked onto him, so he could clearly feel the terror and destruction of the sword aura. At this time, it was already impossible for him to attack instead of defending. The experts of the Dark Clan weren't known for their attacks. They were known for their strange movements, as well as their mysterious yin qi. However, they were no longer at an advantage against Li Lingxian's destructive sword radiance. They could only use their strongest defense to resist it. Myriad swords returned to the origin. With a swing of his sword, the sword light carried a sword aura, and its trajectory was uncertain. Like a breeze, he arrived in front of the yin-yang ghost monarch in an instant. He didn't believe that he could kill the yin-yang ghost emperor at the second sky of the martial saint realm with just one sword howl. The Tianyu sword disappeared and was replaced by the heavenly fault sword. The Tianyu sword was almost the same as the heavenly fault sword. However, the aura above was different. A few martial saint powerhouses also discovered this matter. Shocked, still shocked. The one in front was a supreme saint weapon, and the longsword he took out at the back was a supreme saint weapon. They did not even know the difference between the two swords, so why would Li Lingtian need to switch swords? They finally understood what happened next. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a ball of light exploded. Instantly, the area within 200 meters around him was filled with sharp swords. Moreover, every sharp sword was a profound armament, emperor armament, or heaven armament. There were even a few saint armaments inside. Tens of thousands of sharp swords seemed to be scattered, but each sword was connected to each other like a formation. Traces of sword chi, sword light, and sword silk. It continuously formed a sword net, and 10,000 swords rotated. Clang! At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. The Destruction Gang's sword light had already bombarded the powerful light shield cast by the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The entire process happened in an instant, but the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's expression changed drastically. This was because before he could deal with the sword howl, the other party had already used the even more domineering and powerful myriad swords to the origin. Pft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The invincible light shield was broken, and a small hole appeared. The sword ray sliced through the light shield. The sword ray was like a crescent-shaped windproof arc. It did not make any sound. The left rib of the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch was penetrated by the sword ray. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch had forcefully twisted his body at the last moment to avoid the sword light. Otherwise, the sword light would have been between his eyebrows. Boom! Boom! In the palace, 10,000 swords were spinning while Li Lingtian was suspended in the air. He stood proudly among the 10,000 swords like a dominator. The air was filled with destructive sword intent and sword light, causing the 5 martial saints to hide in a corner with a look of shock on their faces. Myriad returning swords was not as powerful as it used to be. However, after Li Lingtian obtained the metal will of the Wei, his cultivation base improved and his overall strength improved. Myriad returning swords was now many times stronger than before. Yin-Yang Shield Attack. 8 Extremes Pathless, Yin-Yang Combination, Light of Reincarnation. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch was injured by the sword howl, but he didn't care at all. In his eyes, the innumerable returning swords was even more terrifying. This innumerable returning swords was tens of thousands of times stronger than the sword howl. Even if he was a second sky martial saint, he still had a heaven-defying advantage in front of other martial emperors and even other martial saints. However, in front of this martial emperor powerhouse, his advantage was completely gone. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor felt like dying when he felt the destruction and death of the 10,000 swords. What the F***ck was going on? The trash martial supreme that he had always ignored had actually become his greatest threat. Wasn't he asking for a beating by provoking this martial emperor powerhouse? In the past, martial monarch realm experts had always avoided him. Even first and second sky martial saint realm experts did not dare to offend him. Now, he was beaten up by a trash martial supreme. It was too late for regrets. In a great battle between experts, changes happened in an instant. The outcome was decided in an instant. Without any hesitation, a reluctant expression appeared on his face. At the same time, a resolute look appeared in his eyes. He slapped his storage pouch and a dusky jade token appeared. Immediately, the jade token emitted a dense and strange aura. The few martial saint powerhouses, including Li Lingtian, could sense that the jade token's aura was Yin-Yang Qi. Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch waved his hands and cast spells. The jade token turned into a shield and countless martial emperor souls appeared in the palace. The souls circled around Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch. Swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom. Rumble. Although it seemed like a long time, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The myriad returning swords in front of Li Lingtian disregarded the distance between them and bombarded the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch. 10,000 swords flew together. Even if it was an ordinary mystic weapon or imperial weapon, At this moment, its power would also increase by 1,000 times. The sword's silks cut the air into pieces and instantly bombarded the countless souls. Instantly, countless souls were reduced to nothingness. Sword silks and sword lights were everywhere. The entire palace was filled with souls and swords. The destructive aura suppressed the palace. The few martial saints looked at each other with fear. Boom! With a final explosion, the myriad returning sword vanished and returned to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's eyes revealed a strange smile. With a wave of his hand, the myriad swords returned to his hand and transformed into a ball of light that entered his body. The heavenly fault sword returned to its glabella. Space-time traceless. Li Lingtian said lightly, as if he was talking to himself as he looked at the 9 paths reincarnation mirror. The few martial saint powerhouses did not know what Li Lingtian was saying. She did not know who Li Lingtian was talking to. Pfft. The yin-yang shield disappeared and was shattered by the myriad returning swords. The jade token also returned to its original form. The jade token was also a supreme saint weapon. However, in the face of Li Lingtian's super supreme saint weapon, coupled with the power of the 10,000 swords and the power of the sword intent and sword force, the yin-yang shield was rendered useless. The yin-yang shield was useless, and the yin-yang ghost emperor was bombarded by the sword light and sword silk. His entire body became like a sieve, and sword chi emitted from his body. However, the yin-yang ghost monarch's life force was so strong that he was not killed. This was the power of a martial saint. Even if his body was destroyed, he could still protect his dantian and consciousness, making his soul immortal. The yin-yang ghost emperor had a sinister smile on his face because the myriad returning swords had not been able to kill him. However, his smile did not last long. The smile on his face turned into fear and despair. In his vision, a touch of red appeared in front of him. His consciousness quickly dissipated. At the last moment, he finally understood what was going on. He had been killed. He did not die in the myriad returning swords, but in a mysterious attack. The wound was between his eyebrows. Bang! The yin-yang ghost monarch's life force was extinguished. He could no longer hold on. The destructive sword light directly destroyed his body and exploded. His entire body turned into nothingness and disappeared from the palace. Hush! The expressions of the remaining 5 martial saints kept changing. Everything that had happened just now seemed to have happened for a century. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, Li Lingtian had unleashed sword howl of the heavens and earth and myriad returning swords. No one knew what the final attack was. However, in just 10 seconds, a martial monarch realm expert could only use 3 heaven-grade divine powers that could destroy the world, while a martial saint realm expert could only use 2 invincible defenses. The yin-yang ghost emperor, a martial saint, had fallen. It was too easy for him to be killed by a martial emperor. Pfft! Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. However, he felt much more relaxed after spitting out the blood this time. Because after the blood clots came out, his injuries were also reduced. It seemed extremely easy just now, but it was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he would not be killed. He was shocked by the power of the yin-yang ghost emperor and the terror of a martial saint. It was no different from an undying body. If he had not used the spacetime traceless at the end, he would not have been able to kill the yin-yang ghost emperor. Swoosh! In a flash, Li Lingtian flew toward the 9 paths reincarnation mirror. He used his divine consciousness to lock onto the few martial saints to see who would fight for the 9 paths reincarnation mirror. Humph! The expression on 9 demon venerables' face changed several times. He finally understood that he had been slapped in the face by Li Lingtian twice. It turned out that this fellow was so terrifying. Although the yin-yang ghost monarch had temporarily reached the 2nd firmament of the saint realm, his strength was astounding and he was eventually killed by Li Lingtian. Li Lingshan's final attack was considered a scheme, but it was also a feat to be able to kill a martial saint. Now that Li Lingtian wanted to take away the Nine Paths reincarnation mirror, he naturally did not agree. In a flash, he flew toward Li Lingtian. A similar terrifying attack was launched at Li Lingtian. Chapter 534 Spiritual Awareness Attack 1. Chapter 534 Spiritual Awareness Attack 1. You're courting death. Li Lingtian snorted coldly. He did not need to call out names as he grabbed at the Nine Heavens reincarnation mirror. As long as anyone came to stop or fight for it, they would be directly destroyed. When he saw Nine Demon Venerable, his expression was cold and his eyes were like torches. He circulated his true essence to the limit. Suddenly, a thick aura appeared. Earth Tao Intent, Heaven Flipping Seal. The will of the great path of Earth was displayed. With a strange flip of his hand, the destructive pressure of the Earth element appeared. The palm print pressed down on the Nine Demon Venerable's attack with the trajectory of heaven and earth. The palm print was like the might of heaven descending. Hush! The few martial saints were stunned. They were all shocked by the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor and thought that he was unlucky. However, after witnessing how Li Lingshan's casual attack was so powerful, they no longer believed that Li Lingtian was lucky. Moreover, Li Lingtian had never used a repeated move before and after. Every move was a heaven-shaking destructive divine ability. Boom! The destructive palm print was 10 meters in size, and it fiercely pressed down on Nine Demon Venerable's attack. The powerful attack was instantly shattered by the palm print. This attack seemed to have struck Nine Demon Venerable's mind. His face was ashen as he watched the destructive palm strike down. The palm print in his eyes descended like the might of the heavens, destroying his will. The ground of the palace trembled, and the palm print directly slapped Nine Demon Venerable to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and was beaten to the point of being half dead. Eye of the Divine Soul. Ice Flame. Li Lingshan's face was filled with killing intent as 3 exquisite lotus petals appeared on his glabella. The blood-red lotus was flickering. At this moment, the Nine Demon Venerable on the ground exploded. However, at the same time, he screamed. Divine Sense Attack. The few martial saint powerhouses were shocked. A martial emperor actually dared to use his divine consciousness to attack a martial saint powerhouse. Wasn't this courting death? No matter how powerful a martial artist was, their divine sense would never be strong. Their divine sense was proportional to their realm. Even a martial saint powerhouse would not dare to use his divine consciousness to attack a martial supreme unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, divine consciousness was too risky. Li Lingtian was only a martial supreme. Attacking a martial saint with his divine consciousness was akin to hitting a rock with an egg. However, the Nine Demon Venerable was attacked by Li Lingshan's divine consciousness. The divine consciousness attack was so painful that even a powerhouse would find it difficult to withstand it. When they were caught off guard, they could only temporarily lose control and their divine sense would go blank. Although the time was very short, it was only an instant. However, this bit of time was enough for experts to do many things. Nine Demon Venerable felt a huge pain in his sea of consciousness, and his brain was stunned. At this moment, the icy flame had already arrived on his body. It was too late for him to react. Normally, he would be able to react in time to block Li Lingshan's attack, no matter how fast he was. However, he was in a state of complete blankness earlier and did not have the will to block the attack. By the time he reacted, the icy blaze had already enveloped him. With a scream, Nine Demon Venerable's body kept rolling. He no longer looked like a martial saint. Tisk. Li Lingtian reached out and grabbed the Nine Paths reincarnation mirror. The entire process happened in an instant. Even if the 7 Demon Venerables wanted to stop it, it would be too late. Li Lingtian did not stop at all throughout the process. He executed the Heaven Up seal, the Divine Consciousness attack, and the Ice Flame in one go. By the time the few Martial Saint powerhouses reacted, the Nine Paths Reincarnation Mirror was already in Li Lingtian's hands. He gently landed on the ground and looked at the Nine Paths Reincarnation Mirror in his hand. His heart was beating rapidly, as if a treasure that he had lost for a long time had returned. The familiar feeling comforted Li Lingtian. Furthermore, the Nine Paths Reincarnation Mirror did not resist at all. Ice Seal. Nine Suns Sacred Flame. Li Lingtian had obtained the Nine Paths Reincarnation Mirror. A strange smile flashed across the seven demon venerables' eyes as they flew toward Li Lingtian in a flash. However, Li Lingtian was constantly locked onto the seven demon venerables. As soon as the seven demon venerables moved, Li Lingtian waved his hand and Frost Descent appeared in his hand. Instantly, the Ice Soul Martial Spirit was unleashed to its maximum. In front of the falling frost, the palace became a world of glaciers. The seven demon venerables and a few martial saints were also trapped in the glacier. Li Lingtian did not attack the seven demon venerables. Instead, he unleashed the will of fire. The nine yang sacred flame pierced through the glacier and struck the nine demon venerables. The nine demon venerable, who had been corroded by the ice flame, was also being refined. The arrival of the Nine Suns' sacred flame had already caught his attention. The terror of the icy frost flame had already completely restrained him. It was impossible to resist the Nine Suns' sacred flame. Ice Vitality Divine Fist burst. After Li Lingtian unleashed his two skills, he spun around and punched the glacier. Instantly, the huge fist shadow struck the glacier. A deep blue halo appeared on the glacier and scattered. Boom! Gotcha! Crash! The glacier let out a crisp sound. Endless cracks appeared on the glacier, and then the glacier shattered into pieces. Pft! His entire movement was extremely fast. After a few moves were executed, the four martial saint powerhouses only reacted. The seven demon venerables and martial Saint Yun Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. Only martial Saint Ming Luo and Heavenly Monster King were slightly better. Cold air floated in the palace. On the ground, nine demon venerable had lost all signs of life. The ice-cold flame and nine yang sacred flame had completely burned nine demon venerable's demonic chi and blood essence. Even his dantian was destroyed. Traces of demonic chi were refined by the Nine Suns' sacred flame. Quiet, very quiet, there was no aura in the palace at all. Nine demon venerables and Yin Yang Ghost Emperor had fallen. Only the seven demon venerables, martial Saint Yunhao, Heavenly Demon King, and martial Saint Ming Luo were left. All of this was Li Lingtian's doing. The four surviving martial saint powerhouses were staring at Li Lingtian with fear written all over their faces. This was because Li Lingtian, a martial emperor powerhouse, had managed to kill two martial arts saints. Although it was risky and exhausting, the two insanely powerful martial arts saints were killed by Li Lingtian. There was another thing that made them fearful. Li Lingtian's speed of casting his skill was instantaneous. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's skills were casual. In other words, Li Lingtian had cultivated the heaven-rank mystical power to the perfection state. In the time it took for others to cast one destructive heavenly superpower, Li Lingtian was able to cast 3 destructive attacks and defenses. With such speed, who would dare to fight with him? Wasn't he courting death? However, at this moment, the aura of the entire palace became strange. Hee. The change in aura was completely caused by the 7 demon venerables. Initially, after Li Lingtian killed 9 demon venerable and Yin Yang Ghost Emperor, no one dared to act recklessly. However, the 7 demon venerables laughed sinisterly. The air also became stifling. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the others felt the threat of death. I didn't plan to kill you guys, but, since you have come here, then you will stay here forever. The 7 demon venerables revealed a sinister smile on their faces. The aura of their entire bodies slowly rose. They were still at the first sky of the martial saint realm, but they gave people a bad feeling. 7 demon venerables, are you going to leave the 4 of us here? Am I dreaming? If you have the ability, then use it. Martial Saint Ming Luo, Martial Saint Yun Hao, and Heavenly Monster King all felt that something was wrong. They couldn't tell what was wrong. However, the 3 of them subconsciously moved to Li Lingxian's side. Unknowingly, Li Lingtian had become their backbone. After all, Li Lingxian's strength was too terrifying. If Li Lingtian had not killed the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor and the 9 demon venerables, they would not have thought much of it. However, they were no longer confident of defeating Li Lingtian. In their hearts, Li Lingtian was not a martial supreme but a martial saint who was even more terrifying than the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. Instantly, the 4 of them formed a tripod, all guarding against the 7 demon venerables. Although the 7 demon venerables were at the peak of the first firmament of the martial saint realm, and were on par with Heavenly Demon King and Martial Saint Ming Luo, they gave off the feeling of invincibility and death. Be careful. At this moment, Li Lingxian's expression turned grave. Although he still had a few trump cards that he had yet to use, he still felt a sense of dread when facing the 7 demon venerables. Although he was satisfied with defeating the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor and the 9 demon venerable, he still felt lucky. However, he was relieved. After killing the 2 martial saints, no one would dare to come and die. However, the 7 demon venerables gave him a bad feeling. As a martial emperor, he had seen many things. The last time he was in the Lan family, he saw Ming Xiu's strength skyrocket and almost sweep away all the experts. Something's wrong. His aura is changing. Martial Saint Yunhao spoke softly. He was beginning to spurt blood from Li Lingxian's ice soul divine punch. Although Li Lingtian was not targeting him, he was still feeling displeased. However, he was no longer unhappy because if he did not join forces with Li Lingtian, he might be killed here. Li Lingtian and the rest could tell without him saying anything that the aura of the 7 demon venerables was changing. The air was constantly distorted, but the 7 demon venerables did not move. Their hair floated up without any wind. The demonic chi on his body surged, and the demonic chi continued to rise. Boom! Boom! A series of muffled sounds and a strange aura filled the air. Li Lingtian and the others reinforced their protective shields with grave expressions. However, he did not dare to act rashly in case he was fooled. He did not know what the 7 demon venerables were up to. Roar! At this moment, the 7 demon venerables roared, and a demonic bead floated in the air, spinning continuously. A pure and destructive demonic chi burst out from the demonic bead. This demonic chi was extremely pure and was not inferior to the true demonic chi. Li Lingtian and the others were shocked when they saw the demonic chi of the demonic orb. They understood what the 7 demon venerables were up to. Chapter 535. The Terrifying 7 Demon Venerables. Chapter 535. The Terrifying 7 Demon Venerables. As the magic orb spun in the air, Li Lingtian and the others' expressions changed drastically. They all understood what the 7 Demon Venerables were going to do. The 7 Demon Venerables instantly refined the demonic bead, and the aura of their entire bodies instantly soared. The demonic bead disappeared, and they were completely refined. Boom! In the air, destructive power spread out in all directions, and shocking demonic chi wreaked havoc. The aura of the 7 demon venerables also rose at an extremely fast speed. 2nd heaven, 3rd heaven, 4th heaven, Martial Saint Ming Luo exclaimed. However, by the time he shouted, the 7 demon venerables' cultivation had already soared to the 4th heaven. Moreover, the cultivation of this realm was still rising non-stop. Seeing this, the four of them were shocked. He did not expect this magic bead to have such powerful power. Although the 7 demon venerables had forcefully refined the magic bead, he did not expect the power of the wooden bead to be displayed to this extent. Phew! Crash! The air was torn apart as the demonic chi occupied the entire space of the palace. Even Li Lingshan's group of 4 could only use their true essence to defend themselves as they occupied a 10-meter radius of the palace. At this time, the 7 demon venerables' cultivation had already stabilized at the 5th heaven. His entire body was filled with explosive power, and his eyes were red. It was obvious that it was the negative consequences of the magic bead. The 5th heaven martial saint's body was filled with a shocking demonic might. Li Lingtian felt a headache coming on. He no longer had the slightest confidence in facing these 7 demon venerables. He was already calculating how to leave this place. That was because the summoning was not on this level at all. If he wanted to find that summoning, he would have to enter the next level. This was completely a dream. Hee. Die. The 7 demon venerables chuckled and waved their hands. A terrifying power tore through space. He glared coldly at Li Lingtian and the others. The 4 of them could not help but tremble when they were swept by his sharp gaze. A 5th firmament martial saint was like the Grim Reaper. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Lingshan's body was thrown into the air. The invisible force of the fist sent Li Lingtian flying. His cultivation base had skyrocketed and his speed was so fast that even Li Lingshan's reaction speed did not stand a chance against him. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Bang bang bang! Another 3 consecutive muffled sounds rang out. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were sent flying without any resistance. In front of the 7 demon venerables, he was beaten up like a puppet. Moreover, the 7 demon venerables did not use any skills or weapons at all. They had completely used their powerful cultivation to defeat the 4 of them. Walla the 7 demon supremacies pulled with both hands and the space was torn apart in a strange manner. In an instant, they appeared in front of Li Lingtian. With a single hand, he grabbed Li Lingtian from the air. Li Lingtian was suspended in the air with an ugly expression on his face. The destructive demonic chi continued to corrode his body. His neck was stuck and he could not breathe at all. Die. The 7 demon venerables' eyes were cold as they looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. As a 5th heaven martial saint, his body was filled with destructive power and he completely ignored Li Lingshan's terror. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fist shadow was hurled toward Li Lingtian. If this punch landed, Li Lingtian would be killed even if he was a martial saint. Swoosh! A silk banner appeared in Li Lingshan's hand out of nowhere. The moment the silk banner appeared, the entire space froze. That was enough. Li Lingtian broke free from the 7 demon venerables' grasp and disappeared into the air. Boom! A shocking fist shadow was hurled out, but Li Lingshan's disappearance had caused the fist to hit nothing but air. The destructive force slammed into the ground. Space-time traceless. The voice appeared the moment Li Lingtian disappeared. Tisk. A faint sound was heard as a bloody hole appeared on the 7 demon venerables' chest. Li Lingshan's figure appeared once again, but this time, he was in another corner. An exquisite flying knife was already lying in his hand. He looked at the 7 demon venerables with a pale face. If he hadn't used his spiritual awareness to instantly display the spatial banner, he would have been destroyed by this punch. He was extremely shocked. In front of such a powerful cultivation, even powerful treasures and skills were useless. The other party was a 5th heaven martial saint. He could crush you with his pressure and fists. The palace fell silent for a moment. The 7 demon venerables lowered their heads and looked at their chests with cold eyes. As time passed, Li Lingshan's hair stood on end. It was too terrifying for him not to die after being struck by traceless spacetime. Spacetime traceless had the attributes of time and space. Not many people could resist it at all. Moreover, it was an existence that specialized in breaking defenses. Moreover, as long as these two attributes hit an expert, they would be killed. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others panicked when they saw that the 7 demon venerables did not look like they were about to die. Hee. You're courting death. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corners of the 7 demon venerables' lips as they glared at Li Lingtian with a sinister gaze. With a flash, they threw a punch at Li Lingtian. True dragon body protection, giant dragon power. With a loud roar, Li Lingtian's aura began to change as he unleashed his shocking dragon energy. He already understood that it was impossible for him to use his treasures and skills in front of the powerful 7 demon venerables. He could only use his most powerful defensive dragon chi to fight against the 7 demon venerables and try to find an opportunity to use his skill. Rumble! The destructive demonic chi collided with the powerful dragon chi. 4 terrifying dragons burst out and strangled the terrifying demonic chi. Bang! With another dull thud, Li Lingtian's body shot out and crashed into the black stone of the palace. He spat out a mouthful of blood and the 4 giant dragons had disappeared. They had been completely defeated by the 7 demon venerables. In front of a 5th heavenly layer martial saint, he felt so insignificant. Heaven's startling hammer. At this moment, the Heaven Demon King didn't dare to hide anymore. He waved the heaven-shocking hammer in his hand and his body exploded. He smashed the hammer at the 7 demon venerables' heads. The heaven-shocking hammer was a high-grade saint weapon. It was a gravity-type saint weapon. When it was used on a peak first firmament saint realm heavenly demon monarch, even a mountain would be flattened. The terrifying power tore through the air and shot in all directions. The palace trembled in front of the power of this hammer. I want to die. When the 7 demon venerables saw the heaven-startling hammer's attack, their expressions turned solemn. However, they did not hesitate at all. They waved their hands, and a shocking demonic aura gathered together as they punched at the heaven-startling hammer. This action shocked Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Marshal Saint Yun Hao. Even if he used the Divine Heaven Splitting Shield, he wouldn't be able to block the Heaven Demon King's attack. However, he didn't expect the 7 demon venerables to block the hammer empty-handed. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out as the destructive demonic power and demonic chi collided fiercely. The space froze for a moment. Whoosh! A shocking force shot out in all directions as the heaven-startling hammer was repelled. Heaven Demon King's body was also ruthlessly repelled. The 7 demon venerables also retreated rapidly, blood seeping out of the corners of their mouth. Pft! Sky Demon Monarch fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was ugly. With his strength and the powerful physique of the demon race, this hammer was enough to make a mountain disappear. However, in front of the 7 demon venerables, this hammer was actually blocked and injured. Whirlwind slash. Space-piercing shuttle. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Marshal Saint Yun Hao naturally didn't dare to stay here. The 7 demon venerables were strong enough to kill them. If they waited for the 7 demon venerables to defeat them one by one, they would be killed by the 7 demon venerables one by one. Seeing that Li Lingtian and the Heavenly Demon King had been sent flying, the 2 of them flashed and unleashed their most powerful attack. Magicless Mirror Image. The Devilless Mirror Image was cast, and the destructive light attacked Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2. If he was at the first sky of the Marshal Saint realm, the demonless mirror image would not be able to pose a threat to Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2. However, after reaching the 5th sky, his cultivation base and strength would increase by countless times. When he used such a saint weapon, its power would be shocking. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud explosions, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Marshal Saint Yun Hao were thrown into the air. At the same time, the 7 demon venerables were forced back. Puff! The two of them fell to the ground as if they were about to fall apart. The 7 demon venerables had defeated the 4 of them in the blink of an eye, yet Li Lingtian and the others were already severely injured. Metal will. Tyrannical blade art, desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Although the Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Ming Luo were defeated in the blink of an eye, Li Lingtian had the chance to retaliate. He circulated all his vital essence to the limit and circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation. With a flick of his divine sense, the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber appeared in his hand, and a destructive saber intent drifted out. The will of the Way of Metal also emitted a terrifying and destructive aura. Among the 5 elements, the will of the Way of Metal focused on destruction. What a terrifying pressure! The 7 demon venerables, Martial Saint Ming Luo, and the others exclaimed in their hearts. This pressure was extremely terrifying. Even the 5th level of the 7 demon venerables felt waves of pressure. Before Li Lingtian became a Martial Supreme, he had not cultivated the Metal Tao intent, so he could not control the Heaven's Extreme Overlord Saber. However, after reaching the Martial Emperor realm, with the help of the Metal Will and the Tyrant Blade skill, he had gained control of the Heaven's Extreme Tyrant Emperor Blade. He had truly gained control of this divine weapon. In the air, the saber intent dispersed and the Metal Will gathered. Li Lingtian hovered in the air with an extremely serious gaze. He stared coldly at the long saber in his hand as his clothes fluttered in the strong wind. The saber intent had reached its limit, and the tyrant saber art had reached its critical point. He casually waved his hand. The divine weapon, the heavenly extreme tyrant emperor saber, brought with it the pressure of a divine weapon, the saber intent of destruction, the will of the great path of metal, and the terrifying desolation 10 consecutive slashes. The 10 blade lights turned into golden flowing lights. The 10 blade lights seemed to be 10, but they all slashed down at the same time. This move contained the power of a heaven-grade divine power. It gathered all kinds of heaven-defying powers and fused together. It ruthlessly tore through the space of the palace and slashed down on the 7 demon venerables. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 trembled when they saw this attack. It turned out that Li Lingtian had been hiding his cultivation base all along. The power of this attack was enough to kill any of them. He felt lucky that he was not Li Lingshan's enemy. If he had been Li Lingshan's enemy, he would have been killed by this attack. It wasn't Martial Saint Ming Luo, Martial Saint Yunhao, or the Heavenly Monster King. It wasn't the summoning sensation either. It was the 7 demon venerables. This feeling was ridiculous, but he believed it. Because he was the clearest about the strength of the fiend race. He had practiced the canon of the demon race and had witnessed the terror of several demon race experts. At this moment, there was a slight movement in the originally quiet space. The air moved without wind, and the demonic chi kept distorting. The palace that was 1,000 meters in radius was filled with demonic chi, but Li Lingtian did not absorb it. Now, the demonic QJ was becoming more and more terrifying, gradually twisting together. Hee. A sinister laughter rang out, causing the entire silent palace to appear extremely strange. The atmosphere was stifling as the laughter hammered Li Lingtian and the other 3's minds like a hammer. Their faces were filled with fear. 7 demon venerables. He hasn't died yet. Sky Monster King and Martial Saint Yunhao exclaimed. This laughter belonged to the 7 demon venerables. Even if they couldn't see the existence of the 7 demon venerables, they weren't fools. The 7 demon venerables definitely hadn't fallen. When such a thing happened, the few of them trembled. The air became more and more oppressive, and the demonic chi became more and more distorted. Gradually, the demonic chi in the air gathered together, and a huge head appeared in the pitch-black demonic chi. As expected, he is still alive. Li Lingtian exhaled a breath of cold air as the expression on his face changed. His eyes were cold. At this moment, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he was surprisingly calm because he knew that if he panicked, the other party would kill him without much effort. The heads of the 7 demon venerables appeared in the demonic chi. Slowly, their entire bodies appeared again. The body that had been destroyed earlier was now intact. Not only was it not destroyed, but it was also not injured at all. Lowly human, you want to kill me with this little bit of strength? I have to thank you for allowing me to attain the power of purgatory. The 7 demon venerables chuckled, their eyes flashing with demonic light, and their mouths revealed a bloodthirsty smile. His body floated in the air strangely like a cloud of mist, giving people the feeling that he had encountered a demonic existence. The air in the palace also turned into nothingness in the demonic chi. Gradually, the palace almost formed a vacuum. Then let's test my strength again. Li Lingtian was shocked, but he remained calm because fear was useless against such a powerhouse. He could only respond calmly or die. He circulated his vital essence and activated the divine dragon ring. An extremely pure dragon energy surged into his body, and his entire body was filled with terrifying dragon energy. Will I let you have your wish? Haha, purgatory force destroy. The 7 demon venerables knew Li Lingtian's insanity because he had never seen Li Lingtian use the same skills and techniques repeatedly. He did not know what other terrifying techniques he could unleash. He did not want to be at a disadvantage again. He did not even need to circulate the demonic chi in his body. Instead, he grabbed with one hand and the demonic chi in the air formed a destructive force that bombarded Li Lingtian from all directions. The space was torn apart inch by inch. The invisible pressure slammed Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others to the ground, rendering them immobile. Icebound 10,000 mile. Shield of the earth. Heavenly shield. Raging flames burning the heavens. True dragon body protection. Ice and fire ring. Heaven flipping seal. Li Lingtian was horrified. It was too late for him to unleash his earth-shattering attack, as the 7 demon venerables would not give him a chance. The 7 demon venerables had a monstrous cultivation base at the 5th sky of the Martial Saint realm. The speed at which they attacked was extremely fast, and it was completely beyond his imagination. He did not dare to hold back anymore. He used 6 consecutive defenses and finally used the Heaven Up seal. Each defense was rarely used in the past, because at that time very few people could threaten him, and they were all used to attack instead of defending. Now, it was impossible to defend against the 7 demon venerables. Moreover, the other party would not give you the chance. The destructive power of purgatory mercilessly crushed down. Rumble! Rumble! Bang! Pft! With 7 consecutive explosions, the 6 defenses were all torn apart in an instant. Even the Heaven Up seal was torn apart in an instant. The purgatory force struck Li Lingtian's chest hard. Li Lingtian was thrown out before he fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His consciousness faded away. He finally understood that a Martial Saint powerhouse would never be a match for a Martial Emperor powerhouse. Even if he had killed the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor and the 9 Demon Venerable, they were still shocking skills and treasures. With luck, he would not have been able to kill 2 Martial Saints otherwise. This 5th Firmament Martial Saint 7 Demon Venerable was not something any Martial Saint could resist. Even a 5th Heaven Martial Saint might not be a match for the 7 Demon Venerables, let alone him. So what if it was a heaven-shaking skill? So what if it was a terrifying treasure? So what if it was a powerful technique? In the face of a terrifying cultivation, it could directly crush you to death. Li Lingtian did not know what he was feeling as he felt his consciousness gradually fading away. The only thing he was worried about was Shun Mei and the others who were in the Divine Dragon Ring. But now it was all over. It was a pity that he was not a 5th Heaven Martial Saint. Otherwise, he would not have been killed by the 7 demon venerables. In front of the purgatory power, a third-level martial emperor like him was no different from an ant. Hee. The 7 demon supremacy's sinister laughter rang out as Li Lingtian lay on the ground weakly. His eyes were gradually losing focus. In front of me, everything is trash. You're still too inexperienced to fight me. Even if you were a martial saint, you would still end up the same way, let alone a martial supreme. In a flash, the 7 demon venerables appeared before Li Lingtian and glared at him coldly. He extended his hand and a stream of demonic qi pressed down on Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian's face revealed a smile that did not match his relaxed expression at all. The 7 demon venerables were puzzled, but the demonic qi in their hands did not stop. Not good. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. There was no movement in the sky, but there was a supreme pressure. The pressure was like the might of the heavens, directly crushing down. Immediately, his body was imprisoned, and he could not use his demonic qi. His entire body seemed to be frozen. The smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider, but his consciousness was fading. However, when its consciousness was scattered, it realized that the familiar summoning sensation was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that it could gather its scattered consciousness. Moreover, the summoning sensation that originally belonged to the next level appeared in the sky. He knew that he was about to die, but when he saw that the 7 demon venerables were about to die, he smiled. Chapter 537 Tianma Zither Boom. In the minds of the 7 demon venerables, a supreme pressure bombarded them, and they froze. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was thrown out. At that moment, Li Lingtian's body, which was lying on the ground, began to levitate strangely. It was as if he was being pulled by some force as he slowly rose upwards. At the same time, a ray of light appeared. The light was extremely strange. One side was golden and the other was black. A 10-meter-wide light appeared and Li Lingtian quickly entered it. In an instant, Li Lingtian's body disappeared into the light. Swoosh! Swoosh! 4 figures flashed and entered the place when the light disappeared. In the palace of the 97th level of the heaven-reaching demon tower, everything was quiet. There was no one. It was as if the battle just now had never happened. It was also like an illusion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, Level 98. The 7 demon venerables and martial Saint Ming Luo appeared on an array altar at the same time. The array altar was exactly the same as before, and everything in front of him was exactly the same as below. However, there was no demonic qi in this place. Here, there was no demonic qi or spiritual qi. There was only ordinary air. It was not suitable for martial artists to cultivate at all. There were 4 stone doors at the edge of the palace. It was unknown what was behind the stone doors. This is the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower? Martial Saint Yunhao said in surprise. She moved away from the 7 demon venerables. Martial Saint Ming Luo and Heavenly Demon King were the same. They did not dare to get too close to the 7 demon venerables. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was called the 98th floor of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, one wouldn't have thought that this place was the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Soon, their gazes fell on the sky not far away. Li Lingtian was suspended in the air by the golden radiance. His face was pale and his vitality was weak. Cece. Crack, crack. In the center of the palace, there was a slight sound. In the eyes of the 4 powerful martial saints, an exquisite platform appeared on the ground. The platform was made of a pitch-black object and emitted a mysterious aura. This platform was only 1 meter wide and 1 meter long, but it was 2 meters tall. Magic crystals! God-fiend crystals! The 7 demon venerables exclaimed. They finally recognized the origin of this pitch-black platform. The pitch-black platform was completely made of a complete god-fiend crystal. What kind of concept was this? Demonic crystals were generally about the same size as spirit stones, and there were also grades. However, the mana crystals were all ordinary mana crystals. There were no top-grade mana crystals. However, the one in front of him was indeed the legendary godfiend crystal of the demon race. The power of a godfiend crystal was tens of millions of times that of an ordinary magical crystal. Moreover, this platform was made of complete god-demon crystals. No other world had such a large god-demon crystal. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others were also shocked after the 7 demon venerables exclaimed. Although they were not from the devil race, they knew about some precious items. He was also shocked by this god-demon crystal and looked at it in a daze. However, the 7 demon venerables' eyes were filled with greed. They did not want anything else. Just this godfiend crystal was enough to increase his cultivation. If he refined this godfiend crystal, he could even become a true god, let alone a martial god. Clang ding. Clang. 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 Ding. 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 At this moment, a crisp sound of a zither rang out in the palace. The sound was like the sound of nature. The 4 powerful martial saints were instantly immersed in it. They looked at the sky with infatuated eyes, but they could not see a single person appear. The only thing he saw was a 3-foot-long zither. There was no aura on the zither, but it emitted a beautiful sound of nature. The sound of the zither continued. The sound of the zither stunned the 4 martial saints. What was the sound of nature? This was the sound of nature. The sound of nature appeared in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, making people tremble. Bang! With a discordant dull sound, the zither music disappeared. The body of the zither landed on the platform. When the body of the zither landed on the platform, a light shield appeared, covering the platform and the body of the zither. Could it be the Tianma zither? The expressions of the 7 demon venerables changed drastically, and their bodies could not help but tremble. It was as if he had seen a ghost or a heaven-defying treasure. Ha 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 ha! It really is the heavenly demon zither. I didn't expect the 98th level to be on the heavenly demon zither. Ha 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 ha! This is the will of the heavens. The heavens want me to become a supreme true demon. Even a god can't stop me. The 7 demon venerables burst into laughter. They looked excited and crazy as they walked towards the heavenly demon zither step by step. In his eyes, everything around him was nothingness. Only the Tianma zither was in his eyes. Tianma zither? The supreme treasure of the demon race, the demon zither. The demon princess demon zither. That's right. It should be the heavenly demon zither. Legend has it that it was the heavenly demon zither that the eldest princess of the demon race Qingwu used countless years ago. Marshal Saint Yunhao, Marshal Saint Ming Luo, and Heavenly Demon King were all shocked. He had never thought that such a treasure would appear. This Tianma zither was not only a musical treasure, but also a treasure that surpassed divine artifacts. Now that the 7 demon venerables had become a 5th heaven martial saint, even Li Lingtian was no match for him. Moreover, Li Lingtian's vitality was already weak, and he was on the verge of death. Naturally, he did not have the ability to make a move. Even an ordinary person could kill him with a single punch, let alone the 7 demon venerables. If the 7 demon venerables were to obtain the Tianma zither, the entire divine martial continent would be finished. What should we do? Marshal Saint Ming Luo didn't pay any attention at this moment. If they wanted to attack, they would not be the 7 demon venerables' match. If they did not attack, the heavenly demon zither would fall into the hands of the 7 demon venerables. At that time they would also be killed. While they were fretting, the 7 demon venerables had stopped 10 meters away from Li Lingtian. To retrieve the Tianma zither, they had to pass by Li Lingtian. Naturally, they had to get rid of Li Lingtian when they encountered such a situation. Offending this demon venerable will result in your soul being extracted and refined. You are just a stepping stone for this demon venerable. Destroy it. The 7 demon venerables glared coldly at Li Lingtian. Demonic chi gathered in their hands as they threw a punch at Li Lingtian, who was hovering in the air. Even the 3 martial arts saints present could not withstand the destructive demonic chi, let alone Li Lingtian, who could not move. Just as the destructive demonic chi was about to hit Li Lingtian, a golden radiance flashed and gathered together in a strange manner. The golden radiance then headed straight for the demonic chi. Boom! The golden light and the demonic chi collided, and an explosion sounded in the palace. Deng deng deng! The 7 demon venerables kept retreating. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were extremely pale. Although the attack just now was not the strongest, this punch was enough to kill a martial saint expert. However, it was defeated by a golden light. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the others were also shocked when they saw this. He did not expect the golden light to have an automatic attack consciousness. Why did it not destroy Li Lingtian? The 7 demon venerables were even more afraid. He knew best that the golden light just now was only blocking on its own and not attacking. If it had really attacked, he would have died long ago. More importantly, this golden light was clearly not moving, so why was it resisting him? Don't you remember me? 11 An ethereal voice sounded in the palace. Although it was just a plain sentence, it was as beautiful as the sound of nature, making people almost intoxicated. Her voice was beautiful and gentle, giving off the feeling of a gentle breeze. However, the 4 martial saints in the palace couldn't help but tremble. They were the only ones who had entered the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. No outsiders had come up. They were both men, but this voice was obviously a woman's. Judging from the voice, it was definitely a peerless goddess. For someone else's voice to appear in such a terrifying place, he naturally felt that something was wrong. They had been here for so long, but they had not discovered the existence of this person. One could imagine how terrifying this person was. As soon as the voice fell, a figure strangely appeared in the air. It was ethereal. A woman in red floated in the air. Her light clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look extremely ethereal. She gave off an aura that made people look up and worship her. The aura was not oppressive, but it made people feel that they could only look up to it. The woman turned around and looked at Li Lingtian with a gaze as gentle as water. His face was as fair as jade, and his face was perfect and exquisite. There was a delicate blood-red painting on his forehead that was exactly the same as one of the 3 exquisite lotus petals on Li Lingtian's forehead. With the addition of this painting, not only did it not affect her exquisite and perfect face, but it also added a kind of stunning and peerless beauty. In her light clothes, her exquisite and fiery figure was faintly discernible, making people almost go crazy for her. However, this figure gave people a feeling that it was a little unreal. This was too perfect and fiery. Even the heavens did not have such a masterpiece. Even the heavens could not imagine that such a perfect and stunning woman could exist in this world. For a moment, the 4 powerful martial saints were stunned. They looked at the red-veiled woman with a scornful gaze. 3,000 reincarnations. Qingwu has been waiting for you for 3,000 reincarnations. You said that you would never forget me even if it took 3,000 reincarnations. The red-veiled woman's body did not move at all. However, she appeared beside Li Lingtian strangely. She extended her jade-like hand and gently stroked Li Lingtian's cheek with her slender fingers. Her appearance was as gentle as water. Heavenly Demon Princess! At this moment, Heavenly Demon King exclaimed. The 7 demon venerables and the others also reacted, and their expressions were extremely ugly. At the same time, he also recognized that this woman in red was the Heavenly Demon Princess Qing Wu of the demon race. This was the most powerful figure in the demon race after the great demon god. These were all legends of the upper realm. Why did the heavenly demon princess appear in the divine martial continent now? Moreover, it seemed like Li Lingtian had a close relationship with the heavenly demon princess. As he thought about the heavenly demon princess words, he suddenly understood something. Could it be that Li Lingtian was the heavenly demon princess lover before the 3,000 reincarnations? However, the air froze and turned cold. The four of them could not help but tremble as they looked at the red-veiled woman with fear in their eyes. That was because the heavenly demon princess was looking at them coldly. She no longer had the gentleness from before. She had the aura and might of a supreme being. There was no gentleness like water anymore. Chapter 538. Heavenly Demon Princess. The air turned cold because of the heavenly demon princess expression. The gentle look in his eyes was now as cold as ice. He looked at the four demon venerables with killing intent. It was as if the four of them had disturbed her and Li Lingtian. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's injury was caused by the 7 demon venerables, so it was unforgivable. Previously, he had been immersed in his reunion with Li Lingtian and ignored the 4 martial saint powerhouses. Moreover, 4 martial saint powerhouses were weaker than ants here. Naturally, they could not escape. The aura of the heavenly demon princess soared, and a destructive aura pressed down on the 7 demon venerables. Pft! Ah! The expressions of the 7 demon venerables changed drastically. What kind of existence was the heavenly demon princess? She was said to be as powerful as the demon ancestor. Even if the heavenly demon princess in front of him was not real and was only a clone of the heavenly demon princess, the aura she displayed was not something he could resist. The destructive aura was extremely fast, as if it was the might of the heavens. Without waiting for him to resist, his entire body was thrown out as if he had been struck by the heavenly might. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were displaced, his dantian and meridians were destroyed, his consciousness was scattered, and his eyes turned from despair to ashes. Shu! Martial Saint Ming Luo, Martial Saint Yun Hao, and Heavenly Monster King's hearts were beating wildly, but they didn't dare to make a sound. They could only cover their mouths with their hands and didn't dare to make a sound. The 7th demon venerable was a heaven-defying 5th sky martial saint. His strength could definitely sweep away any expert below the 5th sky of the martial saint realm. However, he was actually killed by a seemingly weak woman with just a wave of power. Stay well for Bengong. What made the 3 of them temporarily relieved was that the heavenly demon princess did not immediately kill them. Instead, she swept her cold gaze over them. Her sharp gaze slowly shifted to Li Lingtian. As her gaze shifted, her sharp gaze turned gentle. As she quietly watched Li Lingtian's weakened state of consciousness, the heavenly demon princess completely ignored everything in the outside world. It was as if she and Li Lingtian were the only ones left in this world. Clang! 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 Ding-dong! Ding-dong! Gradually, the heavenly demon princess took 2 steps back. Her eyes never left Li Lingtian. Her slender fingers caressed the heavenly demon zither as a peerless smile appeared on her face. With a wave of his 10 fingers, the zither music sounded. The sound of nature emanated from her slender fingers. The entire 98th floor of the palace was filled with the sound of nature. The voice was tear-jerking and heartbreaking. The ethereal sound waves reached Li Lingtian's ears. The heavenly demon princess looked at Li Lingtian with gentle eyes as her 10 fingers strummed the zither skillfully. As Li Lingtian's consciousness faded away, he felt the familiar summoning coming closer and closer. He did not know when he had arrived before the summoning. It was a very familiar summoning aura, but he could not put his finger on it. Could it be the last moment of life? He thought to himself. This feeling was so vague that he didn't know if it was true or not. A gentle voice rang in his ear. The voice was like the sound of nature reaching his heart. It made his heart feel as sweet as drinking honey. Clang! The beautiful sound of the zither rang out. The zither sound was extremely familiar to him, as if he had heard it countless times. Moreover, the zither music struck the bottom of his heart, making him unable to forget it forever. As the beautiful zither music played, some fragments appeared in his mind. The fragments were incomplete, but he believed that these fragments were fake and were part of his memories. Heavenly Demon Princess, Qinggu, Heavenly Demon Zither, Demon Clan, Saint Lord Zhiyang. One by one, familiar words and fragments stopped in his mind, and his consciousness finally condensed. His mind was shaken, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Pft! Qinggu. He was originally floating in the air, but as blood spurted out, he stood up. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two, who were in the distance, were awakened by Li Lingxian's melodious music. When they saw Li Lingtian spurt blood onto the Heavenly Demon Princess, they were shocked to death. He had already thought of the Heavenly Demon Princess' anger. After her anger, everyone here would die. However, to their surprise, the Heavenly Demon Princess was not angry at all. Instead, she was stunned. Tears appeared in her beautiful and charming eyes, and her eyes were red. The corners of her rosy lips twitched. The mist in her eyes turned into tears and rolled down her delicate and perfect face. She was still looking at Li Lingtian quietly. "You scoundrel, you scared me to death." The Heavenly Demon Princess choked on her words as she pounced on Li Lingtian. Her entire body was like a little bird as she squeezed into Li Lingxian's arms. She no longer had the domineering and powerful aura of the Heavenly Demon Princess. Instead, she was like a frail little girl. On the clean gauze, the dark red bloodstains were completely ignored. Li Lingtian subconsciously reached out to hug the Heavenly Demon Princess in his arms. The cold expression on his face turned into tenderness. This scene completely petrified Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two. What was going on? Was she still the Heavenly Demon Princess, who had killed a fifth firmament Marshal Saint with her aura? That peerless Heavenly Demon Princess was enough to drive all men crazy. Yet, she was now acting like a spoiled little girl in Li Lingxian's arms. All of a sudden, the three of them felt their minds short-circuit. They were completely blinded by everything. "Qinggu, I've made you wait for too long." "Cough cough, I'm here, aren't I?" "All right, smile," Li Lingtian said gently. He was injured at first, but he had not recovered yet. He could not help but cough twice before he put on a smile. He grabbed the Heavenly Demon Princess' shoulders with both hands and pushed her away. "Do you know how long I've waited for 3,000 reincarnations? How are you?" The Heavenly Demon Princess pouted her little lips and said coquettishly. However, she quickly asked about Li Lingxian's injuries. With her cultivation base, she should not have been in such a hurry. However, she was behaving like a little girl now. Although she acted coquettishly and deliberately showed a trace of unhappiness on her face, she still smiled sweetly. Her beautiful smile could make all things in the world lose their color. "I'm fine. I won't die." Li Lingtian looked at the woman in red veil before him. Her delicate and perfect face was as smooth as jade, and her exquisite and fiery figure was perfect to the extreme. He believed that even the heavens would not be able to imagine her peerless charm. Although he did not know some of his past memories, the incomplete memories in his mind still existed. He knew about him and the Heavenly Demon Princess. 3,000 reincarnations ago, the Saint Lord of Nine Yang was known as one of the most talented mighty figures in the upper realm. However, during the war between the demon realm and the human realm, the Saint Lord of Nine Yang, who was a human, and Qingwu, who was a princess of the demon realm, were together regardless of the opinions of the humans and demons. Both of them were the most talented experts of the human race and the demon world. However, when it came to feelings, the two of them were no longer enemies, but lovers who depended on each other for life and death. However, the two of them were not tolerated by humans and demons. The Saint Lord of Jiryang and the Heavenly Demon Princess did not have many opportunities to meet, but every time they met, it would be the best time for the two of them. When the Saint Lord of Nine Yang left the Heavenly Demon Princess for the last time, he felt that something was about to happen. However, he never expected that he would be killed by the immemorial ice crystal. His soul dissipated as he dissipated into thin air. Naturally, the Heavenly Demon Princess knew about the Nine Yang Saint Lord. She had been searching for the Nine Yang Saint Lord's soul and finally arrived at the Divine Martial Continent. However, she could only wait in the Heaven Ascension Demonic Tower for 3,000 cycles before Li Lingtian finally appeared. "I'll help you heal. You're really something. You used to be a divine lord, but now you've become like this." The Heavenly Demon Princess' face was filled with anger, and she even sounded reproachful. However, no matter how one heard it, it did not sound like she was reproaching someone. Instead, it sounded like she was concerned. However, in the eyes of Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other two, their hearts were pounding. The consequences of Princess Tian Mo's anger were very serious. The three of them didn't dare to make a sound and just watched from the side. The Heavenly Demon Princess held Li Lingxian's hand and supported him as they walked toward a stone door at the side of the palace. The movements were extremely familiar, as if they had practiced it countless times, or as if the two of them were already familiar with each other in their previous lives. The two of them left the palace and entered behind the stone door. Behind the stone door was a passageway. After passing through the passageway, they could see stone chambers of different sizes. Finally, they arrived at a relatively spacious stone room. The stone room was not as cold as they had imagined. Instead, it was extremely warm. This was like a girl's boudoir. After entering the stone room, a restriction was activated. There was a small garden inside, and the atmosphere was warm. The Heavenly Demon Princess helped Li Lingtian to the side of the bed. The spacious bed looked extremely soft. She thought to herself that the Heavenly Demon Princess before her was the most beautiful woman in the demonic realm. She was peerless in beauty. Under such circumstances, she felt extremely ambiguous. Even if the two of them were a little intimate in the past, it had not reached that stage. Li Lingxian's heart was burning with excitement at the sight of this. Just as she sat down, she stood up reflexively, as if there were thorns on the bed. "What's wrong? Are you not used to it?" When the Heavenly Demon Princess saw Li Lingxian's reaction, a smile appeared on her face while her heart was pounding. In the past, they did not have much intimacy when they were together. However, this time, she was extremely excited to bring Li Lingtian directly to her room. It was obvious that Li Lingtian was not used to it and she felt a little disappointed. However, she quickly got used to it because it was a normal reaction. "Let me heal my injuries first." Li Lingxian's face was filled with embarrassment. He did not care about such matters when he was with Shun Mei and the others. After all, they were already husband and wife. But now, in front of the Heavenly Demon Princess, he was still a little unfamiliar. After she finished speaking, she sat down. The Heavenly Demon Princess bent down and squatted down gracefully. She removed Li Lingxian's shoes and let him sit on it so that he could heal his wounds. Li Lingtian felt a surge of warmth in his heart when he saw the Heavenly Demon Princess' actions. She was the princess of the demon world. What a proud existence! Her powerful cultivation made billions of demons and humans afraid. However, she was now helping Li Lingtian with his shoes. She was a gentle little woman and a considerate wife. If the demons and humans in the world saw the Heavenly Demon Princess like this, wouldn't their jaws drop? Chapter 539. Heavenly Demon Princess Clone 1. He circulated the Saint Demon quintessence, and streams of pure demonic chi flowed through his body. Behind him, Princess Heavenly Demon injected pure demonic chi into Li Lingshan's body to help him repair his meridians. The destructive attack of the 7 demon venerables almost made him vanish into thin air. Fortunately, he had the defense of the limitless feather coat and the golden light. Otherwise, he would have vanished into thin air long ago. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Demonic chi swept across the place, emitting soft sounds. Strands of fragrant sweat seeped out of Princess Tianmo's forehead. However, she did not stop at all as she continued to infuse demonic energy into Li Lingshan's body. The demonic energy she unleashed was the true demonic energy. As the powerful true demon chi entered Li Lingshan's body, the demonic chi that Li Lingtian had cultivated rapidly sublimated into true demon chi. Moreover, there was a trace of Saint Demon chi inside. This way, his injuries would recover quickly. After an hour, Li Lingshan's injuries had fully recovered. Meanwhile, Heavenly Demon Princess was panting behind him. Qinggu, what's wrong? Li Lingtian quickly turned around and saw the Heavenly Demon Princess lying weakly on the bed. Her face was drenched in sweat. It was obvious that she had consumed too much demonic chi. Li Lingtian had a bad feeling about her pale complexion. He reached out and pulled the Heavenly Demon Princess into his arms. He could feel that the Heavenly Demon Princess' body was extremely cold. There was no longer any warmth. Qingwu is only a clone that came to the divine martial continent. I don't have much time left. I'm already satisfied to see that you're fine. Your current opponent is too powerful, and your cultivation is not enough. I can only give you the true devil chi of my clone. When the time comes, I will wait for you in the demon realm. There are still many things that you can't remember, but the Tianma Zither can let you remember us. The 8 sounds of the Heavenly Demon is inside the Heavenly Demon Zither. The Heavenly Demon Princess was half lying in Li Lingshan's arms as she looked at him tenderly with her beautiful eyes. Li Lingtian was like this before the 3,000 reincarnations. At this moment, he was more delicate and handsome than before. He had a hint of devilish charm and was more elegant. As she spoke, her breathing was weak and her face was pale, but she looked very happy. I will definitely go to the demon realm to find you. Li Lingshan's gaze was gentle and his voice was calm, but his voice was a little choked. In his past life, Qingwu had been waiting for him for 3,000 reincarnations. But now, she would rather give up her clone to help him. There were only a few women like her in this world. Moreover, Qingwu was the supreme princess of the demon realm. Actually, there's no difference between the demon race and the human race. It's fine as long as you can strengthen yourself. Qingwu is most worried about you. You have to promise Qingwu to protect yourself. When you cultivate the 4 sounds of the Heavenly Demon, you will be able to reach the 99th level of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Qingwu spoke softly. Her voice was getting weaker and weaker, but her face was filled with joy. Li Lingtian lowered his head and looked at Qingwu gently. He stroked Qingwu's face with one hand and tears rolled down his face. Gradually, he felt a sense of emptiness in his arms. The Heavenly Demon Princess, who was originally in his arms, turned into a phantom and finally disappeared. With only the Heavenly Demon Princess clothes in his hands, the Heavenly Demon Princess clone completely disappeared and left this world. Li Lingtian looked at the red muslin in his hand and felt a pang of pain in his heart. His entire being was in a daze. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian woke up from his daze with traces of tears on his face. He calmed himself down a little and looked around the room. There was nothing important. He used his divine sense to open the divine dragon ring and put Princess Tianmo's clothes inside. He walked out step by step and then cast countless array formations to protect the room. When he left the room and arrived at the palace, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were still there. The Tianma Zither on the platform was still there, but the beauty was no longer there. He knew that Princess Tianma was only a clone here, but he still felt very uncomfortable. If a mighty figure lost an avatar, they would drop a realm and lose a portion of their cultivation and spiritual will. As he approached the Tianma zither, Li Lingtian circulated the demonic qi in his body and unleashed a true demonic qi. With a flick of his fingers, a beautiful zither tune rang out. The zither music was not as proficient as Princess Tianmo's, but it was no different. He released his divine sense and quickly erased the aura on the heavenly demon zither. Although the aura on the heavenly demon zither was the aura of the heavenly demon princess, he would not be able to control the heavenly demon zither if he did not erase the aura on it. Clang! As the last note was played, the Tianma zither landed in Li Lingshan's hands. The Tianma zither began to transform rapidly until it was only the size of a palm. Li Lingtian released his divine consciousness from the divine demon crystal platform on the ground and stored it into the divine dragon ring. Everything was very natural, as if he was very familiar with this place. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were shocked because Li Lingtian had changed drastically in their eyes. His cultivation was still at the third heaven of the martial emperor realm, but he gave off a feeling that he was countless times stronger. Naturally, Li Lingtian had obtained the cultivation base of the heavenly demon princess clone. His entire body was filled with true demon qi, and his demonic qi had been completely refined into true demon qi. There was also a trace of holy demon qi in it. Naturally, his strength was unparalleled. Elegant, and domineering, an irreversible majesty was emitted from his body, and an aura that made people look up to him was formed. Sir Ling Tian. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two trembled when they saw Li Lingtian walking over. Even though they were martial saints, they had witnessed Li Lingshan's domineering manner earlier. He had almost killed the 7 demon lords who were at the 5th firmament of the martial saint realm. If not for the fact that the 7 demon lords were immortal, they would have fallen long ago. They did not have the ability to do so. Encountering Li Lingtian would only be courting death. On the other hand, Li Lingtian gave them a feeling that he was unfathomable and even more powerful than before. He was curious where the heavenly demon princess had gone. What was the relationship between Li Lingtian and the heavenly demon princess? It should be known that the heavenly demon princess was the princess of the demon world, a supreme existence. No matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, he was still a human warrior. He was only a god and a mortal away from the heavenly demon princess level. However, judging from the way the heavenly demon princess treated Li Lingtian, it was obvious that they were very close. Moreover, Li Lingtian was very natural. Before the two of them left, the heavenly demon princess even said something that shocked them. The heavenly demon princess had mentioned that Li Lingtian was a divine lord. What kind of existence was a divine lord? He was the mighty true god in the upper realms legends and was even more powerful than a true god. The few of them immediately thought of the possibility that Li Lingtian was the reincarnation of an almighty true god. Otherwise, Li Lingshan's heaven-defying abilities would be too terrifying. It would make sense if he was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. You didn't see what happened today. You can also say that you saw it. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he came before the 7 demon venerables and grabbed the storage pouch with one hand. He then extended his divine perception into it. The 2 magic beads were lying inside. The 2 magic beads were still there. The magic beads were very useful to him now. Since he had encountered it, he naturally wouldn't give up. After putting away his storage bag, he walked towards the array altar. He swept his gaze over the array altar and casually pulled with his hands. 2 balls of pure demonic qi were unleashed. The appearance of the true demon qi tore the space of the array altar apart. Li Lingshan's body flashed and he entered it. Li Lingshan's simple words did not seem threatening at all. However, in the hearts of the 3 martial saints, Li Lingshan's words were more serious than a threat. They would be doomed if word of what happened before their eyes got out. In their eyes, Li Lingtian would not even bother to threaten them. Her heart trembled. However, upon seeing Li Lingtian leave, she knew that if she did not follow him, she would be locked inside. In a flash, she followed him. Li Lingtian's body trembled when he entered the array altar. It was as if he had entered a space-time tunnel. However, now that he had control of the true devil chi and had a little understanding of this heaven ascension demon tower, this passageway naturally could not threaten him. Swoosh! Li Lingtian's eyes lit up when a gentle breeze blew past. When he reappeared, he was already outside the demonic tower. The moment he appeared, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two followed suit. Their bodies swayed and they almost fell to the ground. Compared to Li Lingtian, they were worlds apart. Sir Lingtian, if you think I'm useful, please let me follow you. Marshal Saint Ming Luo muttered to herself for a moment before she spoke. Her expression was calm as she looked at Li Lingtian. When Li Lingtian followed the heavenly demon princess out of the palace, he was shocked beyond words. Li Lingtian's identity was too powerful and completely surpassed everything in the divine martial continent. If she could be with Li Lingtian, she might achieve even greater things. Li Lingtian had achieved such an achievement at the age of 22. He could not say that he would become a martial god in a few decades or reach another level. Li Lingtian's identity alone was comparable to the five of them. It was still not too late to tag along with Li Lingtian. After all, Li Lingtian was only a martial supreme. If he waited for Li Lingtian's cultivation to advance, he would not be able to hitch a ride. Do you think it's appropriate? I have nothing to give you, Li Lingtian said coldly. It was indeed good to have a martial saint as a subordinate, but it was impossible for him to gain any benefits from Li Lingtian. Moreover, Martial Saint Ming Luo was from a family. He did not want his subordinates to have a family. Your Excellency Lingtian has a bright future ahead of you. My family can help pave the way for you. Martial Saint Ming Luo did not hesitate at all. He knew that Li Lingtian had a lot on his mind, so he did not hide anything and stated his conditions. The Ming family was a decent family in the Xian continent. Although Li Lingtian was only a martial supreme now, his identity was not simple. If they were to be together with Li Lingtian, the Ming family would receive Li Lingtian's protection in the future. Up to you. I don't care about these things. You should ask another person. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward the demonic pressure. With his current cultivation and strength, he was not afraid of the demonic pressure at all. His figure flashed and arrived before the demonic pressure. He pulled his hands to the side, and a spatial rift was instantly torn open in the area under the demonic pressure. His body flashed strangely and disappeared. Chapter 540. Leaving the demon suppressing secrets, what are your plans? Seeing Li Lingtian's methods, Martial Saint Ming Luo was even more determined. The martial emperor powerhouse in front of him was even more terrifying than a martial saint powerhouse. If he could follow him now, his future would be bright. However, he had to obtain the other party's consent and shelter. He turned around and looked at Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Yunhao. If the two martial saints joined, he could get a partner. In this way, if there were benefits in the future, one more person would not be considered much. If there were no benefits in the future, there would be one more person who would be unlucky with him. You understand. Yunhao Martial Saint and Sky Demon King looked at each other and smiled. They did not expect that they would one day follow a martial emperor and have to curry favor with him. However, they did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, they felt a wave of anticipation. Then what are we waiting for? Martial Saint Ming Luo turned around again when she saw the duo's reaction. Li Lingtian had long disappeared. Shocked, her body flashed, and she could not be bothered to expend her true essence as she quickly weaved through the demonic pressure. After Li Lingtian left the devil's might, he sprinted forward. After half an hour, he finally arrived at a hidden place. He swept his divine sense around and revealed a faint smile. Young master. At that moment, Longda had also arrived by Li Lingtian's side. Although his voice was calm, Longda's face was filled with excitement. She had been with Li Lingtian for some time now, and the two of them had a good relationship. Although they were master and servant, Longda was extremely loyal. He knew that Li Lingtian was not as heartless as the other masters. During Li Lingtian's absence, Longda was extremely worried. After all, there were several martial saint powerhouses in the demonic tower, and there were unknown dangers. As time passed, he grew more worried, but he did not dare to leave the place. If Li Lingtian returned and could not find him, trouble would arise again. They had been waiting bitterly for Li Lingtian to finally return. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded. He extended his hand and pushed the god-destroying tempest that Longda had handed over to him. He would be a burden if he carried it, so he might as well let Longda help him carry it. That way, he would save trouble. I'll leave the three of them to you. Do as you see fit. Let's go to the place where we used to rest. I need to rest. Li Lingtian looked behind him before he called out to the multicolored beast. Longda was stunned for a moment before he sensed something with his divine consciousness and immediately understood. On the multicolored beast, Li Lingtian closed his eyes as the multicolored beast sprinted forward. Longda led the way. After a long time, Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other two finally caught up. The group of people did not speak and ran quickly. It did not take long for Li Lingtian to arrive at the cave where he used to rest. With a wave of his hands, the restriction spells were broken one by one. The multicolored beast was also placed outside and walked in alone. When he returned to the cave, he relaxed a little. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. Shun Mei and the other three appeared in front of them. The four of them had been cultivating in the divine dragon ring for a while, and it was getting boring. After they came out, their faces were filled with joy and excitement. Husband, it's been a long time. After Shun Mei came out, she held Li Lingtian's arm and spoke gently. He had been cultivating in the divine dragon ring for 2 months, which meant that he had spent a month outside. The matter in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower has been resolved. I'm a little tired. I need to rest. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian reached out and stroked Shun Mei's face. And, Big Brother Lingtian, Big Sister Mei will bring you to wash up. I'll go tidy up the room. Tang Ziming said obediently on the other side and entered the cave. Shun Mei and Li Lingtian came to a pool not far from the cave. It was June and the water temperature was just right. After Shun Mei helped him undress, Li Lingtian jumped into the pool naked. It had been a long time since he had bathed. He could feel his pores expanding in the pool. Shun Mei removed her veil as well. She walked to Li Lingtian's side and gently massaged him with her slender fingers. Her face was filled with gentleness and happiness. Li Lingtian leaned his head into Shun Mei's arms, his proud chest soft and comfortable. Seeing this, Shun Mei's lips curled into a smile as her jade-like fingers moved across Li Lingtian's body. After being teased, Li Lingtian's heart was burning. He turned his head and planted a kiss on her proud chest. The two of them enjoyed their intimacy to their heart's content. After reaching their peak, they washed up and Shun Mei took out a clean set of clothes from her storage pouch for Li Lingtian to change into. In the end, he put on his clothes and asked Li Lingtian to wait at the side. Soon, he washed their clothes and returned to the cave after they were done cooling. No one could enter this place. There were countless arrays and restrictions outside, as well as Longda and some guards. Shun Mei and the others had Li Lingtian's clothes at their place. They had also bought them for Li Lingtian. Whoever Li Lingtian rested at would wash his clothes for him. In this way, Li Lingtian only had a set of clothes on him. If he wanted to change, he would have to get them from Shun Mei and the others. After returning to the cave, Shun Mei and Li Lingtian went into the room. Naturally, Tang Zimeng and Li Lingtian had some intimate moments before Li Lingtian rested in peace. The two girls snuggled up to Li Lingtian. Nothing was more satisfying than Li Lingshan's presence. After a good rest, Li Lingtian recounted what happened in the demonic tower. Big brother Lingtian, did you say that big sister Qing Wu left a clone in the divine martial continent? Tang Zimeng was extremely curious. Li Lingtian did not hide anything about the heavenly demon princess, as he told her everything. Yes, but unfortunately, in order to fulfill my wish, she gave me the true devil QJ. She also disappeared. I can only see her when I'm in the devil world. As Li Lingtian spoke, he took out the Tianma zither from the divine dragon ring. This Tianma zither belonged to the heavenly demon princess, but she could not take it away since her avatar had disappeared. Moreover, this heavenly demon zither was a supreme treasure of the demon race. After cultivating the heavenly demon 8 sounds, its power would be shocking. The palm-sized Tianma zither emitted a trace of ancient aura. Li Lingtian could not help but think of Qing Wu's figure when he looked at the Tianma zither. Her beautiful figure in red and her charming smile were enough to drive the world crazy. In the future, when husband becomes stronger, we will go to the demon realm to find sister Zhengwu. Naturally, Shun Mei could sense Li Lingshan's loneliness. She was curious as to what kind of person the heavenly demon princess was to make Li Lingtian feel so lonely. However, he soon recalled that the heavenly demon princess was willing to give up a clone for Li Lingtian. Such a loyal woman was naturally admirable. Moreover, Li Lingtian was a loyal man who would do his best to protect the woman he liked. Huang Fuyan gave up her warrior sage's true essence for Li Lingtian. She was willing to give up her queen's throne for Li Lingtian. Yes, now that the matter in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower has been resolved, well, go back first. Li Lingtian nodded to calm himself down. He then began to cultivate in the cave. It had been a long time since he had cultivated and rested seriously. He naturally would not let it go now. After half a month, Li Lingtian and the others finally left the cave. Little White and Xianyuan Yingying did not want to return to the Divine Dragon Ring either. Naturally, they wanted to play outside with Li Lingtian. Now, Li Lingtian was relieved. With 3 martial arts saints and some guards by his side, no one could threaten them. There was no threat from this demon suppression in the dark. He had no problem with the 4 girls playing outside. There were more than 20 guards beside Longda, as well as Xianyuan Qing and Martial Saint Ming Luo. There were originally 30 guards, but a few of them were killed while protecting Li Lingtian. Xianyuan Hao was also killed. However, Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were now here. The 3 martial saints were also under Long Da's management. Although the 3 of them felt a little uncomfortable being controlled by a martial supreme, they did not complain at all. Li Lingtian trusted Longda and they dared not show any dissatisfaction. A month later, the group left the demon suppression sect. Li Lingtian sighed as he looked at the overflowing demonic qi in Yuzhou. Let's go. Li Lingtian calmed himself down. This place was not as simple as it seemed. Although the demon sealing god array blueprint had been destroyed, the infernal powerhouses would still make a move. It was just temporarily quiet. If there were any changes in the future, Yuzhou would definitely be a future trouble. However, these things were all things for the future. At least for now, he could increase his cultivation and strength. Big brother Lingtian, when are you going to create another Wargod? I heard that the Wargod is very powerful, but I've never seen it before. Xianyuan Yingying looked at Long Da's spaceship and thought of Li Lingshan's Wargod. Although she had never seen it before, she had heard about it from Shun Mei and the others. She was extremely curious about the Wargod. When we return this time, we should be able to see the Wargod. You can play on it. Little girl. Li Lingtian smiled. Xianyuan Yingying had the same personality as Tang Zimeng. She was beautiful, pure, and innocent. After saying that, he stroked Xianyuan Yingying's hair. He was so intimate with this girl for the first time, even though he treated Xianyuan Yingying as GE at that time. Really? Then Yingying should also choose the most beautiful room. Xianyuan Yingying was extremely happy. She was already 20 years old, but she still had the personality of a 15 or 16-year-old. She looked only 17 or 18 years old and was peerless. In terms of comparison, he didn't know who was prettier among the heavenly demon princess and Shun Mei, Tang Zimeng and Tang Qingyue, Ge and Little White, Xianyuan Yingying and Huang Fuyian, because each of them was peerless. Each had its own merits, and it was impossible to tell who was more beautiful. Chapter 541. Terrifying Restriction 1. Then let's hurry back. However, Big Brother Ling Tian, I can't pass by the city when we return to the city. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave in the future. Xianyuan Yingying was overjoyed as she allowed Li Lingtian to caress her hair. This feeling was very good and very attached. However, he suddenly thought of the matter in Tianhe Saint City. As the princess of the Xianyuan family, if she entered Tianhe Saint City when she was 20 years old, she would not be able to leave. Unless it was a heaven-defying treasure like Li Lingshan's divine dragon ring, only a treasure like the divine dragon ring would be able to evade some mysterious restrictions. Don't worry. You always know how to play. Let's see if you can still be like this when you get married in the future. Li Lingtian said tenderly as he led the girls to the spaceship. Finally, they arrived at the deck chair on the spaceship. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others followed him, but they did not know where Li Lingtian was going. Since all the guards were like blocks of wood, it was more convenient for Li Lingtian and the others. As the few of them chatted happily, Li Lingtian lay on the chair while Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng massaged him. The flying ship was flying at a high speed. Although it was within the territory of Yuzhou province, no one dared to stop it. Besides, there were martial emperor powerhouses on the flying ship. There were even martial saints hidden inside. Who would dare to provoke them? After flying for half a month, they finally arrived at the Tianhe zone. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were puzzled as to where Li Lingtian was going because the spaceship had never stopped. They didn't ask, but they dared to ask Longda. After all, Longda was their commander. Commander, where are we going? Marshal Saint Yunhao asked Longda, but he didn't look arrogant. His tone was calm as if he was talking to someone of the same generation. In the past, they would never have bothered to speak to a marshal supreme. However, things were different now because Li Lingtian was standing behind Longda. They had witnessed Li Lingshan's murderous presence with their own eyes. Although Li Lingtian was only a third firmament martial emperor, the three of them combined would not be enough to defeat him in a real fight. From now on, we can only carry out young master's words. I hope this is the last time. Young master doesn't like people who talk too much. Young master said that he doesn't want to take action in the future. We have to do everything. Let's return to Tianhe Sacred City. Long Da's aura turned cold, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Even if he was facing a martial saint, he was not afraid at all. Even if Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were not his subordinates, he would still block them. This was because it was Li Lingshan's rule. As his subordinate, he could not say things that he should not say so easily. He could only follow the rules. Moreover, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were his subordinates, so he had the responsibility to manage his subordinates well. He did not know why the three Marshal Saint powerhouses followed Li Lingtian, but he was certain that they knew Li Lingshan's strength and future. At the end of his sentence, he stated his objective. Back in the demon suppression secrets, Li Lingtian had already mentioned that he would not act rashly in the future and that he would leave everything to them. He wanted to cultivate seriously to increase his cultivation. He could not fight against some trash martial artists at all. Unless they encountered a heaven-defying expert, they would only take action. Otherwise, why would they use some guards? There was no need for them to do anything themselves. Moreover, he did not want to be so ostentatious. He did not want to hide his cultivation and become stronger step by step. This subordinate understands. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two saw Long Da's gaze and were slightly angered. However, they soon understood that Long Da was definitely protecting Li Lingtian. They quickly suppressed their anger and thought to themselves that they still had a lot to do if they wanted to truly follow Li Lingtian. At the very least, they would have to change their identities. However, he was surprised. What kind of place was Tianhe Saint City? It was the most powerful core place in Tianhe Zone. Li Lingtian must be from Tianhe Holy City if he returned. People who could enter Tianhe Sacred City were not as simple as they thought. The flying ship flew quickly through the endless sea and finally arrived at a vast island. Rather than calling it an island, it was better to call it a continent. The spiritual energy was extremely dense, and the environment was beautiful. It was completely a paradise for cultivation. Even after hundreds of years of experience, they had never encountered such a powerful and dense spiritual energy here. After flying on the island for an hour, they finally saw endless pavilions and palaces. Heavenly River, Holy City. It was the core of the Tianhe Zone, but there were no city walls here. There were pavilions and palaces everywhere, as if they were heaven and earth. Spiritual qi was abundant, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. General Long's flying ship landed, and the group of people walked towards the pavilion. Countless experts were busy with their own task. Because the land here was an island, the demonic beasts on it had all been killed. There were only some low-level demonic beasts below the 4th rank. If other martial artists wanted to obtain resources, they would have to enter the sea. Therefore, most of the warriors of Tianhe Holy City trained in the sea. Marshal Saint Ming Luo felt an atmosphere here. There was very little killing intent. Even if there were foreign experts, they wouldn't dare to use their true essence and killing intent here. Li Lingtian led the group forward at a moderate pace while Shun Mei and Tang Ziming held Li Lingtian's arms from both sides, appearing extremely affectionate. The two peerless beauties following Li Lingtian attracted countless gazes, but no one dared to harbor any ill intentions. When Xianyuan Yingying left the spaceship, she entered the Divine Dragon Ring to face the influence of Tianhe Sacred City. Boom! Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two followed behind Li Lingtian. Their expressions were calm, but their expressions changed drastically when they arrived 1,000 meters away from the palace pavilion. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian cast a light screen over the three of them with a calm expression on his face. Don't use your true energy. Don't have any killing intent. When your true energy reaches the martial saint level, you will instantly disappear. In here, there are heaven-grade divine powers and a martial saint's quintessential essence. In an instant they can be killed. Let alone a mere martial saint, no matter how powerful he is, he will be killed. Li Lingtian said coldly as if it was his daily meal. If he hadn't joined the Xianyuan clan, he wouldn't have known about these secrets. This was the secret of the Xianyuan clan. Only a few experts knew about it, and he was one of them. Moreover, there were only a few people who could resist this restriction, and he was one of them. The spell that blocked the restriction was the spell that opened the secret chamber, and also the spell that opened all of Tianhe Sacred City. The light curtain that had helped Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two to block the attack had a spell. Otherwise, even a ninth heavenly layer martial saint would not be able to block this terrifying restriction, let alone a martial supreme like him. Upon hearing Li Lingxian's words, the three of them quickly suppressed their slaughter energy and their cultivation base to the martial emperor realm. They were extremely shocked. No one was more afraid than the three of them because the three of them felt that invisible pressure that could directly crush them into ashes. He didn't have any sense of resistance. What kind of existence was this? It was like a person lying on the ground and being hit by a huge hammer that weighed 10,000 pounds. This kind of thing was something that he had never even imagined, let alone encountered. If it were not for Li Lingxian's intervention, they would have vanished into thin air in an instant. "Thank you, young master." Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other two were extremely shocked. They trembled with lingering fear. The terror just now was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than that of the 7 demon venerables. In their hearts, they would rather meet the martial god than encounter such a restriction again. He did not expect that there would be such a destructive restriction in this place. Naturally, martial emperor powerhouses would not be able to discover it. Only martial saint powerhouses would be instantly killed if they came here. It was a terrifying existence. If a martial saint did not know that there was a restriction in this place, he would definitely be killed in an instant. No wonder Heavenly River, Holy City, didn't have a city wall. This was on a completely different level compared to those city walls. However, he was now even more fearful of Li Lingtian. The powerful pervert in the demonic tower and the heavenly demon princess were extremely intimate with him. The two of them must be lovers. The fact that he was able to easily withstand the destructive restriction here must mean that he had used the techniques of Tianhe Holy City. Otherwise, Li Lingtian would not have been able to do it so easily. Judging from Li Lingxian's expression, it seemed as if he had known about the restriction beforehand. Only the core members of the Heavenly River Holy City would know of such an existence. They were curious about Li Lingxian's identity. Shun Mayer held Li Lingxian's arm once again as the three of them walked forward. Little White chattered nonstop while the three girls let out sweet laughter from time to time. After walking for a long time, they finally passed through the pavilion and arrived at the central area of Tianhe Sacred City. The center of Tianhe Sacred City was 1,000,000 miles in size. The spiritual qi inside was also denser than outside. The buildings were also more orderly. They were all in patches and rows. Young master. Young madam. When they arrived at the central area, there were 2 martial ancestor realm martial artists standing guard at each intersection. However, in front of the main passage, there were 8 martial royal realm experts standing guard. Although their cultivation was nothing but a decoration, it also demonstrated the power of Tianhe Sacred City. The path that Li Lingtian and the others were going to take was the main passageway that led directly to the plaza of Tianhe Sacred City. The 8 martial royal realm guards bowed in respect when they saw Li Lingtian and the others. They looked extremely sincere. As the guards of Tianhe Sacred City, with their cultivation, they naturally knew some important figures in Tianhe Sacred City. Undoubtedly, apart from the 4 great clans and some powerful existences, Li Lingtian was the most influential figure in Tianhe Sacred City. Even the family heads of the 4 great clans could not compare to Li Lingtian. This was because Li Lingtian was the young master of the Xianyuan clan and the Heavenly River Sacred City. The Xianyuan family was not some trash family. Naturally, the young master of the Xianyuan family was a heaven-defying existence. Furthermore, some powerhouses were aware of Li Lingxian's heaven-defying abilities. They knew that Li Lingtian had become a heaven-defying legend in his teens. Li Lingtian had also become the most prominent figure in the Xianyuan family. He was also an existence that countless geniuses in Tianhe Sacred City looked up to. Chapter 542. The seventh young master of the D family, prepare my carriage. Li Lingtian nodded. It was more than 2,000 miles from here to the Divine Moon Palace. If they walked back, it would take a long time. Although flying was forbidden in Tianhe Sacred City, no one dared to fly here. Only a few people used beast carriages, but on such a main road, beast carriages were not allowed. There were exceptions to everything, and the 4 great clans were exceptions. Similarly, as the young master of Tianhe Sacred City, Li Lingtian was naturally speechless. Young master, please wait. A 7th-level Martial Emperor patrol member bowed and said. Then, he ran to a place not far away. In less than a minute, a beast-like vehicle had arrived before Li Lingtian. Type 5 Tyrannodragons pulled the carriage, and it was extremely luxurious, 10 m long and wide, looking like a small palace. It was emitting a powerful aura. One look at this beast carriage, and one could tell that it was a heaven-tier treasure, or it was forged according to the grade of the heaven-tier treasure. Young lord, please. Young madam, please. I, Feng Jiu, will drive the carriage for you, young master. Feng Jiu respectfully invited Li Lingtian and the others to board the beast carriage. Even though he did not know who Little White was, he was still shocked by Little White's appearance and Li Lingtian's. They looked exactly the same and they were the same version. However, Li Lingtian was the young master while the other was the female version. Their expressions, looks, and eyes were all the same. After the 4 of them boarded the carriage, Feng Jiu sat in front of the beast carriage to drive Li Lingtian's party. With a soft sound, the beast carriage turned into a breeze and sped forward. The avenue was 50 meters wide. A 5-meter-wide beast carriage was running inside, so it did not seem crowded at all. Moreover, there were not many pedestrians on such an avenue. Even if there were pedestrians, they were all martial kings, martial grandmasters, or even martial emperors and martial supremes. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were only jolted awake after Li Lingtian and the others left. They were shocked by what had just happened. They never expected Li Lingtian to be the young master of Tianhe Sacred City. Although Li Lingtian did not say anything, he could still tell from the way the patrols addressed him. They did not know what it meant to be the young master of Tianhe Sacred City, nor could they imagine it. However, he had heard some legends about the Heavenly River Holy City. The Heavenly River Holy City used to be the center of the Black Continent, the Azure Continent, the Serenity Continent, and the Azure Continent. It was also a supreme existence. Although there had been some changes, this place was still so mysterious. No one had ever seen the real existence of this Heavenly River Holy City. Li Lingtian was the young master of Tianhe Sacred City. This identity was too heaven-defying. Let's go. Longda was elated when he saw Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2. So what if he was a martial saint? He was still submitting to Li Lingtian. As a guard, it was only natural for him to stay with Li Lingtian. However, no one in Tianhe City dared to provoke Li Lingtian, so he was no longer needed here. Besides, he would not be the third wheel when Li Lingtian was being intimate with someone. Young Master is a member of the Xianyuan family. He's also the only young master. He's a heaven-defying person with 5 elements perfected. In this place, the young master's name is Xianyuan Lingtian. Longda explained Li Lingtian's general identity as they walked. Naturally, he did not want his subordinates to harbor any ill intentions. Li Lingtian's identity was enough to suppress countless powerhouses. Coupled with Li Lingtian's monstrous talent, his subordinates naturally worked even harder. Longda was very relaxed, but Martial Saint Ming Luo, Martial Saint Yun Hao, and Heavenly Monster King felt a huge wave in their hearts. No wonder the young master of the Xianyuan family was so heaven-defying. Although they had witnessed Li Lingtian's formidable strength, they did not know that Li Lingtian had such a powerful backer. What kind of existence and nobility was Xianyuan? The person they were following now was the young master of the Xianyuan family, the only young master. They were glad that they had followed Li Lingtian back then. Otherwise, Li Lingtian would not have wanted them at all. I hope only you know the identity of the young master. The identity of the young master is not only the young master of the Xianyuan family, but also the heir of the dragon race, the reincarnation of the mighty Nine-Yang Saint Lord of the Upper Realm, the young master of the elf race, and the holy lord of the demon race. I'll repeat myself. Only you know the identity of the young master. I don't need to tell you the consequences. Also, as a subordinate, you must do what a subordinate should do. These things are very simple. You can experience it yourself. Long Da's eyes were sharp and he found it funny. Even if they were to reveal Li Lingshan's identity, others would only treat it as a joke. If anyone were to reveal it, not only would others not believe it, they would even treat him as a fool. This subordinate understands. The three of them were shocked. They hadn't figured out all these things at all, and they couldn't bear it. To withstand such an attack, one needed a strong endurance. Li Lingshan's heaven-defying ability was more powerful than any attack. Long Da ignored the three of them and continued walking forward. They had their own place to stay, so they naturally did not need to go into the Heavenly River Temple. Li Lingtian and the rest were astonished by the luxurious layout of the beast carriage. There were 2 rooms in the carriage. Outside was a living room that was nearly 30 square meters in size. It was luxuriously decorated inside, and even if there were more than 10 people, it would not seem crowded. The other room was a place to rest. There was a spacious bed that was 3 meters wide and 2 meters long. The 4 of them sat outside to rest. Although the beast carriage was moving very fast, it would still take 2 to 3 hours to reach the Heavenly River Temple. Wow, this place is so luxurious. Yeah, I didn't expect this beast carriage to be so extravagant. Just like those palaces, they aren't as beautiful. The 3 women exclaimed and looked around. There was a soundproof restriction inside the beast carriage, so the outside naturally couldn't hear. Moreover, there was a stable restriction inside, so he could not feel any bumps inside. There was a palm-sized crystal that allowed him to see everything outside. You guys play for a while. I'll go in and rest. When Li Lingtian saw the 3 girls' curious expressions, he knew that his excitement could not be quelled. He couldn't be bothered to participate in the peace talk. It would be better for him to rest inside. All right then. The 3 ladies did not bother him at the moment. Li Lingtian returned to his room and meditated to rest. This beast carriage had never been used before. It was just a decoration. This was because this beast carriage belonged to the Xianyuan family. The people of the Xianyuan family rarely left Tianhe Sacred City. Even if countless experts and disciples entered Tianhe Sacred City, no one was qualified to use this beast carriage. In this way, he could rest in peace. Although he was not obsessed with cleanliness, he did not like things that had been used by others. After meditating for a while, he lay on the bed to rest. After less than 10 minutes, Tang Ziming walked in. She waved her hand and closed the wooden door. A restriction was cast. She walked to Li Lingshan's side lightly and lay down beside him. Big brother Ling Tian. Tang Ziming's voice was gentle, and her eyes were filled with lust. Li Lingtian knew what was going on with Tang Ziming the moment he saw her. With a single hand, he pulled Tang Ziming into his embrace. His heart burned with anger as he looked at her rosy lips and exquisite face. He kissed her gently, and the 2 of them kissed passionately. Under such circumstances, it was even more exciting. In just a moment, the clothes on the 2 of them were gone, and the room was filled with moans. Soon, Tang Ziming was extremely satisfied. Although she wanted to sleep here for a while, she thought of Shun Meier outside. After resting for a while, she regained her energy and put on her clothes. She left the room with a satisfied blush on her face. Not long after she left, Shun Meier came in as well. Naturally, the 2 of them had already discussed this beforehand. Li Lingtian did not say anything and the 2 of them had sex to their heart's content. This time, Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied. Every time he was with Shun Mei, she would come up with countless tricks, giving him a feeling that he didn't understand. Tang Zimeng was in front of him. He was worried that Tang Zimeng would be too tired, so he didn't unleash his full power. Now that Shun Mei was here, he unleashed his full power. Shun Mei was exhausted. After putting on her clothes, she helped Li Lingtian clean up. With her little hand holding the powerful treasure, she smiled charmingly and gently kissed that spot, causing Li Lingtian's body to tremble. She quickly helped Li Lingtian get dressed and snuggled up to him. The two of them didn't even rest for 5 minutes before the beast carriage shook and finally stopped. Li Lingtian was stunned by this. What happened? Shun Mei asked in confusion. She shouldn't have stopped suddenly on such a road. Let's go out and take a look. Li Lingtian got out of bed and opened the door. He walked out to the living room of the beast carriage and stared at the crystal. Instantly, his good mood disappeared, and his eyes were extremely cold. Through the crystal, he could see the situation outside. As the situation outside changed, Li Lingtian's expression changed as well. Are you blind? Don't you see our D family's 7th young master's carriage here? You have disturbed the 7th young master and Miss Lan. You deserve to die. On the main road, a luxurious beast carriage blocked Li Lingtian and the rest's beast carriage. Originally, the road was 50 meters wide and 8 or 9 beast carriages could run side by side. However, the other party had to go against Li Lingtian's beast carriage. It was simply looking for trouble. A young man in his 20s stepped down from the beast carriage. The young man looked extremely carefree, and his head was raised high into the sky. His arrogant appearance made it seem as if the entire world belonged to him. Behind him were 2 maids and 2 beautiful girls. What happened? One of the 2 girls asked as she looked at the young man. Don't worry, Yu Bing. He's just a fellow who's courting death. A smile that he thought was cool and handsome appeared on Di Qingfeng's face. He looked at Feng Jiu coldly, but his eyes soon shifted to the beast carriage behind Feng Jiu. Okay, hurry up and get rid of it. We still have to go play. The beautiful girl was called Lan Yubing, the backer of the Lan family. If the Lan family and the Di family wanted a marriage alliance, Di Qingfeng and Lan Yubing would naturally be the best candidates. Although Di Qingfeng was only a 4th-level martial emperor disciple, he was enough in Tianhe Saint City as long as he was the Di family's backer. Chapter 543 Annihilation 1. In the eyes of the Lan family and the Di family, no one dared to provoke them. Warriors who came to Tianhe Saint City had to listen to the Lan family and the Di family. Seeing the beautiful woman waiting for him, Qingfeng Di could show off his power. He walked towards Feng Jiu's beast carriage step by step. The other subordinates followed closely behind Di Qingfeng, their faces showing a hint of abuse. Come out and die. Or kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Qingfeng Di said loudly as he circulated his vital essence. He dared not do this outside Tianhe Saint City. After all, the martial royal realm was still too weak. However, they dared to do so in Tianhe Sacred City because no one dared to provoke the Di family. Even a super expert had to give face to the Di family. The air vibrated. Di Qingfeng's face was filled with an arrogant smile. Countless people stopped in their tracks. Although they didn't dare to provoke the Di family, they wanted to see who would be in trouble. Although the cultivation of the 7th young master of the Di family was not high, he relied on the power of the Di family to do evil in Tianhe Sacred City. He did not take other experts seriously at all. Get lost. Feng Jiu was emboldened by Li Lingtian's presence in the beast carriage when he saw how the Di family dared to stop the young master's carriage and how the 7th young master had humiliated them before. After saying that, he released his aura. A 7th-level martial emperor was many times stronger than the ruffian-like 7th young master. After all, they were not experts from big families. They had to rely on themselves no matter what. It was needless to say that they could still reach the 7th level of the martial emperor realm without any support. Boom! The two auras collided, and a muffled sound rang out in the air. Deng deng deng. Di Qingfeng kept retreating with blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. He only stopped when he reached the beast carriage. When he saw Lan Yubing and the other two looking at him, he was instantly enraged. It was undoubtedly an insult to be in such a sorry state in front of a beauty and lose all his face. "Kill them! Let him go!" shouted Di Qingfeng. He had no reason to let go of someone who dared to embarrass him. When the subordinates saw that a patrolling guard actually dared to attack the 7th young master, they were also in disbelief. In their opinion, even if the guard's cultivation was higher than the 7th young master, he would not dare to attack the 7th young master. Otherwise, they would not have stopped him. Now that they saw the 7th young master injured, they would definitely be punished when they returned. Die. The Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He was a 6th-level martial honored realm expert and had always been Di Qingfeng's personal guard. He had injured Di Qingfeng right under his nose. How could he show any mercy? The vital essence of the 6th-level supreme realm circulated, and a shocking aura soared into the sky. On the main road, countless warriors quickly retreated, not daring to touch any bad luck. However, they didn't leave and looked at the group from afar. The Imperial group waved a hand, and a shocking fist shadow bombarded the beast carriage. With a punch from a 6th-level martial honored realm expert, even a beast carriage would be destroyed, let alone a 7th-level martial emperor. The terrifying fist shadow was extremely fast and arrived in front of Feng Jiu in a blink of an eye. Countless experts were shocked when they saw the attack of the Imperial group. Even the guards of the big families were so domineering. Feng Jiu's heart was dead. In front of a 6th-level martial honored realm expert, he didn't even have the will to resist. He couldn't move his body, and could only watch the shocking attack coming at him. Die! At this moment, a faint voice sounded. The voice carried supreme majesty and charm. Just as the voice appeared, the entire space suddenly became sluggish. Even the 6th-level supreme realm attack was imprisoned in the air, as if the entire space was imprisoned. Go back and tell the Di family that if such a good-for-nothing appears again, get out of Tianhe's sacred city forever. The space returned to its calm state in an instant. The beast carriage continued to move forward. The Imperial group still maintained their attacking stance. Everyone's expressions remained the same as before. However, Li Lingshan's beast carriage began to move forward as his calm voice drifted through the air. The beast carriage turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Crash! With a crashing sound, the attack of the Imperial group disappeared. With the Imperial group as the center, the area within a 10-meter radius turned into nothingness. The entire Imperial group turned into ashes, including Di Qingfeng and the beast carriage. Only Lan Yubing and the other two women, as well as a few maids, stood on the main road in a daze. This scene caused all the experts who were watching to be shocked. They were so shocked that they did not dare to breathe. Everything in front of him was extremely strange. What kind of terror could be so terrifying? A full-powered strike from a 6th-level Supreme Realm expert. Just as the other party was about to dissipate into thin air, everything changed in a heaven-defying manner in front of a voice. The opponent did not die, but he and everything else had been reduced to ashes. Martial Emperor? Martial Saint? Could it be that a Martial Saint expert had made a move? Otherwise, how could there be such a terrifying, almighty technique? All the experts understood that the Emperor family had died before they could even see their true opponent. They also didn't see who was inside the beast carriage. Not only was he terrifying, but he didn't even put the D family in his eyes. If the D family had such trash again, they would get out of Tianhe holy city forever. These words struck the hearts of all the cultivators deeply. How domineering was this! Although it did not mean that the Di family would be kicked out of Tianhe sacred city, it was almost the same. The other party only gave the Di family a little face. Who dared to say such words? For a moment, countless experts were curious about the people inside the beast carriage. Domineering, powerful, terrifying. This was the feeling it gave them. They didn't even see the person in the beast carriage, but they already had such a feeling. Lan Yubing and the others watched as everything around them disappeared and turned into ashes, leaving only the few of them. They were instantly scared silly. They could not speak for a long time. They naturally understood that they had not provoked the other party. Otherwise, they would have turned into ashes as well. They had never felt death before, and they did not expect death to be so close to them today. After a long time, she finally reacted. Her small face was pale. After pondering for a moment, she left with the maid. Li Lingtian was a little depressed as well. He did not expect such trash to exist in his heavenly river sacred city. It seemed that the 4 great clans needed to be sorted out. When they were in the beast carriage, they were very satisfied with Feng Jiu's appearance. However, Feng Jiu's cultivation level was still too low. He would naturally die in the face of a martial honor. Li Lingtian was the only one in this world. A revered martial artist dared to show killing intent in front of him. Naturally, he could not let him off. With his current cultivation at the 3rd heaven of the martial emperor realm, he could even kill a martial emperor without batting an eyelid, let alone a martial venerable. A terrifying metal will was enough to turn everything in front of him into ashes. A martial emperor and a martial honor naturally did not need to make a move. They only needed a trace of the will of the way of metal. My husband's will of the way of metal has become much stronger. Shun Mayer snuggled up to Li Lingshan's side and was overjoyed. Li Lingshan's strength had already reached a level beyond their imagination. Killing a Supreme Realm expert only required 1 Dao intent. This is because they're too trash. If they were to face a martial emperor powerhouse, things wouldn't be so simple. Li Lingshan's icy expression turned into gentleness. Among his 5 elemental Dao wills, the metal Dao focused on destruction, the earth Dao focused on defense, the fire Dao focused on destruction, and the water Dao focused on softness. However, when he unleashed an ice-type attack, it would turn into destruction, while the wood Dao focused on life, allowing his vital essence to recover continuously. With his current cultivation base, he could easily kill any powerhouse below the 3rd heaven of the martial emperor realm. Even if he encountered a 9th firmament martial emperor or an ordinary martial saint powerhouse, he could use his divine powers and saint weapons and divine weapons to kill them. However, he had also decided to try his best to unleash all his divine powers and treasures to the extreme when he was in the martial emperor realm. This way, he would not have to rely on external forces to strengthen himself. The truly powerful thing was to rely on oneself, rely on one's own skills and true essence. I didn't expect that a big family would have such a person. However, killing the 7th young master of the Di family might cause some trouble. Tang Ziming had also quieted down. Although she was lively and active, she was still the same when she was with Li Lingtian. However, when it came to serious matters, she became calm. She was smart enough to think of the consequences. The 4 great clans held a supreme position in Tianhe's sacred city. Naturally, there would be some trouble if Li Lingtian killed Di Qinfeng. Although Di Qinfeng was only a rich 2nd generation and couldn't achieve much, this concerned the face of the Di family. After all, Li Lingtian had killed Di Qinfeng in front of countless powerhouses and had even warned the Di family. Naturally, the Di family had to get back at him. There's no trouble. If I dare to kill Di Qinfeng, the Di family won't dare to cause trouble. The people of the Di family are not fools. They will definitely guess who I am. Even if the D family is powerful, they won't dare to cause trouble in Tianhe's sacred city. If they really want to die, I don't mind wiping out the D family and nurturing a few more families. The Xianyuan family rarely shows their strength, which makes the four families think that Tianhe's sacred city is their world. Li Lingtian shook his head. Naturally, he had his own plans when he made his move. A place like Tianhe's sacred city was already his territory, his base camp. With such trash in his own base camp, he naturally could not leave him behind, lest he waste the spiritual energy of Tianhe's sacred city. In the past, he would rarely consider the consequences of his actions. However, after some things, no matter what he did, he would consider the consequences. The beast-drawn carriage traveled very quickly and soon arrived in front of the square of Tianhe's sacred city. Until now, Feng Jiu was still in a state of confusion. Everything that had just happened was too terrifying. Everything was beyond his imagination. He did not expect such a terrifying attack to exist in this world. It actually turned everything into ashes without a sound. He was even more shocked by Li Lingshan's cultivation base. The young master's strength was beyond his imagination. Chapter 544. Ge has grown up. Feng Jiu only came to his senses when he arrived in front of the square of Tianhe's sacred city. She quickly alighted from the beast carriage and greeted Li Lingtian softly. "Young master, we have arrived at Tianhe Square." Feng Jiu stood respectfully in front of the beast carriage and shouted, his face full of admiration. Li Lingshan's status made him respectful, but it was only his status as a young master. They had to respect him. However, now that he realized how terrifying Li Lingtian was, his respect for him grew even more. He even worshipped him. The might of an almighty powerhouse was indeed extraordinary. It was so powerful that he could not see the other party's attack at all, nor could he see if the other party was using a skill or a treasure. He definitely couldn't see it. Only a martial emperor powerhouse could see it because it was the will of the Great Path, an ethereal will. However, this ethereal will existed. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had mastered 5 types of Tao wills. These 5 types of Tao wills were also the 5 elements perfection. This kind of will complemented each other and became even more powerful. It completely formed an independent world. If he used the 9 heaven stars, it would be even more terrifying. However, with Li Lingshan's current cultivation base, he did not dare to unleash the 9 skies of stars unless he had reached the peak of the martial supreme realm. Otherwise, he would be injured and the power he could unleash would be pitifully small. "Yes." Li Lingtian replied softly before he gently nudged Shun Mei, Tang Ziming, and Little White. They opened the door of the carriage and walked out one by one. Their expressions were calm, and it was impossible to tell that they had just done something destructive. Li Lingshan's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the countless powerhouses in the plaza. Shun Mei reached out her hand and held Li Lingshan's arm with a blissful smile on her face. "Not bad." Li Lingtian glanced at Feng Jiu before patting him on the shoulder twice. Following that, he led Shun Mei and the others toward the Heavenly River Temple. After the 4 of them disappeared, Feng Jiu was still stunned. When he woke up, his face immediately revealed an excited expression, as if he had obtained a supreme treasure. Li Lingtian only called Xianyuan Yingying out after they entered the Heavenly River Temple. Li Lingtian did not stop Xianyuan Yingying as the group headed toward the Divine Moon Palace. The little girl was obviously going to return to the Celestial Moon Palace, but she would not. Instead, she insisted on following them. This time, Li Lingtian had been away for half a year. In the Divine Moon Hall, Tang Qingyue, Huang Fuyan, Ji and Jingling were all worried. Even though they knew that Li Lingtian was powerful, they were still worried that Li Lingshan's opponent was even stronger. Furthermore, after Li Lingtian left, they spent most of their time cultivating, chatting with each other or visiting Li Suifeng and his wife. This was also a way to pass the time. They were young and beautiful peerless beauties who were in their prime. Even if Li Lingtian had a treasure that could keep them young forever, this was still the best time of their lives. Naturally, they wanted to be by Li Lingshan's side. Even if she did not have sex with Li Lingtian, she would be satisfied as long as she could look at him. However, since Li Lingtian was going out to do something dangerous, they had no choice but to listen to him. On this day, a few girls were chatting in the garden of the Divine Moon Palace. "Sister Qingyue, I had a dream last night. I think Big Brother came back." There was a sweet smile on Ji-Yi's face. Although Ji-Yi could do everything by herself now, she was still like a little girl. He always looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. Amongst Li Lingshan's group of women, they were all extremely strong in cultivation and were born with peerless grace. They were forever only 18 or 19 years old. Ji was even more so. She looked about the same age as Tang Ziming and Qingling, about 15 or 16 years old. Shun Mei'er and little white Xianyuan Yingying were slightly older. After them were Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyan. This was just their appearance and dressing. They looked to be between the ages of 15 to 21. "Hee little girl, you just miss your big brother too much. Ling Tian is going to Yuzhou this time. He won't be coming back for the time being." Tang Qingyue caressed Ji-Yi's hair tenderly. Ji-Yi was Li Lingshan's precious treasure, and was a junior apprentice that Li Lingtian had taught. She was no different from his own sister. Besides, Ji-Yi was pretty and cute. How could an elf princess not be liked? Tang Qingyue and the others naturally liked him very much. "No, even if I miss Big Brother, I won't dream of him coming back. This feeling is very real." Ji pouted, her eyes reddened, and her beautiful eyes became misty. The little girl could not hide anything. Although she had been holding it in, she still missed Li Lingtian. "Haha, don't worry. When your big brother comes back, I'll let him bring you out." Huang Fuyan looked at Ji and missed him dearly. Of course they wanted to, they just did not want to drag Li Lingtian down. "Really? That's great." When Ji heard Huang Fuyan's words, he instantly became happy. However, he was stunned for a moment and looked behind him. At the same time, Huang Fuyan and the others also looked in that direction. It was as if there was a connection between them and the Divine Moon Palace. When they saw the entrance of the Divine Moon Palace, they were all extremely happy, and their hearts were beating fast. Because the person she was worried about had appeared. Ji was the first to react, and he was also the most lively. "Big brother, you're back. I miss Ji so much." Ji sprinted toward Li Lingtian like a little bird with a happy expression on his face. Finally, she threw herself into Li Lingshan's arms and wrapped her jade-like hands around Li Lingshan's neck. Her entire body hung on Li Lingshan's body. Shun Mei'er and Tang Ziming let go of Li Lingshan's arm and moved a little further away with smiles on their faces. "The little girl has grown up. She knows how to miss me." Li Lingtian held Ji-Yi's slender waist with both hands and spun her around like a child. Ji-Yi was suspended in the air without a trace of worry as she allowed Li Lingtian to hold her slender waist with both hands and spun rapidly in the air. Immediately, a wave of happy laughter rang out in the Divine Moon Palace. Like a fairy, Ji-Yi's colorful clothes fluttered in the wind. Finally, Li Lingtian placed her on the ground and reached out to stroke her hair. When he saw Huang Fuyan and Tang Qingyue coming over, he held them in his arms. He didn't need to say anything. The two women felt warm and safe in his embrace, and they were extremely happy. As long as he had this hug in his life, even if it was just for a moment, he would be satisfied. After a long time, Li Lingtian released Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyan and gently embraced Qingling in his arms. Even though she was only his maid in the past, Li Lingtian was not biased towards his women. Huang Fuyuyan and the others were naturally aware of Qingling's relationship with Li Lingtian. They did not treat Qingling as a maid but as sisters. After that, the girls chattered non-stop. The group of them came to the pavilion in the garden. Xiao Xiao, Qingping, and the others had prepared snacks and tea, and then they stood to the side and listened. Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan snuggled up to Li Lingtian as he recounted everything that had happened on this trip. He recounted everything that happened in the Skirich Demon Tower from the time he killed the demon clan's martial emperor. The ladies were shocked to hear that. Fortunately, Li Lingtian was safe from the shock. Although Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei'er had gone out with Li Lingtian, they had entered the Divine Dragon Ring when they were in danger. Naturally, they were unaware of what had happened. I didn't expect you to meet the Heavenly Demon Princess and the lover of your previous life. When Huang Fuyuyan heard about the Heavenly Demon Princess, she was extremely surprised. She did not expect Li Lingtian to be with the Heavenly Demon Princess in his past life. Furthermore, the Heavenly Demon Princess had used her clone to stay in the Divine Martial Continent for countless years for Li Lingtian. After waiting for countless years, she was willing to give Li Lingtian the clone's true demon chi. Just like herself, she had given Li Lingtian the martial saint's primordial chi to fulfill his wish. She was also filled with admiration for the Heavenly Demon Princess. Fortunately, I went to Yuzhou Province this time. If I didn't go to Yuzhou Province, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Supreme Demon Tower and meet Qinggu. But in order to help me, she took out the true devil chi of her clone. If I wasn't injured, she would be able to be with me with her clone's cultivation. I wonder how many tens of thousands of years it will be before we meet again. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile as he felt a warmth in his heart. There was someone who cared for him and loved him. What was there to be unsatisfied about? The few girls in front of him were all his beloved and loved him. It was the same for the Heavenly Demon Princess. However, he was a little disappointed. After all, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to go to the demon realm. As long as your cultivation reaches the 9th level of the martial god realm, you might be able to enter the upper world. At that time, you'll have the chance to go to the demon realm. Huang Fuyuyan understood the disappointment in Li Lingtian's heart. After all, it was something that could not be achieved. As a woman, it was only natural for her to be jealous. However, she understood that Li Lingtian could not possibly have only one woman. It was enough as long as she was in Li Lingtian's heart. The few of them chatted for more than an hour before Li Lingtian brought Huang Fuyuyan and the rest to Li Suifeng and his wife's residence. As a son, it was naturally a pity that he could not be filial. Whenever he returned to Tianhe's sacred city, he would visit his parents. Even if their cultivation continued to improve and their lifespans increased, they would still often worry about their sons. Li Suifeng and his wife lived in the same courtyard as Tang Zicheng and his wife. This way they would have company. Other relatives were also not far away. In this way they would not feel lonely. Li Lingtian only brought Huang Fuyuyan and the rest back to the Divine Moon Palace after nightfall. After returning to the Divine Moon Palace, Xianyuan Yingying wanted to drag Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei'er to the Celestial Moon Palace. After the three women left, only Ji Qingling, Huang Fuyuyan, Tang Qingyue, and Little White were left in the Divine Moon Palace. P.S. Add more monthly votes, recommended votes, and tip. Chapter 545. Xianyuan Yingying's cultivation. Seeing Shun Mei'er and Tang Zimeng being dragged away, Little White and Ji left as well. Little White was the dragon princess of the dragon clan, and she could cultivate into a 7-colored divine dragon. Ji was the princess of the fairy clan. Both of them were favored by heaven and earth. They got along well with each other and both of them were mischievous. They were also brought up by Li Lingtian. Now that they had all left, she did not want to be a third wheel anymore. Sister Qingyue, Sister Yuyan, Sister Qingling, you guys should be more loving. We won't disturb you guys anymore. Ji laughed sweetly. Before Li Lingtian could say anything, she had already dragged Little White and ran out. Tang Qingyue and the other two girls were naturally shy. Li Lingtian could only shake his head helplessly as he looked at Ji and Little White. There was nothing he could do about them. Fortunately, they were not with Xianyuan Yingying. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Young master, I'll go prepare some hot water. Qingling's face was also filled with shyness. Even though she had been with Li Lingtian for a long time, she was still shy. With that, he ran out as if he was escaping and walked towards the back of the Divine Moon Palace. Behind the Divine Moon Palace, there was a huge pond. The pond was 200 meters wide, the deepest part was 2 to 3 meters deep, and the shallowest part was only 2 feet deep. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. It was the best place to wash up. When Li Lingtian and the others moved in, the place was already perfect. There were huge rocks beside the pool and a pavilion. In the past, Li Lingtian and the others would wash up here and play in the water with a few beauties. During the day, the sun could shine in and enjoy the sun. At night, the moonlight shone on the pool, making it blue. On the other side of the pool was a small pool with a radius of 30 meters. The water inside was not deep, but it was extremely warm. Qingling said that she was preparing hot water and was only here to activate the restriction. A huge restriction blocked everything behind. A few minutes later, Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and Huang Fuyuyan arrived at the pool. Looking at the clear pond, they were all extremely happy. They used to bathe here frequently, but now that Li Lingtian was here, they were naturally excited. Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan removed Li Lingshan's clothes. Li Lingtian walked into the pool and half lay on the rock. The pool was well made and he could half lie in it to soak. After helping Li Lingtian remove his clothes, the two ladies removed their own veils. Although they had been with Li Lingtian for a long time, they were still shy. Moreover, it was when they were together. Now, it was better to be newlyweds than to be apart. Naturally, she was even more shy and excited. It was the same for Qingling. After the three women removed their veils, their exquisite and perfect bodies were revealed to Li Lingtian, who was instantly excited. Furthermore, the three women had a thin layer of gauze on their bodies, making their perfect figures appear faintly discernible, making them even more attractive. Can you be a little more promising? Huang Fuyuyan was even more excited and happy when she saw Li Lingshan's expression. She was extremely satisfied and proud to be able to make her beloved man like this. Although she said that, she liked how Li Lingtian admired her. It's not like I haven't seen it before. It's still like this now. Tang Qingyue replied in a sweet voice. She was like an ice mountain fairy, but she was extremely gentle in front of Li Lingtian. It was the complete opposite of her appearance. When a girl like her was like an iceberg, she kept people 1,000 miles away because she hid all her gentleness deep in her heart. However, if someone entered her heart, she would burst out with endless gentleness and treat you with all her gentleness. Tang Qingyue was such a girl. She was a peerless beauty, an ice mountain fairy, but now she was a gentle little woman and a gentle wife. When she saw Li Lingshan's gaze, she felt a mixture of shyness and happiness. A perfection that would drive all men crazy was shyly displayed before Li Lingtian, allowing him to admire her. A woman's beauty was for her confidant. Her perfection was for the person she loved to admire. Under Li Lingshan's infatuated gaze, Qingling, Tang Qingyue, and Huang Fuyuyan shyly came to Li Lingshan's side. They thought that they were best Li Lingtian in the pool. Li Lingtian rested his head on Huang Fuyuyan's proud chest, while Qingling gently massaged him and washed him with a silk handkerchief. Tang Qingyue was also by Li Lingshan's side, her jade-like hands stroking his body. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The three perfect bodies that he was originally familiar with were now the most tempting. After a full 2 hours, the three women were completely powerless. Their small faces were flushed with satisfaction and happiness. After resting for a while, the three of them cleaned up and followed Li Lingtian back to his room in the Divine Moon Palace. Li Lingtian's room was extremely spacious. The bed was also very big. Not to mention the three of them, even if there were a few more people, it would not seem crowded. That night, the four of them made love to their heart's content. In the end, they fell asleep until they had no more strength left. The three ladies leaned against Li Lingtian with him at the center. Late at night, they woke up, but they didn't want to move. Even if they were powerful martial artists, they didn't want to move after such happiness and love. After all, he was still a little tired after such a thing. However, the four of them stayed close together, enjoying each other's existence. He hadn't felt this way for half a year. The three girls were not shy at all, because there was no need to be shy in front of the person they love. Next time I go out, I'll bring all of you along, Li Lingtian said earnestly. He thought he could bear to leave the last time, but he only felt the reluctance after he left. With his strength, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he wouldn't be in any danger. Even if there was a threat, Tang Qingyue and the others could still enter the Divine Dragon Ring. It was impossible for him to leave his beloved woman in Tianhe's sacred city. Does it really not affect you? Huang Fuyuyan was extremely excited, but she was worried that it would affect Li Lingtian's work. No girl would be willing to be separated from their loved ones, and it was the same for her. It's fine. Even if you encounter danger, you can enter the Divine Dragon Ring. Don't you miss me? A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he reached out and caressed Huang Fuyuyan's proud and firm chest. Huang Fuyuyan moaned softly as her delicate body trembled. Yes, I miss you so much. I miss you so much that I can't sleep. Huang Fuyuyan spoke softly with a shy face. Before Li Lingtian left, she could still be with him every day and they could have sex. However, she was extremely disappointed when Li Lingtian left. Although they didn't necessarily have to make love, they would still be extremely worried about their loved ones after they left. This kind of concern would only be understood when they really met. Qinyu too. I miss you every day and hope to be with Lingtian every day. Tang Qingyue was extremely shy as well. Her little face was red and her delicate body was trembling slightly as she leaned her proud chest against Li Lingtian's side. Li Lingtian was extremely excited while Qing Ling shared her thoughts. I can't bear to part with you guys either. Before I left, I thought I could do it, but I felt bad not seeing you guys. I thought that I was not afraid of anything and could face martial emperors and martial saints. But now, I understand that you are the ones I care about the most. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone with a serious expression on his face. The three women's hearts melted, and their faces were filled with happiness. From now on, we will be by your side every day. Even if we encounter danger, we will face it together. Yes, we're husband and wife. If anything happens to either of us, we'll all feel bad. We'll all wish we were dead. As long as we work hard, we can definitely defeat any expert. That night, the three women were extremely happy. A short absence made the heart grow fonder, and the four of them were endlessly entangled. The three women had played all sorts of tricks, allowing Li Lingtian to enjoy endless bliss. The powerful treasure was moving back and forth between the three women's proud chests, entering and exiting their sacred grounds. In the end, Li Lingtian exploded in Qing Ling's mouth. Qing Ling swallowed it with a gulp and licked the corner of her mouth with her tender tongue. It looked extremely alluring. When the four of them woke up, it was already the next day. When they woke up, the four of them were lying on the bed in a mess. Li Lingtian was extremely excited to see their perfect bodies lying on the bed. When they got up, the three ladies allowed Li Lingtian to admire them. Although they looked shy, they were more relaxed than before. After helping Li Lingtian change into his clothes, he began to dress himself. When they went outside to wash up, the sisters could not help but tease each other. Li Lingtian was in a good mood as he looked at the peerless beauties. Even Ge, Little White and Xianyuan Yingying were there. Although the three of them were not Li Lingshan's women, they had a good relationship and were very close. He also teased Huang Fuyuan, Tang Qingyue and Qing Ling. After washing up, Xiao Xiao, Qing Ping, and the others had already prepared breakfast. After eating breakfast, they began to cultivate. In the past 6 months, Li Lingshan's cultivation base had improved. Tang Qingyue and the rest had also improved significantly. Without Li Lingshan's company, they had more time to cultivate. What made Li Lingtian happy was that apart from Shun Mei and Ge, Tang Qingyue and the rest had already reached Tier 5 Martial Emperor, Ge was Tier 7, and Shun Mei was Tier 7. Li Lingtian could not figure out Xianyuan Yingying's cultivation base. He did not know if she was a warrior or warrior spirit. This was also what he was most curious about. Xianyuan Yingying said that she had cultivated before, but she didn't know the realm of her cultivation. At that thought, Li Lingtian decided to ask Xianyuan Tianming about Xianyuan Yingying's situation. Chapter 546. Xianyuan Yingying's view. Li Lingtian realized that he had not refined pills for a while when he thought about cultivation. The power of alchemy made him not dare to relax in the slightest. However, after going to the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, he did not refine pills. Firstly, the opponents inside were too powerful. Secondly, the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was not suitable for refining pills. Now that he had returned to Tianhe Sacred City, he had to cultivate and refine pills properly. Only by raising his cultivation could he control his own fate. Early in the morning, Li Lingtian was in a good mood as he watched a group of peerless beauties cultivating. Huang Fuyuan, Tang Qingyue, Shun Mei, Tang Ziming, Ge, Little White, Qing Ling, and Xianyuan Yingying were all peerless beauties. At this moment, they were surrounding Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian cultivated the Heaven and Earth reincarnation technique for 3 great circulations. He then cultivated the true dragon body barrier, the holy demon's quintessence, and the 5 elements Tao intent. He had cultivated all the skills and spells once. After he finished cultivating, he saw that the girl beside him was still cultivating hard, and his face revealed a satisfied expression. Even Xianyuan Yingying and Whitey, who didn't like cultivation, could feel the atmosphere of cultivation and started to cultivate seriously. When they were not cultivating, they were either lively or quiet. Now they all understood that the higher one's cultivation was, the longer one's lifespan would be, and the better the effect of preserving one's youth. They did not want to leave Li Lingtian because of their longevity, nor did they want to drag Li Lingtian down because of their cultivation base. They did not want to age either. Girls cared about their looks the most. Cultivation was the only way to achieve their goals. Qingyue, you have the Tai Yin body and cultivate the dual elements of water and ice. This frost descending from the sky and ice river crack are for you to use. Li Lingtian came before Tang Qingyue and gave her some pointers on her cultivation. He then handed her ice river's crack and frost descending from the sky. The 2 treasures were both saint artifacts, and they were the kind of saint artifacts that were extremely powerful. Li Lingtian had used it before, but with his current cultivation base, he could not use weapons for many of his skills. He could completely rely on heaven-defying divine powers and methods to fight his enemies. Xiao Bai, pay attention to the changes in your dragon aura. Yu Yan, you cultivate the metal element. The metal element is indestructible. This saint artifact is for you. Meng Meng is also a metal type. It just so happens that the 2 of you can each have one. Li Lingtian took out the treasures one by one. Some of them were used by him while others were newly acquired. He told them about the problems and precautions of the girl's cultivation. On the path of cultivation, he could definitely be considered a great grandmaster. After all, the things he cultivated were all super-sacred books, which far exceeded the cultivation techniques of the divine martial continent. Every cultivation technique was a holy book of a race, so they naturally had a lot more knowledge. The girls knew that Li Lingtian knew his limit. With his current cultivation base, it was only natural that he would not need to use some sacred weapons. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques that Li Lingtian cultivated were all divine codices. The treasures he controlled were also divine artifacts, including the Tianyu sword, the heavenly fault sword saint weapon, and the space banner. With his methods and some divine arts, ordinary opponents were not his food at all. Most of his enemies were top-notch martial monarch realm experts or martial saint realm experts. When dealing with these experts, they would use divine powers or divine weapons that could destroy the world. Every girl was extremely happy. It was originally a boring thing, but now it had become a happy thing. With Li Lingtian accompanying them, their days were even more carefree than a deity's. Big brother Lingtian, you're so biased. Big sister Qin Yu and the others have weapons, treasures, and cultivation methods, but I don't have any. When Xianyuan Yingying saw that Li Lingtian had given many treasures and cultivation techniques to Tang Qinyue and the others but she was the only one who did not get them, she was immediately annoyed. She pouted and tugged at Li Lingshan's hand, shaking it non-stop in a coquettish manner. Tang Qinyue and the others were amused. Xianyuan Yingying was the princess of the Xianyuan family, while Li Lingtian was the young master of the Xianyuan family. Naturally, they were close. Moreover, Xianyuan Yingying was extremely beautiful. They all liked her very much. You little girl, I don't even know your current cultivation and realm. Let me figure it out first. Anyway, you didn't make a move. What kind of cultivation technique are you using? Li Lingtian helplessly reached out and pinched Xianyuan Yingying's little face. He was already used to this action and could not change it even if he wanted to. However, he was used to this action and the girls were also used to being touched by him. Alright, go to my grandfather. He should know about my situation. As Xianyuan Yingying spoke, she was about to drag Li Lingtian to Xianyuan Tianming. Yingying, don't hold him. What's wrong with you? Let's go. Li Lingtian felt helpless but he still went to greet Xianyuan Tianming at the same time. After all, he was back and had not gone to Xianyuan Tianming's place yet. It was a good opportunity for them to go together. Then, he followed Xianyuan Yingying out of the Mystic Moon Hall and headed towards the Heavenly River Temple. Along the way, countless Xianyuan family disciples greeted Li Lingtian and his wife. The Sky River Temple occupied an area of 10,000 miles. The area within 10,000 miles was the forbidden area of the Xianyuan family. Only the core disciples of the Xianyuan family could live there, and the disciples here were all genius disciples of the Xianyuan family. The Divine Moon Hall was one of the 10 forbidden areas in the Heavenly River Temple. Because Xianyuan Yingying was the princess of the Xianyuan family, her status was special. Both palaces belonged to her. The other places were where some guardians, elders, and genius disciples lived. The place where Xianyuan Tianming lived was more than 10 miles away from the Divine Moon Palace. The two of them weren't in a hurry to get there. They walked while admiring the scenery. This was the forbidden area of the Xianyuan family, so naturally, no outsiders would come. The two of them walked for half an hour. Xianyuan Yingying held Li Lingshan's hand and bounced along the way like a child. Li Lingtian looked at Xianyuan Yingying and smiled. This little girl was peerlessly beautiful and innocent. She was indeed one of the rare cute girls in the world. Big brother Lingtian, what are you looking at? Xianyuan Yingying noticed Li Lingshan's gaze as well and asked curiously. Her heart was pounding rapidly. The two of them had been throwing a tantrum so naturally, they did not feel anything. However, now that Li Lingtian was looking at them alone, the shy and reserved nature of a girl was on display. No, you're as lively as Meng Meng and Ge. Were you like this before? Li Lingtian shook his head and sobered up as he asked curiously. No, I never had any friends before. I always played alone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have worn a mask. Also, the people of the D family always want to hit me. I'm wearing a mask, so no one knows my true face. Oh right, there's another person who knows. It's the #1 genius disciple of the D family, Di Lan Ming. He saw me playing at my grandfather's place that time. However, I was only 15 years old at that time. During this period of time, Yingying was the happiest when she was with big brother Ling Tian. Big sister Qing Yu and the others also played with me. Otherwise, I would have been lonely for the rest of my life. Xianyuan Yingying raised her head and said seriously with a blush on her face. She did not know what happiness was in the past, but after spending time with Li Lingtian and his wife, she finally had friends. Being together with them brought out her true personality. I won't do it again. Li Lingtian caressed Xianyuan Yingying's petite face lovingly as his eyes were filled with tenderness. Everyone had their own difficulties in front of them. Ji was an elf princess, but she had been trapped in the ice palace for hundreds of thousands of years. Little White was born after he entered the dragon abyss, and it took a long time for it to transform into a human. Tang Qingyue was a peerless beauty, but she was suppressed by the Dishi family. Huang Fuyuyan was the same. She had spent her whole life cultivating until she became a martial saint. Every girl around him had their own story. He would not let his woman be unhappy at all. I believe in Big Brother Ling Tian. Who asked you to be my Big Brother Ling Tian? We're still good friends. Xianyuan Yingying was stunned. She felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Her heart was pounding non-stop, and her beautiful eyes were filled with stars. Let's go, you little girl. Li Lingtian smiled as he held Xianyuan Yingying's hand tightly. He then pulled her along as they walked forward. Big Brother Ling Tian, don't you hate me for being mischievous? Xianyuan Yingying asked curiously. She had always been Li Lingshan's little troublemaker. She was worried that Li Lingtian would dislike her, so she probed and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Annoying? Why should I hate him? Our Yingying is so cute and beautiful. What reason do I have to hate her? Everyone has their own personality. If she changes her personality because of certain things, I won't like it. Since you're asking this, right, do you think Big Brother Ling Tian is a playboy? Li Lingtian was taken aback. He did not expect Xianyuan Yingying to have such thoughts, but he soon smiled. He couldn't find a reason to hate Xianyuan Yingying. He only liked her, not hate her. There was no reason to hate such a beautiful and cute girl. However, he also had some doubts. He wouldn't tell Tang Qingyue and the others about this. It would be best to ask Xianyuan Yingying. After all, Xianyuan Yingying was not his woman. She was just a good friend. At most, she was his sister. Well, about that. Yingying doesn't think that way because Big Brother Ling Tian is outstanding. Big Sister Qingyue and the others also like Big Brother Ling Tian. They all love you. This is your ability. Besides, there are plenty of people who have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world. They can't be called playboys at all. Moreover, Big Brother Ling Tian treats Big Sister Qin Yu and the others sincerely. Xianyuan Yingying pondered for a moment and slowly voiced out her thoughts. In this world, there were plenty of women who had multiple wives and concubines. Moreover, Tang Qingyue and the others were all peerless beauties, so it was normal for Li Lingtian to like them. Furthermore, they loved Li Lingtian and liked each other. There was no such thing as a playboy. Besides, Li Lingshan's excellence was unmatched in the divine martial continent. Naturally, many people would like such an outstanding person. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.